Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain Vancouver. Book the First. Transactions from the commencement of the expedition until our departure from Tahiti. On the 15th of December, 1790, I had the honor of receiving my commission as commander of His Majesty's sloop the Discovery, then lying at Deptford, where the next morning, Thursday the 16th, I joined her and began entering men. Lieutenant William Robert Broughton having been selected as a proper officer to command the Chatham, he was accordingly appointed, but the repairs demanded prevented her equipment from keeping pace with that of the Discovery. However, by Thursday the 6th of January 1791, most of the necessary work on the Discovery was completed. The sails were bent, and the ship was ready to proceed down the river. With a favorable wind on the following day, Friday the 7th, we set sail and anchored in Long Reach around 5 in the evening. Although this trial of the ship may seem insignificant, it was not made without some anxiety, as it had never been under sail before. The construction of the upper works, designed for the comfort of the accommodations, differed significantly from the general fashion, resulting in an unsightly appearance and various unfavorable opinions regarding her qualities as a seaboat. Therefore, it was natural to pay close attention to her timing and other properties when in motion. However, during this short trip, we obtained the comforting proof of her being handy and a very comfortable vessel in all other respects. Various necessary occupations detained us in Long Reach until Wednesday the 26th when, after taking on board all our ordnance stores and the required items from Deptford Dockyard, we proceeded down the river on our way to Portsmouth. Orders for this purpose were accompanied by another to receive on board and convey to his native country Tauraro, an Indian from one of the Sandwich Islands, who had been brought from thence by some of the Northwest American traders in July 1780. This man had lived, while in England, in great obscurity and did not seem to have benefited from his residence in this country. Unfavorable winds prevented our reaching the Downs until Sunday the 20th, where they still continued, and, being attended with very boisterous weather, detained us until Thursday the 23rd of February, when, with a strong gale from the northward, we proceeded down the channel. About noon, we passed the South Foreland and had the misfortune of losing John Brown, who fell overboard and drowned. He was one of the carpenter's mates, an exceedingly good man, and his loss was deeply regretted. About noon on Saturday the 5th, we anchored at Spithead, where Rear Admiral Goodall's flag was flying on board His Majesty's ship Vanguard, in the company of 12 ships of the line and several frigates. Some defects in the ship's hull were already evident, as the bumpkins and a considerable part of the head were now washed away. These repairs, along with other necessary duties, were ordered to be executed, and my presence being required in London, I repaired thither, where I remained until Sunday, the 27th, when I returned to Portsmouth with orders to proceed to Falmouth. On former voyages of this description, it had been customary to pay the officers and ship's company the wages that had become due while they had been employed in the equipment of the vessels, which in general had occupied 6 months or more, enabling them by such means to more effectively provide themselves with those comforts which such long and remote services ever demand. But as a similar payment to the crews of the Discovery and Chatham, whose commitments were now complete, for the low time they had been in pay, would have been of little assistance, the Lords of the Admiralty, at my solicitation, had the goodness to grant them 3 months' pay in advance, which was accordingly received free of all deductions. I have already mentioned that the Navy Board had supplied me with an assortment of mathematical instruments, and the Board of Longitude, in compliance with the wishes of the Admiralty, provided in addition 2 chronometers, one made by the late eminent Mr. Kendall, the excellence of which had been manifested on board the Discovery during Captain Cook's last voyage, and which had lately been cleaned and put into order by its very worthy and ingenious maker, a short time before his cafe, the other recently made by Mr. Arnold. These had both been deposited at the observatory of the Portsmouth Academy for the purpose of finding their respective errors and ascertaining their rate of going. The former was delivered to me with observations made to that effect. It appeared to be fast of mean time at Greenwich on Tuesday the 5th of March, at noon, 1:30, 1 SA, and to be gaining on mean time at the rate of 6:12 per day. The latter was directed to be put on board the Chatham, which vessel had now arrived from the river. Having completely finished our business with the dockyard on the evening of Thursday the 3rd, we dropped down to St. Helens. The next morning, Friday the 4th, we proceeded down the channel, leaving the Chatham behind as it was not yet ready to accompany us. On our way, we stopped at Guernsey, and on Saturday the 12th, we arrived at Falmouth. Here I was to wait for the arrival of the Chatham and receive my final instructions for the prosecution of the voyage. An Admiralty messenger presented me with the latter on Sunday the 20th. However, the Chatham did not arrive until the 31st, when Lieutenant Broughton, who had orders to put himself under my command, received such signals and instructions as were necessary on this occasion. He informed me that they had experienced a very boisterous passage from Spithead, and that the Chatham had proved very crank, and in some instances caused considerable alarm. The length of time I had already waited for her arrival rendered this intelligence very unpleasant, as it demanded immediate attention and would cause further delay, which I greatly wished to avoid, especially as a favorable gale for clearing the channel now prevailed. The apprehension of further detention by contrary winds, should we lose the present opportunity by breaking up the Chatham's hold for the reception of more ballast, induced me to resort to another expedient. That is, to lend her all our that, which when stowed amidships as low down as possible, and every weight removed from above, we flattered ourselves would be the means of affording temporary relief to this inconvenience. A gentle breeze from the Nr at daybreak on Friday the 1st of April enabled us to sail out of Carrick Road in the company of the Chatham. At midnight, we took a long farewell of our native shores. The Lizard lights bore by compass NNW, Acha W, about 8 leagues, and as the wind shifted to the south, we sailed to the southward. Towards the morning of Saturday the 3rd, on the wind shifting to the south, we flood to the whaleward, clear of the English Channel, with minds, it may easily be conceived, not it, ditty-free from furious and contemplative reflections. The remote and barbarous regions, which were now defined for some years to be our transitory places of abode, were not likely to afford us any means of communicating with our native soil, our families, our friends or favorites, whom we were now leaving far behind. And to augment these painful reflections, His Majesty's proclamation had arrived at Falmouth. The evening prior to our departure, offering bounties for manning the fleet. Several sail of the line were put into commission, and flag officers appointed to different commands. There were circumstances similar to those under which, in August 1776, I had sailed from England in the Discovery, commanded by Captain Clerke, on a voyage which in its object nearly resembled the expedition we were now about to undertake. This very unexpected armament could not be regarded without causing various opinions in those who, from day to day, would have opportunities of noticing the several measures inclining to war or peace. But to us, confined, as it were, to a long and remote exile, and precluded, for an indefinite period of time, from all chance of becoming acquainted with its result, it was the joy of unlovable solicitude, and our feelings on the occasion may be better conceived than described. Having no particular route to the Pacific Ocean pointed out in my instructions, and being left at full liberty to pursue that which appeared the most eligible, I did not hesitate to prefer the passage by way of the Cape of Good Hope, intending to visit the Madeiras for the purpose of procuring wine and refreshments. Our course was accordingly directed against winds very unfavorable to our progress. At noon on Sunday the 3rd, we reached the latitude 18° 48' north longitude by the chronometer 00:33 west. The cloudy weather prevented us from making the necessary observations on the solar eclipse, which caused some degree of concern. However, with the recent improvement of applying deep magnifying powers to sextant telescopes, solar eclipse observations at sea have become much easier to make. Although we were not fortunate enough to fully test this improvement on this occasion, it was evident that these observations would be made more accessible to individuals not heavily involved in astronomical pursuits, as the reflected image of the sun could be brought down to the horizon. This would aid in determining the beginning and end of the eclipse. Magnifying telescopes with great precision, and probably it may not be unworthy of the attention of the Board of Longitude to contrive and cause such calculations to be published, as would tend to render their observations generally valid in the various parts of the globe, without the tedious process of calculating eclipses. The wind, continuing in the southern quarter, rendered our progress slow. The weather, however, being clear, afforded us employment in taking some good lunar observations, which, reduced to the noon of Tuesday the 12th, gave the mean result of 4 sets, taken by me, 12 degrees and 4, W longitude, 4 sets taken by Mr. Whidbey, 12 degrees 30, the chronometer at the same time showing 12 degrees. And as I considered the latter to be near the truth, the lunar observations appeared to be 15 to 21 too far to the westward. The longitude by dead reckoning was 13 degrees 22, and the latitude 41:22 north. The error in reckoning amounting, almost to a degree, seemed most likely to have been caused by our not having made sufficient allowance for the variation of the compass on our last sailing. Instead of allowing from 22 to 25 degrees, which was what we deemed the variation, our observations for ascertaining this fact, when the ship was sufficiently steady, showed the variation to be 28 degrees and 20 westwardly. These opportunities, however, had not occurred frequently. As I could have wished, owing to a constant irregular swell that had accompanied us since leaving the land and caused so much motion and pitching, the whole head railings, bulwarks, etc., were again washed away. On Saturday the 16th, in latitude 42 degrees 31 north, longitude 12 degrees 31 west, the variation of the compass, by the mean result of 6 sets of observations taken by 3 compasses differing from 25 degrees 57 to 27 degrees 35, was observed to be 26 degrees 29 westward. The current was found to set in a direction EN-E, at the rate of 1/4 of a mile per hour. The whole of the day being perfectly calm, with remarkably fine weather, induced me to embrace the opportunity of unbending all our sails which needed alteration, and to bend an entire new suit. These I caused to be soaked overboard for some hours, so that the seawater might dissolve the size used in making the canvases, and by that means act as a preventive against mildew in hot rainy weather. This process might probably be found useful in the operation of bleaching. On our departure from England, I did not intend using any antiseptic provisions until the refreshments, which we might be able to procure at the Madeiras, should be exhausted. But light, baffling winds, together with the crank situation and bad filling of the Chatham, have so retarded our progress that, by Thursday the 21st, we were advanced no further than the latitude of 35 degrees 7 north, longitude 14 degrees 40 west. 4 casks and portable broth had, for some days, been laved on board each of the vessels. The storerooms had been cleared, cleaned, and walled with vinegar, and the ship had been smoked with gunpowder mixed with vinegar. As I had ever considered fire the most likely and efficacious means to keep up a constant circulation of fresh and pure air throughout a ship, in the forepart of every day, good fires were burning between decks, and in the well. Both decks were kept clean and as dry as possible, and notwithstanding the weather was hot, and the smoke and heat thence arising was considered as inconvenient and disagreeable. Yet I was confident that a due attention to this particular, and not washing too frequently below, were indispensable precautions and would be productive of the most salubrious and happy diet in preserving the health and lives of our people. These preventive measures becoming the standing orders of the Discovery, it will be unnecessary hereafter to repeat that they were regularly enforced, as they were observed throughout the voyage with the strictest attention. It may not, however, on this subject, be improper to remark that, if instead of biscuit, seamen were provided with fresh fit bread, which can easily be made very good at sea, and a large proportion of whole lime water, where the nature of the services will admit of such a supply, they would add greatly to the preservation of that most valuable of all blessings, health. The evening of Saturday the 23rd, being remarkably fine and serene, brought us in sight of the island of Porto Santo, bearing by compass SW, 20 leagues distant. The next afternoon, we passed its meridian when the chronometer showing its longitude to be 24:15 W, varying only 1 minute to the westward of the true longitude of that island, proved it was going very well. As Madeira was our object, every effort was exerted to gain Funchal Road until the evening of Monday the 24th, when the wind becoming mainly variable and the weather gloomy and unsettled, that location seemed ineligible for executing the service of which the Chatham was in need, namely, the breaking up her hold, in the purpose of receiving a large portion of ballast. Considering, therefore, the roadstead of Santa Cruz as better calculated for this business, we proceeded towards Tenerife. The wind, which had been generally from the west, veered around by the north as we advanced to the Canaries, and settled in the NE trade, accompanied with fine, pleasant weather, which, on Tuesday the 25th, at latitude 30°31 north, afforded an opportunity of obtaining several sets of lunar distances with the different sextants in the ship. There were 12 in number, of the following eminent makers in London: Visinal, Ramsden, Dolland, Troughton, Adams and Gilbert, though the greater number were made by Mr. Ramsden. They all agreed exceedingly well together, and their mean result showed the longitude to be 18°21'32. The chronometer made the longitude 16°31'15. Well, and as there could be no doubt of the latter being nearest the truth, the result of the lunar observations by the several sextants appeared to be first to 43 south too far to the eastward. On the other side of the moon, my lunar observations were 15 to the west of the true, or nearly the true, longitude, as was proved on our making the Madeiras. This evinces the accuracy with which these observations are, in general, capable of being made with good instruments and by a careful observer. In the morning of Thursday the 28th, the peak of Tenerife was seen bearing by compass SW, about 16 leagues distant, and in the evening, as we approached the roadstead of Santa Cruz, we were met by the master attendant, who placed the ship in what, he said, he conceived the best berth in the roadstead, and the Chatham in our immediate neighborhood. When the ship was secured, an officer was sent to inform the governor of our arrival, and to solicit his permission to take on board such wine and refreshments as we required. However, upon learning that he had not returned salutes to some of His Majesty's ships that had recently visited Tenerife, I did not want to risk a refusal, even if it was politely expressed. The officer was received courteously, and the contractor was instructed the next morning to supply the various items we needed. Accompanied by Mr. Broughton, Mr. Menzies, and some other officers, on Friday the 29th in the morning, I visited His Excellency Sir Don Antonio Gutierrez, the Governor-General of the Canaries, who was then residing in the city of Santa Cruz. His Excellency received us with the usual politeness on such occasions, and assured us of his readiness to provide assistance, but he apologized that the poverty of the country prevented him from inviting us to his table. On Sunday, the 1st of May, accompanied by the same group, I visited the city of La Laguna, satisfied our curiosity with its external appearance, and returned to Santa Cruz, where we had dinner with Mr. Roney, an Irish gentleman, to whom we were greatly indebted for his hospitality. If we had not met him immediately upon landing, we would have faced much inconvenience, as there did not seem to be another person on the island who was inclinable to offer us shelter from the scorching rays of the sun, or to afford us the smallest refreshment. We had the mortification, this morning, of finding the small bower cable cut through, nearly in the middle, which seemed to have been occasioned by an anchor lying at the bottom. The loss of an anchor in a situation where no other could be procured was a matter of serious concern. No pains were spared to regain it until the afternoon of Thursday the 5th, when all our exertions proved ineffectual. Being apprehensive that other lost anchors might be in its vicinity, we weighed, went further out, and again anchored in 30 fathoms of water on a soft, dark, oozy bottom, intermixed with small white shells, having the northernmost church steeple in a line with the center of the jetty, bearing by compass N, 48W, and the southernmost fort S, 71W, about 3/4 of a mile from the town. This anchorage appeared to be far preferable to our former situation, being nearly as convenient for the landing place, without the hazard of damaging the cables by anchors which small vessels might have lost nearer inshore, and which is the only danger to be apprehended here, as the bottom is good holding ground, and to all appearance, perfectly free from rocks. The swell that had beaten with great violence on the shores, for some days past, and for fishing against which the pier of Santa Cruz is but ill contrived, had much retarded the Chatham's business of taking on board shingle ballast, and prevented the completion of that object until late on Saturday night the 7th, when we put to sea and directed our course to the southward. The ballast which the Chatham had now taken on board certainly prevented her being so very crank, but it did not seem to have contributed to her failing, as the Discovery still preserved a great superiority in that respect. Not having supposed we should have been so long detained at Tenerife, I took no steps for making astronomical observations on shore. Those taken on board showed the longitude by the chronometer to be id 171.5A, only 50 U to the westward of the true longitude, as laid down in the requisite tables. The latitude by our observations was 28 to 38, and the variation, by the mean result of all our cards and compasses, was 16°38, differing from 15°58 into 17°17 westwardly. For the information of those who may be induced to visit Tenerife at this season of the year with the hope of procuring refreshments, I must remark that we found the wine, water, and beef exceedingly good, and were induced to take some days' supply of the latter to sea. But fruit, tables, poultry, and all kinds of livestock were very indifferent and rather expensive. Towards noon on Sunday the 8th, we lost sight of the Canaries. The trade wind blew a gentle gale. The sea was smooth, and the weather was fine, allowing us to make some excellent lunar observations. The longitude I observed was 6°52 E, while Mr. Whidby's observations showed 18°52 E. The chronometer indicated 47.49 E. The latitude at this time was 27°5 BSNN, and the westward variation was 17°53 and 40. Our course from the Canaries was limited to the westward of the Cape Verde Islands, which we sighted and passed on the forenoon of Saturday the 14th. The northwest extremity of the island of St. Antonio was located at 17°10' N latitude and 25°31'22" W longitude. The compass variation was 12°32'15" On Wednesday the 18th, we ran out of fresh beef from Tenerife, so portable broth and sauerkraut were served to the crew. At this time, we were at 9°35 N latitude and 23°27 W longitude. The weather, which had been pleasant with a fresh gale from the northeast, began to change as the wind slackened and veered round to the north, and the atmosphere, though not cloudy, was encumbered with a bright haze nearly approaching to a fog, but without the least dampness or humidity. Through this medium, the heavenly bodies were sufficiently visible, while terrestrial objects were only discernible at small distances. This very singular appearance continued a few days until Saturday the 21st, when, in latitude 6°20 north and longitude 20°40 west, the northerly breeze died away. The dense atmosphere disappeared, and they were succeeded by calm, cloudy, hot weather. The thermometer stood from 80° to 83°, accompanied by some heavy showers of rain and gusts of wind in various directions, though generally from the eastern quarter between NE and south. Our progress with this kind of weather was slow until Tuesday the 24th, when, in latitude 4°25 north and longitude 21°38 west, we seemed to have passed the line of those unpleasant and frequently unhealthy regions. The steadiness of the gentle gale and the serenity of the weather indicated our having reached the SE trade winds. These conjectures were soon established by the wind, gradually increasing so that, about midnight on Friday the 27th, we crossed the equator in 25° west longitude. The variation to this point had gradually, though not Ver and the lunar observations lately taken, had corresponded within a few minutes with the longitude shown by the chronometer. Cruising the equator so far westward has been frequently objected to as being liable to entangle ships with the coast of Brazil. However, I am of a different opinion and believe that many advantages are derived by thus crossing the line, such as following a track devoid of those calms and heavy rains, which are always present on a more eastwardly route. According to the information I have gathered, it does not appear that much is to be gained in terms of distance by crossing the equator in a more eastwardly longitude. It seems that vessels which have pursued their southerly course to cross the line under the 10th, 15th, or 20th meridian of west longitude have, due to the trade wind blowing in a more southerly direction there, been driven equally as far west to the 25th, 20th, and 27th degrees of west longitude before they have been able to gain the variable winds, without the benefit of a constant breeze and fair weather, which were experienced with very little interruption between the 21st and 25th during this passage. From the equator, with a brisk trade wind, we steered with a full sail and flowing sea, which by the 1st of June brought us to the latitude of 7°2' south, longitude 20°7' west. From there regularly, decreased to about 9° westwardly. We kept stretching further to the westward and made a good count a few degrees to the eastward of south. So, on Thursday the 9th, we had reached the latitude of 16°47' south and longitude 27°27' west, approaching the parallel of the islands Trinidada and Martin Vaz. The wind now permitted us to steer well to the eastward of south. However, in case there was an error in our longitude, or in that of those islands, I directed the Chatham to increase her distance from us by holding a loud course to get a view of that land. By sunset, we were in the latitude of 20° south, the parallel of those islands, but saw nothing of them. The longitude of the former is stated to be 28°10", and that of the latter 28°34" west. Assuming their longitude and that of the ship to have been accurately ascertained, we passed them at a distance of 21 and 19 leagues. On Sunday the 12th, we crossed the southern tropic in 25°18" west longitude. The variation of the compass had now gradually decreased to 40°30' westwardly. Having recently taken many very good lunar distances of the sun and stars on different sides of the moon, I assumed their mean as the true longitude, or nearly so. According to this, the observations for the longitude, as per the chronometer, appeared to be 1°25" too far to the eastward appear, that it was not gaining quite so much as had been allowed in consequence of its rate, as ascertained at Portsmouth. After crossing the Tropic of Capricorn, the wind became very variable, as well in point of strength as in direction, so that on Tuesday the 28th we had only advanced to the latitude of 31°56' south, longitude 40°18" west. The weather was in general very pleasant, and the Chatham, to our great mortification, continued to sail equally slow in light as in fresh gales, which materially affected the progress of our voyage, the object of which was of such a nature that it would allow of no opportunity of being passed by that with propriety could be embraced for the advancement of geography and navigation. And as Captain Cook's chart of the Sandwich Islands presented little field for any improvement that could occupy the several winters we were likely to pass in their vicinity, I resolved in our way to the Pacific Ocean to visit the SW part of New Holland and endeavor to acquire some information of that unknown, though interesting country. Having much business to perform at the Cape of Good Hope in the carpenter's department, it became expedient for the carrying into execution of the whole of my plan that no time should be lost, particularly as our passage from England had already exceeded the limits of my expectations. These rations induced me to make the best of our way in the Discovery to the Cape of Good Hope, and should the Chatham be able to keep up with us, she was directed to do so. If otherwise, Mr. Broughton was provided with sufficient rations. The wind was light and variable until Friday, July the 14th, in latitude 33 to 54, Orge 1, south, longitude 58 to 40 to 1. West, it blew a fine gale from the NNE, attended with pleasant weather. The Chatham until this evening remained in sight, but in the morning was not within the limits of our horizon. As we approached the African coast, the weather became very unsettled, with sudden transitions from calms to heavy gales, attended with much thunder, lightning, and a heavy swell from the westward and SW. One of these gales, on Tuesday the 5th, reduced us for a few hours to our courses. The wind became southwardly with pleasant weather on Thursday the 7th, when a strange sail was descried to the NE, holding a course as if intending to pass the Cape, and some of us thinking the sea was discolored. We tried for soundings, but found no bottom with 140 fathoms of line. After passing the 27° of south latitude, many oceanic birds were our constant companions, consisting of 3 kinds of albatrosses, the quebrantahuesos, pintados, the footy, the black and small blue petrels, with a few other small birds of the same tribe, amongst which were but few of the storm petrel, which in these regions are generally numerous. Most of them, by the 7th, had disappeared, and in their place were seen the blue petrel of the larger sort, though comparatively in small numbers. At noon, the observed latitude was 35 degrees south, longitude 14 degrees east. The wind blew a strong gale from WSW in the afternoon of Friday the 8th, when judging the Cape of Good Hope to bear from ASN, so true distant leagues, we experienced for the space of about 7 miles a most extraordinary agitation in the sea, to be compared only to a large cauldron of boiling water. This was supposed to be the effect of 2 contending currents, and for that reason I did not try soundings. I was also particularly anxious to gain sight of the land, which, in the event of the chronometer proving correct, there was a great probability of doing before dark. But not seeing it, we stood on till 10 in the evening, when, by our lunar observations, supposing the Cape land to be about 8 leagues distant, we hauled to the wind and plied in order to preserve our then situation until the morning of Saturday the 9th. At daylight, the Cape was in sight, bearing east by compass, 8 leagues distant. This instance will, I trust, be not the only one I shall be able to adduce to prove the utility of the lunar method of finding the longitude, and the very great importance that such information must be of to every sea officer. At this season of the year, the boisterous weather and the prevailing winds from the NW rendering Table Bay not only excessively unpleasant but insecure, our course was directed to False Bay. At noon, the observed latitude was 34 degrees 26 south, the Cape of Good Hope, then bearing ENE, 5 or 6 miles distant. This promontory and the dangerous rocks that lie in its neighborhood we passed and sailed into False Bay, where in the evening, the weather falling calm, we anchored in 30 fathoms water, the Cape bearing west by compass, 10 miles distant, Simmons Bay NNW, and the False Cape SE. In this situation, the chronometer showed the longitude to be 152 degrees 14 ton 5, making an error or variation in its rate of going, as ascertained at Portsmouth of 1830, equal to 11, of time since the 5th day of March, which will without doubt be received and considered as being very considerable. It also corresponded with my observations, and what on that subject I had noticed on the 12th of June. Our passage through the Atlantic Ocean being thus accomplished, it becomes requisite, in compliance with the method proposed in the introduction for correcting the errors of navigation, to have some respect to this passage, especially since passing the Cape de Verde Islands. From the island of St. Antonio, until we had crossed the latitude of Cape St. Augustine, we were materially affected by currents, and between the latitude of 6 degrees north and the equator, strong ripples were conspicuous on the surface of the sea. These currents, contrary to the general opinion, seemed to possess no regularity, as we found ourselves, day after day, driven in directions very contrary to our expectations from the impulse we had experienced on the previous day, and by no means attended with that periodical uniformity pointed out by Mr. Nicholson in his recently revised and corrected Indian Directory, published in the year 1787. On the contrary, instead of the currents at this season of the year, agreeably to his hypothesis, setting to the northward, the most prevailing stream we experienced set to the south, and more in a southeastern than a southwestern direction. This very able mariner, so strongly attached to formerly adopted opinions, strongly recommends the variation of the compass as a means for ascertaining the longitude at sea. Yet, had we been no better provided, we might have searched for the Cape of Good Hope agreeably with his propositions, to little avail, for when we were in latitude 35 degrees 7 minutes south, with 20 degrees 10 minutes west variation, we had only reached the longitude of 69 to 30 east, and again, when in latitude 35.22 south, with 20 sous de Ju 7's west variation, we had only advanced to the longitude of 119 to 25 east, instead of being, according to Mr. Nicholson's hypothesis, in the first instance nearly under the meridian of the Cape of Good Hope, and in the second under that of Cape Agulhas. And it was not until we had near 200 of west variation that we approached the meridian of the Cape of Good Hope. The observations for the variation were made with the greatest care and attention, and though generally considered as very correct, they differed from 1 to 3 and sometimes 4 degrees, not only when made by different compasses placed in different situations on board, and the ship on different tacks, but by the same compass in the same situation, made at moderate intervals of time. The difference in the ranks of such observations, at the same time, not preserving the least degree of uniformity. Hence the assertion amounts nearly to an absurdity, which states that with 20 to 20 degree 10 or 20 to 30 westerly variation, you will be certain of such and such longitude. And it is greatly to be apprehended that navigators who rely on such means for ascertaining their situation in the ocean will render themselves liable to errors that may be attended with the most fatal consequences. Other methods are, I trust, in a fair train for accomplishing with this important objective, and I yet hope to see the period arrive when every seafaring person capable of using a quadrant will, with proper instruction, be enabled by lunar observations to determine their longitude at sea. It has been already observed that such information may be acquired with ease and without laborious study or tedious application. This was further demonstrated by our example on board the Discovery, where upon our departure from England, Mr. Whidbey and myself could be considered the only proficient individuals in this branch of science. But now, among the officers and gentlemen of the quarterdeck, there were several capable of ascertaining their situation in the ocean with every degree of accuracy necessary for all the important purposes of navigation. With a light southwardly breeze in the morning of Sunday the 10th, we weighed anchor, and with the assistance of our boats ahead, towing the ship, we reached Simon's Bay at about 7 in the evening, where we anchored in 12 fathoms of water. Falk Cape bore by compass in a line with the south point of the bay, S37E, Noah's Ark, SA1E, the Roman Rocks, S80E, and the flagstaff on the battery, S89W, about a quarter of a mile from the shore. The day before, a brig was seen in the shore of us, which was supposed to be the Chatham, but as the private signal was not acknowledged by her, we concluded ourselves mistaken. Our first conjectures, however, proved to be right. As Mr. Broughton now informed me, the signal had escaped their attention. Since we had separated, the Discovery had outsailed her consort only the night's run. The Chatham not having hauled her wind or shortened sail on Friday night, she was the next morning within the same distance of the land as the Discovery. Nothing had occurred during this separation worthy of notice. I was made excessively happy to understand from Mr. Broughton that the officers and crew of the Chatham, like those of the Discovery, were in general very healthy. With the Chatham, we found here His Majesty's ship the Gorgon, the Warren Hastings, and Earl Fitzwilliam Indiaman from Bengal, 2 Port Jackson transports from China bound home, 3 with convicts bound to Port Jackson, 2 American, and some Dutch and Danish merchant ships, the total amounting to 11 ships in the bay. In the morning of Monday, the 11th, an officer was sent on shore to acquaint the resident commandant of the port, Mr. Brandt, of our arrival, and to request his permission to procure such refreshments and supplies as our wants now demanded, and to erect our observatory and such tents on shore as might be requisite for carrying into execution the necessary refitment of the vessels, with all which Mr. Brandt very politely complied, and, on the return of the officer, the garrison, was saluted with 11 guns, which compliment being equally returned, attended by Mr. Broughton and some of the officers, I waited on Mr. Brandt, who received us with the greatest politeness and hospitality, the well-known characteristics of that gentleman. Having, on a former occasion, benefited by his good offices in the excellence of the supplies provided for the Resolution and Discovery, I concerted measures with him on the present for the like purpose. Mr. Brandt undertook, in conjunction with Mr. de Witt, of Cape Town, to see all our necessities provided for with the best of the several commodities the country afforded. The Discovery's bowsprit, being found infinitely too weak, was taken out in order to be strengthened by one of the fillies we had on board. The whole of the head railing, having been washed away, was to be replaced, the vessels wanting caulking fore and aft, the rigging overhauling, caulkers to be set up for receiving provisions and water, the sails repairing and several materially altering, the powder airing and the skids and booms raising, for the better enabling of the people to work upon deck, the chip proving sufficiently. Ready to admit of such accommodation, artificers were hired to assist our own in their several duties, which being in a state of forwardness by the 14th, Mr. Broughton and myself paid our respects to Mr. Renius, the acting governor at Cape Town, with the further view of inspecting the fibers and provisions, the major part of which were to come from there. 4 of our seamen, whose constitutions seemed unequal to the service in which they had engaged, and whom I had now an opportunity of replacing, were sent on board the Warren Hastings, and with her, on Monday the 18th, sailed for England. All our fibers and provisions being forwarded from Cape Town by Friday the 5th of August, we took leave of the governor and our Cape friends, from whom we had experienced the most attentive civility, and having completed such observations as were wanted, the observatory with the instruments were, on Tuesday the 9th, sent on board. By Thursday the 11th, all our transactions were finished with the shore, having obtained for each vessel a supply of provisions, which completed our stock for 18 months at full allowance, and a due proportion of stores for the like period. I took on board all 7 ewes and 6 rams, an assortment of garden seeds, vine cuttings, and other plants that were likely to grow, and prove valuable acquisitions to our friends in the South Sea Islands. As I intended putting to sea the next day, we were busily employed in preparing the ship for that purpose, which on the morning of Friday the 12th we attempted, but the wind shifting to the SSE permitted our taking only a more outside berth for the better convenience of sailing when the wind should prove more favorable. It is customary at the Cape of Good Hope for as many of the officers as can conveniently be spared to take up their residence on shore. In this respect, I had conformed to old practices, but was excessively mortified, at my return on board, to find that several of our people had, within a few days, become indisposed with a dysentery, which at first seemed of little importance, but had now put on a very serious appearance, and some of the patients were extremely ill. The cause of this unfortunate malady was hard to ascertain. The crew had not been subjected to inebriety. Their provisions had been of the best quality and most wholesome nature, and every precaution had been taken to prevent their sleeping on deck or exposing themselves to the dew or night air. No neglect of the salutary measures generally observed, or individual indiscretion of any sort, seemed to have produced this lamentable visitation, whose contagious influence suffered no one to the Cape unattended, although my fill-in officers did not feel its effects so violently as they were experienced by the people. The same disorder had not only appeared on board the Chatham and the transports bound to Port Jackson, but on more, and at length it was attributed to a large Dutch ship lately arrived from Batavia, from which many men had been sent on shore to the hospital very ill and dying with that and other infectious disorders. The surgeon of the Discovery was kind in a very sudden and jugular manner, and reduced to an extreme state of delirium, without any other symptoms which indicated ECA. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Book the First, Chapter 2. The nature of our voyage rendering ever precaution necessary to prevent, as far as was possible, a separation of the vessels, Mr. Broughton, in case of parting from the company, was provided with a list of rendezvous, and the better to ensure our rejoining, I now deemed it expedient that he should be furnished with a copy of my instructions and the route intended to pursue, together with ample directions that, in the event of a total separation, he might be enabled to carry the objects of the expedition into execution. Although our stay at the Cape had far exceeded my expectations, yet I did not abandon the design of visiting the SW part of New Holland. The season would probably be too far advanced for acquiring so much information as I could have wished, yet there still remained a fair prospect of obtaining some intelligence, which would render the task less difficult to those whose particular object it might hereafter be to explore that country. I, therefore, on sailing out of False Bay, appointed our next rendezvous off what in the charts is called Lion's Land, in about the 35th degree of south latitude, in case of separation to cruise there 2 days, and, not meeting with the Discovery, then to proceed agreeably to other instructions. The Albemarle, Admiral Barrington, and Britannia transports bound to Port Jackson followed us out of the bay. Of these ships, as well as of the African coast, we took leave in the evening and directed our course to the southward. During the night, the wind veered to the NW and blew so hard a gale that we were obliged to double reef the topsails and take in the foresail, as the Chatham was a great distance astern. And not being in sight at daybreak, we hauled to the wind. About 7 she was seen to the westward, and having joined company, we steered to the S515 together. The NW wind gradually increased, attended with violent squalls and heavy rain, until Saturday the 20th, when it became a perfect storm, obliging us to strike the topgallant masts and reducing us to the foresail, which we were necessitated to carry, though under great apprehension of its being blown to pieces in order that we might reach a more temperate region. The sea ran exceedingly high, and the wind in violent flurries raised the spray into a kind of fog or mist, which at intervals was quite thick, when not mixed with the showers of rain, which were frequent and very heavy. In one of these, we lost sight of the Chatham, and seeing nothing of her on its clearing away, the foresail was furled, and the ship brought to, under the storm, staysails. In this situation, the Discovery proved much easier and drier than we had reason to expect, as she was now extremely deep with stores and provisions. At this time, we were visited by many albatrosses and an innumerable variety of birds of the petrel tribe. About noon on Sunday the 21st, our consort was in sight, and on her joining company, we resumed our course to the SE under the foresail. This very boisterous weather, accompanied with much thunder and lightning, continued with intermittent interruptions, sufficient only to tempt our spreading some additional canvas, which was scarcely unfurled before it was again necessary to take it in, until Monday the 22nd, when it so far moderated as to permit the close-reefed topsails to be kept set. In the afternoon, we passed the Albemarle and Admiral Barrington. The sight of these vessels was very grateful to our feelings, particularly of the latter, which we had understood was an old debilitated ship, for whose safety, during the late violent stormy weather, we had been greatly apprehensive. The wind, in the morning of Tuesday the 23rd, being moderate, the topgallant and flooding sails were set. The weather, however, was unsettled, with showers of hail and rain, and a heavy irregular swell rolled at the same time from the northward and south wells. In the intervals of fine weather, I got some lunar observations which showed the longitude at noon to be 31°55, the chronometer by the Portsmouth rate 31:29, by the Cape rate 31:42, the latitude 39°. Many whales were now playing about the ship, but a less number of oceanic birds attended us than usual. The weather being tolerably fair on Wednesday the 24th, enabled me to make some further lunar observations. The mean result of these and those taken the preceding day brought forward by the chronometer showed the longitude at noon to be 34°13. By this expression is to be understood the space east or west, which the ship may have passed over in the interval of time between the taking one set of lunar observations and that of another. The extent of which space is ascertained, not according to the vague mode of the ship's run, as appears by the log, but from the distance shown by the chronometer, whereby the result of many observations made in different situations are reduced to any one particular point. The chronometer at this time, by the Portsmouth rate, showed 33°50, by the Cape rate 34°5, the latitude 39°25, and the longitude by account 36°17. The weather continued very changeable, but the wind being gentle in the northern quarter, afforded an opportunity of sending on board the Chatham, whence we understood that, in consequence of a violent sea having stove in the midship stern window on the morning of the 20th, it had been necessary to bring to until that damage was repaired. The wind freshened, attended with frequent squalls on Friday the 26th, when, having reached latitude 39°15, longitude 37°53, we were able for the first time since our departure from the Cape to observe the variation, which, by the mean result of two compasses, differing from 32°53 to 35°5, was found to be 32°59 westwardly, in the space we were now approaching, namely, between the meridians of 38°33 and 43°70 east longitude, and the parallels of 34°41 and 38°20 south latitude. 7 different shoals are said to exist. To acquire some information respecting a circumstance of interest to navigation, I had held this southwardly course, but the very stormy weather we had lately contended with, and the appearance of its again returning, rendered a search for the search I should not altogether prudent. To attempt the examination of the whole space I considered as not more necessary than difficult, but since in the event of their existence it was highly probable they would be found connected, I was induced to shape a course so as to fall in with the southeasternmost, said to lie in latitude 38°20, longitude 13:13, which had been reported to have been seen by several Dutch vessels. On Sunday the 28th, in latitude 38°56, longitude 12:30, the wind at WSW, increasing with great violence, obliged me to desist from this inquiry, and for our own safety, in the event of these shoals looming Mr. 10, to haul to the S. E. The gale from began. Storm, attended with heavy squalls, hail, rain, and a most tremendous sea from the west, Ward and SW, which made it necessary to strike the top gallant masts, and reduced us to the foresail, which, with great apprehension of losing it, we were obliged to carry in order to pass clear of the space assigned to these hidden dangers. It is, however, worthy of remark that notwithstanding our course was directed so wide of the allotted point, we certainly passed it at no great distance in the night, as by our observations the next day, Monday the 29th, instead of making 13 miles southing, which the reckoning gave, we found ourselves 12 miles to the north of the latitude we were in the preceding day, the longitude 45°. Whether this difference is to be ascribed to any current produced by the interruption these shoals may give to the oceanic waters, when pressed eastwardly by the prevailing westwardly winds, or to the bad steer age of the ship, cannot be positively determined. But as the Chatham steered precisely the same course, the inference seems rather favorable to our having been influenced by a current occasioned probably by the existence of such shoals. On the violence of the storm abating, we made sail and resumed our eastwardly course, intending to pass in sight of the islands of St. Paul and Amsterdam. During the gale, we were visited by a great number of the various kinds of oceanic birds. Yet these by no means seem to indicate the vicinity of land or shoals, since they are constantly met with throughout the Southern Ocean. The weather that succeeded this storm being delightfully pleasant, attended with a smooth sea and a gentle gale between the north and N. He made me regret that we had not experienced this favorable change somewhat earlier, as it would probably have enabled you to have acquired some satisfactory information as to the existence of the shoals in question. But having now no leisure for this inquiry, I was obliged to rest contented with having exerted our fruitless endeavors in the attempt, and embrace this valuable opportunity of getting ourselves and ship clean, dry, and comfortable, which since our leaving, the land had been very ill affected. The flux still continued amongst us, and some of our patients were yet very much indisposed. We, however, were in hopes that the present fair weather would soon restore to us the blessings of health. Some good observations were procured in the course of this day, Tuesday the 30th, and of the preceding day with our different compasses. Those taken on the 31st differ from 30°15 to 35°15, and those on Thursday, the 1st of September, from 30°58 to 35°7. The mean result of 7 sets of azimuths was 32°17, westerly variation, the latitude at noon 38°19, and the longitude 11°21. We were not long indulged with the continuance of the fine weather. The wind gradually veered to the NW and westerly and increased to a fresh gale, which however did not reduce us below the topsails, although the weather bore a very threatening appearance. The sky was obscured with dark, gloomy clouds from which some rain fell, yet the sea was smooth, and the weather altogether was infinitely more pleasant than we had lately experienced. At noon on Sunday the 4th, in latitude 38°13, longitude 36, the first seal we had seen since our departure from the Cape amused itself in playing about the ship for some time. But our companions, the oceanic birds, had not lately been very numerous. These visitors were mostly pintados and other small birds of the petrel tribe. 4 fits of lunar observations were obtained on Monday the 5th, which showed the longitude to be 1°14'40. The chronometer by the Portsmouth rate 63°16, and by the Cape rate 1°10, the latitude 38°52. The variation on Wednesday the 7th, in latitude 38°15 and longitude 69°33, was observed to be 25°52 westwardly. The same gloomy weather continued with a fresh gale at NNW. In the night we had the misfortune to lose Neil Coyle, one of the Marines, who fell a sacrifice to the baneful effects of the flux caught at the Cape, which attacked him with much greater violence than any other person on board. He was an exceedingly good man. His loss was sensibly felt, and much regretted. In addition to this calamity, disasters of the same nature seemed not likely to terminate. Another of our people, who had suffered very severely by this dreadful contagion, but who was so much recovered as to be nearly equal to his duty, was soon affected by this poor fellow's dissolution, that he relapsed with very unfavorable symptoms. Our compeers were still numerous, and the work of death having commenced, we knew not where it might end, or where we could recruit the strength which we might thus lose, our whole complement being scarcely equal, when in the highest health, to the service we had to perform. One reflection was, however, highly satisfactory, that in point of comfort and professional assistance, no one thing within our power to apply had been neglected for the present relief of the distress or for the prevention of any melancholy consequences in the future, and we trusted, with the divine blessing and a ready adherence to the conduct which we had observed, finally to subdue and exterminate this dreadful malady. In the evening of Thursday, the 8th, I took lunar distances with the star Antares, which, with those taken on the 5th, showed the longitude by their mean result to be 73° 14. The chronometer by the Portsmouth rate, 73°1', and by the Cape rate, 73°27. The latitude 38°15, and the variation 23°30 westward. The next evening, agreeably to our reckoning, we were pulling between the islands of St. Paul and Amsterdam, distant from the latter about 5 or 6 leagues. The weather was thick and rainy, yet I continued to hope that a favorable interval would enable us to see one or both of these islands, having steered this eastwardly course with a wish to correct an error that appears in Captain Cook's charts of the southern hemisphere. In these, the island of St. Paul is laid down in the latitude of 37°50, corresponding with the situation assigned to it in the requisite tables, and to the north of this island, in about the latitude of 36°40, is placed another called the island of Amsterdam. Now the island which Mr. Cox in the Mercury stopped at, and called Amsterdam, is in sight of and situated 17 leagues to the south of the island of St. Paul. Captain Bligh in the Bounty also saw the same island, and allots to it nearly the same situation as does Mr. Cox. For these reasons, if there be an island to the north of St. Paul, in latitude 36°40, there must be 3 instead of 2 of these islands, which I believe has never been understood to be the case. The weather, however, precluded my forming a just opinion as to this point, which I fully intended to ascertain could we have seen either of the islands, but the rain and haze continuing to obscure every object, at the distance of 2 leagues, we perceived no indication of the vicinity of land, notwithstanding the immense number of whales and seals which are said to frequent these islands. Of the latter we did not see any, and of the former but one, which was the only whale we had observed since that mentioned on the 23rd of last month. From hence towards the coast of New Holland, our course was directed between the tracks of Dampier and MS Marion, over a space, I believe, hitherto unfrequented. In this route, affised by a fine gale between North and WNW, we made great progress, so that our observed latitude on Sunday the 18th was 30°49, longitude 103°48. For some days past we had experienced a very heavy swell from the SW, though the wind prevailed from the northward. The situation of that part of New Holland for which we were now steering being ill-defined, and a probability existing that banks might extend a considerable distance into the ocean, we tried, but gained no soundings with 180 fathoms of line. On Monday the 19th, in latitude 36°45, longitude 105°17, the variation was observed to be I 1/10 westwardly. The wind at N and E, attended with heavy squalls and rain, increased with such violence as to oblige us to strike the top-gallant masts and to furl the topsails. The pintado birds that for some days past had nearly disappeared again visited the ship, accompanied by a great variety of the petrel tribe, with some albatrosses. And it now seemed evident that the appearance of these inhabitants of the ocean was increased in point of numbers and in variety in proportion to the violence of the wind, as in moderate weather few only were visible. We continued to try for soundings at certain intervals, but did not reach bottom at the depth of 130 fathoms. The wind at WSW blew a strong gale, and the night of Tuesday, the 20th, being dark and squally, we hauled to the wind and plied, lest the land, which is represented as very low, or shoals, might be nearer than we expected. At daybreak, we again resumed our eastwardly course, observing every night the like precautions. In the morning of Friday the 23rd, conceiving that the land could not be at any great distance, and that the coast might lie to the north of the course we were steering, the Chatham's signal was made to look out on the larboard beam. The wind from the westward blew a strong gale, accompanied with a very heavy sea, but the sky being clear, permitted me to obtain some good lunar observations, which, with those taken on the 21st, showed the longitude at noon to be 114 degrees. The chronometer, by the Portsmouth rate, 113 degrees 32's, by the Cape rate, 113 degrees 55, the latitude, 35 degrees 7. Soon after midday, the wind at WSW increased to a very heavy gale, and not choosing under such circumstances to make too free with a coast entirely unexplored, we hove the wind to the southward under the foresail and stormstay sails. Towards sunset, land was said to be seen from the main head, and although this was not absolutely certain, yet it was extremely probable, as we had passed several leagues over the space assigned to Lyon's Land in most of the maps. A press of sail was now carried in order to keep to the windward, having no bottom at the depth of 120 fathoms, in consequence of which, and a very heavy sea, the larboard side of the head, with the bumpkin, etc., was entirely torn away. On the gales moderating the next morning, Saturday the 24th, we stood to the north in quest of the land, but some of the officers conceiving they saw land to the SE, we hauled our wind again in that direction until noon in latitude 3528, longitude 115 1/10, when, being disappointed, we again stood to the north, under double-reefed topsails, until 8 in the evening. We then tacked to spend the night, which bore a very threatening appearance, over a space we were already acquainted with, and found bottom at 70 fathoms depth, composed of white sand and broken shells. The latitude at this time was 30°51, the longitude 115°12. The very gloomy appearance of the night rendered our carrying a press of sail indispensably necessary to preserve an offing, as the sounding strongly indicated the land not to be distant. During the night we did not reach the bottom with 100 fathoms of line, and the morning of Sunday the 25th evinced our conjectures respecting the weather not to be ill-founded, as about 4 o'clock the sling of the main yard were carried away, to replace which we were compelled to furl all the sails on the main mast. But, before this could be accomplished, the increased violence of the storm obliged us to take in all our canvas but the foresail, to strike the topgallant masts, and to get in the jib-boom and spritsail yard. In this situation we continued until towards sunset, when, having no bottom with 110 fathoms of line, we stood to the NWW under close reefed topsails, in the full assurance of meeting the land in that direction. In the course of the night, the gale gradually abated, and in the forenoon of the next day, Monday the 26th, the wind becoming perfectly calm, an opportunity was afforded us of repairing the many damages which our rigging had sustained in the late boisterous weather. At noon, the observed latitude was 35 degrees 23, the longitude 115 degrees 59. In this situation, sounding could not be gained at the depth of 120 fathoms. In the afternoon, a light breeze sprang up from the northward, with which we steered to the northeastward, and soon discovered land from the masthead, bearing by compass from Nii to Entodegay. It seemed of a moderate height, resembling in appearance the land in the British Channel, and was supposed to be about 10 or 12 leagues distant, no sounding, with 120 fathom of line. The wind veering to the NW enabled us to steer for the land, and having neared it about 3 leagues, it was seen from the deck bearing from Enghien 7E to N73E by compass, at which time bottom was found at the depth of 65 fathoms, composed of coarse sand and broken coral. The depth of water had, at 8 in the evening, gradually decreased to 50 fathoms, when, having advanced about 4 miles nearer, we tacked and plied in order to serve our situation with the land until morning. By the result of our sounding during the night, 70 fathoms would seem to be the edge of a bank about 9 leagues from the shore, consisting of fine sand and broken shells, corresponding with the sounding we had found on the 24th. For had that depth of water been nearer inshore, we could hardly have avoided seeing the land before dark on that evening. At the dawning of day on the 27th, we made all sail for the land, having a gentle gale from the NW with a smooth sea and pleasant weather. The depth of water as we proceeded gradually decreased to 24 fathoms, with a bottom of coral, coarse sand, and shells. About 9 we were well in with the land and bore away along the coast, keeping within a league or 2 of the shore, which by the compass stretched from NHW to N81E and appeared nearly straight and compact, consisting of steep rocky cliffs to the water's edge, interspersed with here and there some small open sandy bays, and a few islets and rocks, which extended near a mile from the main. The westernmost land now in sight, being the northernmost seen the preceding night, is remarkable for its high cliffs, falling perpendicularly into the sea, and if it be detached, which is by no means certain, is about a league in circuit. It forms a conspicuous promontory, to which I gave the name of Cape Chateau, in honor of that noble Earl who presided at the Board of Admiralty on our departure from England. The land to the westward takes a direction from Cape Chatham N 59W, and the land to the eastward S 81E. This cape, by our observations, is situated in latitude 35°, and in 116°, of longitude. The flux still continued to affect the health of some in both vessels, and although the patients were daily assisted with fresh provisions and might be considered in a state of recovery, yet they remained in a very debilitated and reduced condition, in the hope that a little recreation from change of scene and what the soil of this country might afford would prove salutary to their enfeebled constitutions. I determined to put into the first port we should be so fortunate as to discover, and that an eligible situation might not escape our vigilance, we ranged the coast within 3 or 4 miles of its shores, which are of moderate elevation, and may in general be deemed steep and bold. The verdure on all the projecting points is removed to a considerable height on the rocks, whose naked bases sufficiently prove how excessively they are beaten by a turbulent ocean. The country, immediately along the seaside, consists of a range of dreary hills, producing little herbage, of a brownish-green hue, from a soil that seems principally composed of white sand, through which protrude large masses of white rock of various sizes and forms. These singular protuberances on the summits of many of the hills strongly resembled the remains of lofty edifices in ruin. The interior country afforded a more agreeable appearance, being pleasantly interspersed with hills and dales, and covered with lofty forest trees of considerable magnitude, which our glasses plainly distinguished, though we could nowhere perceive any smoke or other indication of the country being inhabited. Towards noon, the Chatham made the signal for having discovered a port to the northward, into which they were directed to lead, but finding it only a shallow bay, we soon bore away along the coast. Our observed latitude was 35°, longitude 106°30. In this situation, the coast, by compass, extended from N 68W to S 83E, the nearest shore N6W, about a league distant. In the morning, the variation by our surveying compass was observed to be 6°30' westwardly. The coast we passed along in the afternoon differed little from that noticed in the morning. but the inland country was not sufficiently elevated to be seen beyond the hills near the seaside. At 6 in the evening, a small detached islet bore, by compass, S87E, the easternmost part of the main in sight, N. 86E, a projecting point, whence extends westward a long range of white cliffs, N. 76E, the nearest shore, N. 24E, distant 5 miles, and the westernmost land in sight, the same which formed the eastern extreme at noon, N. 45W. The wind was very gentle with alternate calms, and the weather, during the night, was mild and pleasant. In the morning of Wednesday the 28th, we found our progress had been very slow along the coast, although our distance from the shore had increased, with soundings from 40 to 50 fathoms. We had again an opportunity of observing the sun eclipsed, but were not so fortunate as to notice its commencement or greatest obscuration. The end was, however, observed by Mr. Woodby to be at 10:40 CS 53, and by myself at 10:45:46 apparent time. This was ascertained by our sextant telescope, as recommended. On a former occasion, I much regretted that we had not gained a port on this coast, where, on shore, we might have compared such observations with the results from better instruments, which would have tended to establish the utility of the process. The latitude at this juncture was 35°25. It was now proved that the white cliffs seen the preceding night formed the southernmost point of this part of the coast, which I distinguished by the name of Cape Howe in honor of that noble earl. It is situated in latitude 35°17, longitude 170°52. The small detached islet lies from Cape Howe S68, distant 3 leagues. The land considered on Tuesday night as the easternmost part of the main now appeared to be an island, beyond which were seen a high rocky bluff point and a high mountain, forming the easternmost land in sight. A light breeze from the WNW permitted us to draw in with the coast, which at noon bore by compass from N50W to N37E, the high mountain N35E, to the eastward of which a round hummock, seemingly detached N52E, the land appearing like an island from N16W to N24W, was now seen to comprehend a cluster of barren rocky isles, which being the nearest land was about 10 miles distant, and the high rocky bluff point N8E. In this situation, the observed latitude was 35°22', longitude 118°16', which was 8 miles further south and 11 miles further east than the log showed. Many whales were playing about the ship during the morning, the high mountain conspicuously remarkable for its superior elevation above the neighboring hills. I distinguished, after my highly esteemed friend Sir Alan Gardner, by the name of Mount Gardner, and the barren, rocky cluster of isles by the name of Ikel One Arse Islands. The weather was pleasant, and aided by a gentle breeze, a port round the high rocky bluff point soon presented itself, into which the Chatham was directed to lead, and by 4 was sufficiently advanced to determine on its eligibility. The weather by this time had become thick and rainy, with much thunder and lightning. But as the soundings continued regular, we stood into the port and passed the high rocky bluff point in 30 fathoms of water, directing our course close along its shore, which is a high and nearly perpendicular cliff. The sounding suddenly shoaled to 12 fathoms and gradually decreased afterwards until abreast of the second white sandy beach, where we anchored in 6 fathoms of water, having a clear bottom of fine white sand. A continuation of the thick weather prevented our seeing about us until the morning of Thursday the 29th, which being delightfully serene and pleasant, discovered our situation to be very huge and secure in a spacious sound, open 13 deg of the compass only to the sea. The high rocky bluff point forming the S.W. extremity of the sound, which, from its smooth appearance, and being destitute of verdure, obtained the name Barnhoon, bore by compass S85E, a high rocky island in the entrance, which from its beaten appearance by its opposition to the sea, and SW wind, obtained the name of Bluff Island, from N82E to N69E, Mount Gardner, N70E, another high island named Michaelmas Island, N02E, a small high island called Seal Island, being a great resort of those animals, north, a low flat rock, S75W, and to the N, W, was an extensive white sandy beach, which, promising success to the Seine, a boat was dispatched with Lieutenant Puget on a fishing party. After breakfast, accompanied by Mr. Broughton in the Chatham's cutter, Mr. Menzies, Mr. Whidbey, and myself, proceeded in the yawl, first to attend the success of the fishermen, and then to examine if the Sound would afford a more eligible situation than that which we now occupied. The Seine was hauled on the third sandy beach from Bald Head with little success. A stream of fresh water drained there through the beach, which, although nearly of the color of brandy, was exceedingly well tasted. By this stream was a clump of trees, sufficient to answer our present want of fuel. At the borders of this clump was found the most miserable human habitation my eyes ever beheld, which had not long been deserted by its proprietor, as on its top was lying a fresh skin of a fish, commonly called leather jacket, and by its side was the excrement of some carnivorous animal, apparently a dog. The shape of the dwelling was that of half a beehive, or a hive vertically divided into two equal parts, one of which formed the hut in height about 3 feet and in diameter about 4 feet and a half. It was, however, constructed with some degree of uniformity, with slight twigs, of no greater substance than those used for large baker's baskets. The horizontal and vertical twigs formed intervals from 4 to 6 inches square, and the latter sticking a few inches into the earth, were its security, and fixed it to the ground. This kind of basket hut was covered with the bark of trees and small green boughs. Its back was opposed to the NW, whence we concluded those to be the most prevailing winds. Just within its front, which was open the whole of its diameter, a fire had been made, but excepting the skin of the fish before mentioned, there were neither bones, shells, nor other indication on what its poor inhabitant had subsisted. The reflections which naturally arose on facing such a miserable contrivance for shelter against the inclemency of seasons were humiliating in the highest degree, as they suggested in the strongest manner the lowly condition of some of our fellow creatures, rendered yet more pitiable by the apparent solitude and the melancholy aspect of the surrounding country, which presented little less than famine and distress. The shores consisted either of steep naked rocks, or a milk-white, barren sand, beyond which dreary boundary the surface of the ground seemed covered by a deadly green herbage, with here and there a few growing shrubs or dwarf trees scattered at a great distance from each other. This very unfavorable appearance may not, however, originate from the general sterility of the soil, since it was evident, so far as we traversed the sides of the hills, that the vegetation had recently undergone the action of fire. The largest of the trees were burned, though slightly. Every shrub had some of its branches completely charred, and the plants lying close to the ground had not escaped without injury, thus entertaining no very high opinion of the country, but in the hope of meeting with some of the wretched inhabitants, we proceeded along the shores of the island to the northward, to a high rocky point that obtained the name of Point Possession, and on reaching its summit, we gained an excellent view of the Sound in all directions. When on board, we had supposed that the Sound branched into 3 arms, but it now became evident that there were only 2. One, immediately behind this point, which is also its southern point of entrance, extended in a circular form, about a league across, bounded by a country much resembling that before described, though producing more trees, and with verdure of a livelier hue, and approaching nearer to the water's edge. The other, lying about 3 miles to the NE, seemed almost as spacious, though its entrance appeared very narrow. The surrounding country in its neighborhood presented a far more fertile and pleasing aspect. Nearly in the center of that harbor was an island covered with the most beautiful herbage. and instead of the naked rocks and barren sands that compose the coast of the Sound, the cliffs which bounded this place seemed to be of a different texture or character, and the soil appeared to be more favorable to the vegetable kingdom, as from the summits of the hills to the water side was seen a stately and luxuriant forest. The necessary observations being made at this station, the British colours were displayed, and having drunk His Majesty's health, accompanied by the usual formalities on such occasions, we about 24 miserable huts, mostly of the same fashion and dimensions with that before described, though no one of them seemed to recently erected. This village had probably been the residence of what may in this country be esteemed a considerable tribe, and the construction of it afforded us an opportunity of concluding that, however humble the state of their existence might be, they were not averse of distinctions. 2 or 3 huts were larger and differed in shape from the rest, as if a couple were fixed close to the side of each other. But the parts which in that case would have caused a separation were removed, and the edges joined close together, as described in the plate, leaving the whole of their fronts open and increasing their diameter about 1/3 more than the rest. Yet were they not an inch loftier, nor were they of greater extent from the front to the back than the single one before mentioned. Fears had been made in the fronts of all, but not recently, and, excepting some branches of trees that seemed to have been lately broken down, there were not any signs of this place having been visited for some time, and although we were very industrious to ascertain the food on which the inhabitants of this village subsisted, we still remained in ignorance of it, as neither shells, bones, nor any other relics, which might serve as indications, I could be found, notwithstanding this place had the appearance of a principal resort. For besides the habitations already mentioned, which were in pretty good repair, there were many others in different states of decay. This spot was intersected with several small streams of water, yet the same marks of fire were evident on all the vegetable kingdoms, although none of the huts seemed to have been affected by it, which led me to suppose that this general fire was of a less recent date than at first I had imagined. In one of the larger huts, probably the residence of a chief, towards which were several paths leading in different directions, some beads, nails, knives, looking glasses, and medals were deposited as tokens of our friendly disposition, and to induce any of the natives who might, unperceived by us, have been in the neighborhood to come in with a visit. Having gratified our curiosity, though at the expense of our feelings, in contemplating these very wretched and humiliating efforts of human ingenuity, we returned on board, and having by the morning of Tuesday the 4th replenished our water and taken on board a supply of firewood, Messrs. Puget and Whidbey went to Oyster Harbour with 3 boats for the purpose of hauling the seine and obtaining a quantity of those shellfish, previously to our proceeding the following morning to sea. In this part of our plan, however, we were disappointed, as the wind, which had blown a steady, moderate breeze from the NW towards the evening, blew a strong gale from the SE with a heavy swell and prevented the return of the boats, at the same time that the cloudiness of the weather precluded me from making those lunar observations for the sole purpose of obtaining which I had remained on board. The gale moderating the next morning, Wednesday the 11th, the boats returned, not having been very successful with the Seine, but bringing a sufficient supply of oysters, not only for our convalescence, but also for providing 2 or 3 excellent meals for all hands. As the SE wind and a heavy sea in the offing prevented our departure, Mr. Broughton was employed in examining the eastern side of the Sound from Oyster Harbour to Mount Gardner. This was found to be nearly a straight and compact shore, on which Mr. Broughton landed in several places, where the same effects of fire were evident, although there were not any traces of the natives or of their habitations to be discovered. The like causes of detention still operating. On Friday the 7th, a party was made for the further examination of Oyster Harbour, and by a little excursion into the country on that side to acquire some information of its natural productions, and if possible, also of the natives. After examining the channel, we proceeded to the upper part of the harbour. Our attention was directed to several large black swans in very stately attitudes, swimming on the water, and, when flying, discovering the underparts of their wings and breast to be white. In the northern corner of the harbour, we landed near a rivulet navigable only for canoes and small boats. It meandered in a northern direction between the hills, which, opening to the east and west, presented a spacious plain with forest trees occupying the banks of the rivulet and the sides of the hills, even to their very summits. We proceeded about a league by the side of the rivulet, which flowed through so dead a flat that its motion was scarcely perceptible and continued to be brackish, although in its passage it received several other smaller streams of most excellent water. In it were an abundance of very fine fish, and on its banks were many black swans, ducks, curlews, and other wild fowl. On the sides of this stream, as well as on the shores in Oyster Harbour, were seen the remains of several fish weirs, about 8 or 9 inches high, evidently the fishery contrivance of the wretched inhabitants of the country. Some of these were constructed with loose stones, others with sticks and stumps of wood, but none of them were likely to be of much utility at this season, as several were placed nearly at, and others above, what now seemed the high water mark. But we supposed at times, when the rain or other cause should extend the rivulet beyond its present bounds, which in width did not exceed 30 yards, and in depth 4 or 5 feet, these humble contrivances might arrest some small fish. Great bodies of water evidently pass down this stream at certain seasons, as appeared by the river's course occupying from 200 to 300 yards on each side the rivulet, the soil of which was composed of sea sand and broken shells, and was destitute of any vegetable production. This space, when overflowed, must, from its winding course, form a most beautiful sheet of water. The weirs for the taking fish, and steps made in the bark for the purpose of ascending some of the largest trees, though both excessively rude, were undoubtedly the effects of manual labor, and, with the huts, formed the only indications of the country being inhabited that we were able to discern. There were no paths in the woods, nor were any smokes to be seen over the extensive country we beheld, which fully satisfied us that any further search for the natives would be fruitless, and therefore we returned by a different route to the boats. In our way, we saw the remains of 2 similar huts. Near these was an antee's nest, much of the same shape and magnitude, though finished in a very superiostylan manner, and showing how very humble is the state of human existence, when unassisted by civil society, and undirected by the sciences. Having eaten our salt beef, we proceeded homewards, much mortified that the many wild fowl we had seen had escaped our vigilance, but that we might not return empty-handed, we stopped at one of the oyster banks where, in about half an hour, we loaded our boat and returned on board about 9 o'clock in the evening. The bank on which we found them in greatest plenty and the best flavored is that which extends from the north or low point of the entrance towards the little verdant island. The wind blew a strong gale from the ESE, and a very heavy sea ran without the sound. But the vehicles within rode perfectly quiet. This sort of weather, with much rain, continued until Monday the 10th, when we entertained hopes of getting to sea, as the wind veered to the south, but soon again resuming its former direction, attended by the heavy sea in the offing. We remained at anchor until the next day, Tuesday the 11th, which being more favorable to our purpose, though the wind was still adverse, we weighed and turned out of the sound. About 4 in the afternoon we regained the ocean, but the wind at ENE prevented our fleecing along the coast and obliged us to stand to the southeastward. While we were getting under way, I caused to be deposited at the hut near the watering place some beads, knives, looking glasses, and other trinkets, as a compensation to its military owner, should he ever return, for the wood we had cut down, and deprived him of, and to commemorate our visit, near the stump of one of the trees we had felled in a pile of stones raised for the purpose of attracting the attention of any European, was left a bottle sealed up, containing a parchment on which were inscribed the names of the vessels and of the commanders, with the name given to the sound and the date of our arrival and departure. Another bottle, containing a similar memorandum, was likewise deposited on the top of Seal Island, with a staff erected to conduct any visitor to it, on which was affixed a medal of the year 1739. Those who may meet with the stuff will most probably discover the bottle hidden near it. This precaution was here taken, on a presumption that Seal Island was entirely out of the reach of the inhabitants, which might not be the case where the first bottle was secreted. At sunset, the Eclipse Islands by compass bore N.W. Baldhead, N.15W. Mount Gardner, N.18E. the hummock mentioned on the 26th, now evidently an island, from N.56E to N.51E and the easternmost part of the mainland in sight, N.42E, whence the coast appeared to take a sharp turn to the northward. As we stood to the S.E., the wind gradually veered to the north, which, by daylight of Tuesday the 18th, led us out of sight of the coast. But as in the forenoon it was calm and the atmosphere very clear, Mount Gardner was seen bearing NW 18 leagues distant. In this situation we had much swell from the eastward, and soundings could not be gained at the depth of 200 fathoms. The observed latitude was 35°37, longitude H0, 24, which was 2 to the south and 16 to the east of what the log showed. The wind was light and variable until the evening, when it settled in a steady breeze at SW. The swell from the east, and ESE still continuing, indicated the land in that direction to be at some distance. Our unexpected detention by the late eastwardly winds and the advanced season conspired greatly against prosecuting researches on this coast. I determined, however, not to abandon that favorite object, provided the task should not prove too dangerous and intricate, or that the direction of the coast should not lead us too far out of our way, as in respect of the former, I acted without any authority in the investigation, and in respect of the latter, our time would not now admit of rum-sufficient lefourc to persevere in the pursuit. Under these considerations, our course was directed to the NE during the night, in hopes of passing within sight of the land lying to the eastward of Mount Gardner, so as to connect our survey, not gaining bottom with ilo to ilo fathoms of line, and there being at daybreak of Thursday the 20th, no appearance of the craft, we steered north, which soon brought us within sight of land to the NW, making like 3 islands. But on a nearer approach, the 2 westernmost were evidently connected by a low isthmus to the mainland, but the connecting of the northernmost being uncertain, it obtained the name of Doubtful Island. From the westernmost land seen this morning to the easternmost land seen on Tuesday evening is a space of ICC II leagues, stretching 53W and N 58E, in which no land was seen. The depth of water was at this time 30 fathoms, the bottom coarse sand, with broken shells and coral. The weather was delightfully pleasant, and with a gentle gale at SW, we steered along the coast, which now took a direction N55E, our distance from the shore from 2 to 4 leagues. Doubtful Island and the shores to the SW of it nearly resembled the rest of the coast, but to the NE the coast presented a very different prospect. Being composed of high detached clusters of craggy mountains, on a base of low and to all appearance level land, well wooded, particularly to the NW of Doubtful Island, where the land falls back to a considerable distance, forming either a deep, well-sheltered bay or a low flat country. At noon, a high bluff point, extending from the northernmost cluster of mountains, the easternmost land then in sight, bore by compass N, 21E, the most westerly and conspicuous cluster of apparently disunited mountains, N67W, about 9 leagues distant, and the east point of Doubtful Island, the westernmost land at that time visible, S73W. This land forms a remarkable point on the coast and is in latitude 34°23, longitude 119°49, which after Admiral Lord Hood I distinguished by the name of Poor Hood. In this situation our observed latitude was 34°18, longitude 119°14, being 30 more to the north and 0 more to the east than appeared by the log. Soon after midday, lowland was descried, stretching out from the high bluff point, which we found situated not immediately on the shore, but some distance inland, whence a very low country extends to the seacoast, which takes a direction S. 70W. Breakers in 2 detached places were discovered at this time, lying at some distance from the land. The nearest of these, about 1 o'clock, bore by compass N. 8 2 miles distant. The other, visible only from the masthead, appeared to lie from the former E by N, 2 leagues distant. At this time the depth of water was 35 fathoms, and as the wind blew directly on there, and the main land, though not more than 4 leagues off, was not sufficiently high to be distinctly seen from the deck. We hauled our tacks on board and stood to the SE, increasing our distance very slowly. At 6 in the evening, the nearest land was a rocky island, about 2 miles in circuit, which bore by compass N, 13E, 8 miles distant, and from the masthead, the flat low coast was visible as far as E. N, E. At 9, the depth of water had gradually increased to 40 fathoms. Considering our present as the most prudent tack to remain upon until we should meet shoals or other impediments, I directed the Chatham to lead and sound. Our depth gradually increased to 54 fathoms, and the coast in the morning of Friday the 21st was in sight from NE to E. The wind blew a light breeze from the SS, E, with which we steered for the land until about 9, when we tanked in 100 fathoms. The land in sight at that time from the masthead bore by compass from N, NW to E by N. Each extremity 5 or 6 leagues distant. All this was supposed to be the main, though between North and EN the land appeared somewhat broken, occasioned perhaps by some of its parts being elevated a little above the rest of the shore, off which breakers were seen to lie at some distance, and the land, which in the morning bore east, and now bore by compass N, 87E, 8 miles distant, was evidently a rocky island about a league in circuit, much resembling that which we passed the preceding evening. It proved the termination of our researches on this coast, and thence obtained the name of Exploration Island. On it the sea broke with much violence, and between it and the main was a small low flat. The great depth of water indicated that the bank of soundings, which we had hitherto found extending along the coast, terminated also on its approach to this island, as we had nowhere found so great a depth of water at this small distance from the shore, which, on being increased a few miles only, put the ship entirely out of soundings. At noon, the observed latitude was 34°34'6", longitude 121°52', 22 miles further east and 4 further north than shown by the log. In this situation, the main land from the Malt Head was seen bearing by compass NNW to ENE and Termination Island, situated in latitude 34°32, longitude 122°8'E. Between the easternmost part of the main seen the preceding evening and the westernmost seen this morning is a space of 10 leagues, which we passed in the night without observing land. Yet from the regularity of the soundings, there can be little doubt of its being one continued coast, and that the course by us, made good S76E, is nearly parallel to its direction. The whole of this low country presented a dreary aspect, devoid of wood or herbage, and interspersed with white and brown patches, most probably caused by the different colors of sand or rock it is composed of, we noticed more coast and oceanic birds here than on any other part of the shores, including gannets, terns, albatrosses, and petrels. The weather remained very fine, with a light variable breeze in the eastern quarter, which took us out of sight and some distance from the coast, hindering our progress in the desired direction. On Sunday the 23rd, when the wind settled in the western board, we steered to the E&E in hopes of finding land. The Chatham was ordered to look out 3 leagues on the larboard beam in case the land took a more northerly direction. At noon, we observed a latitude of 35°30' and a longitude of 122°40'. At this time, the wind suddenly shifted to the southward and was accompanied by a very heavy swell in that direction, which strongly indicated the approach of tempestuous weather. The Chatham's signal was made to join, and our course was directed E. Not daring, under all the circumstances of our situation, to run the risk of encountering bad weather on an unexplored coast that presented to us so many dangers. Besides, as the lowness of the shores, which we had lately seen, and the distant shoals that we had found extending from them, would exact particular caution as we proceeded, more time would necessarily be required in the prosecution of such an inquiry than the main object of our voyage would at present allow. I was therefore compelled to relinquish, with great reluctance, the favorite project of further examining the coast of this unknown, though interesting country, and directing our route over an hitherto untraversed part of these firs, we proceeded without further delay towards the Pacific Ocean. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Book the First, Chapter 3. Although the conduct referred to in the foregoing chapter made it impracticable to explore the SW coast of New Holland to the extent my wishes first led me to imagine, and prevented our ascertaining its boundary and connection with, or separation from, Van Diemen's Land, yet the information we have acquired will open a field to those whose whole duty it may hereafter be to perform that task, by showing that its SW part may be approached with the greatest safety, as its shores are bold with regular soundings to the distance of 8 or 9 leagues, and by the discovery of the very excellent harbour in King George III Sound. Considering therefore its situation and conveniences as likely to become of material importance to those whose pursuits may induce them to navigate this and the Pacific Ocean, it may not be uninteresting to detail in a more particular manner the circumstances that occurred during our visit to a country hitherto so little known to Europeans. Our survey comprehended an extent of 110 leagues, in which space we saw no other haven or place of security for shipping than the found before mentioned. Notwithstanding the opinion of Dampier, who has considered the whole of the western part of New Holland as consisting of a cluster of islands, he was undoubtedly a judicious observer of very superior talents, and, it is most likely, formed his opinion from the many islands which he found composing the exterior coast of the NW part of this extensive country. However just may be his conclusions as to that part of New Holland, they certainly do not apply to its southwestern side, as no very material separation, either by rivers or arms of the sea, was discovered in the neighborhood of our survey. Had such breaks in the coast existed, and had they escaped our observation, it is highly probable we should have met in the sea, or seen driven on its shores, driftwood and other productions of the interior country. The very deep color also of the several streams of water may possibly be occasioned by the quality of the soil through which they flow, whence it may be inferred that, if any considerable inland waters had their source far in the country, or if any great body descended from inland shores, the sea along the coast would in some measure have been discolored. But neither of these evidences existed, for on our approach to the land, there was no previous appearance to indicate its vicinity. This opinion was further corroborated on inspecting the habitations and places of the natives' resort, where not the least remains of canoes or other circumstances presented itself, which could convey the most distant idea of these people having ever trusted themselves on the water. A circumstance which it is reasonable to suppose would sometimes have happened had their country been insulated, or their travelling been interrupted by large rivers or arms of the sea, especially as all appearances favoured the conjecture of their being by no means a stationary people. There was great reason, however, to conclude that the country was well supplied with fresh water, as wherever we chanced to land, we easily procured that valuable article, not only where the soil was of considerable depth, but from streamlets issuing out of the solid rocks. This seemed to be the case even on the most elevated land, which caused a very singular appearance when the sun shone in certain directions on those mountains whose surfaces were destitute of soil, for on these, made humid by the continual oozing of the water, a bright glare was produced that gave them the resemblance of hills covered with snow. Our researches afforded little matter worthy of notice excepting such as pertained to King George III Sound. This port has its entrance in latitude 35 degrees 1, longitude 118°17. It is easily known on approaching it from the westward, as it is the first opening in the coast that presents any appearance like an harbour southward of Cape Chatham. The Eclipse Islands, being the only detached land that can be so regarded, are an excellent guide to the Sound, having between them and Bald Head some rocks on which the sea breaks with great violence. The port is calm and easy of access anywhere between its outer points of entrance, Bald Head and Mount Gardner, lying N. 021W and S. 02W, 11 miles count from each other. Mount Gardner is not less conspicuous and useful in pointing out the Sound from the eastern quarter than in its being rendered very remarkable by its handsome shape and its rocky and almost uninterrupted polished surface to its summit. Its base may be said to form the eastern extent of the coast, then the opposite point of the Sound, there being within it a projection which more properly forms the NE point of the Sound, lying from Bald Head N30 degree E, about 5 miles distant. Between these latter points are Michaelmas and Breaksea Islands, each about a league in circuit, 1 mile apart, nearly equidistant between the 2 points, and affording to all appearance good channels on every side. The water suddenly decreases in its depth from 30 to 12 fathoms, the latter depth uniformly continuing across from point to point, I should conceive, must be an additional means of preventing any very heavy sea from rolling into the Sound, which, in the most exposed place of anchorage convenient to the shore, is only open from E by N to S, E by E. Between these limits are situated the 2 islands above mentioned, whence the Sound extends W by N, about 2 leagues to Point Pavilion, and from our anchorage to Oyster Harbour, north about the same distance, with regular soundings in mid-channel of 12 to 15 and 10 to 0 fathoms close to the shore, excepting near Seal Island, where there is a hole of 21 fathoms. The Discovery and Chatham were moored in a situation not only very convenient as to communication with the shore, but I believe in perfect security as it respected the element. For although the sea broke sometimes with such violence on Breaksea Island that the foam reached to its elevated summit during a continuance of the boisterous weather, yet it did not occasion us the least inconvenience. A more eligible situation, if required in the Sound, might very probably be met with above the Hat Rock, as vessels would be there more completely landlocked, and a convenient sandy cove, easily to be discovered in that neighbourhood, is furnished with a stream of excellent fresh water, which, though to all appearance not better in quality than the water we received on board, was yet more pleasing to the eye, not being of so deep a colour. Princess Royal Harbour admits of a passage into it about 1/4 of a mile wide. Nearest to the northern shore, the depth is 5 or 6 fathoms, but on the southern not more than 2, and 3 fathoms water, occasioned by banks of coral rock, which are very conspicuous and, not being liable to any of the violent agitations of the sea, are by no means dangerous. Within the points of entrance, the depth is regularly from 4 to 7 fathoms, and the bottom clear, good holding ground. This depth, though occupying part only of the harbour, yet affords a sufficient space for several vessels to ride in safety. Oyster Harbour is rendered admissible only for vessels of a middle size, by the shallowness of the water on the bar, extending from shore to shore, on which we found 17 feet water only, although the depth increased from 5 to 7 fathoms on each side. The deep water within the harbour did not seem of any great extent. In both these harbours, the communication with the country is rendered unpleasant by the shallow depth of water, in most places extending to a great distance from the shore. This inconvenience could easily be remedied, should it ever be an object to do so, by wharfs, although it is not unlikely that on a more minute inspection, the necessity for such a measure would cease to appear. In navigating the Sound, we did not observe any danger that was not sufficiently conspicuous to be avoided. Circumstances, however, did not admit of our acquiring that satisfactory information respecting Princess Royal and oyster harbours which fall into it, that could have been wished, yet so far as relates to the Sound, the annex sketch will, I believe, be found to contain no very material error. The appearance of this country along the coasts resembles, in most respects, that of India, about the Cape of Good Hope. The surface seemed to be chiefly composed of mud mixed with decayed vegetables, varying exceedingly in point of richness, and although bearing a great similarity, yet indicating a soil superior in quality to that in the immediate neighborhood of Cape Town. The principal component part of this country appeared to be coral, and it would seem that its elevation above the ocean is of modern date, not only from the shores and the bank which extends along the coast, being, generally speaking, composed of coral, as was evident by our lad never descending to the bottom without bringing up coral on its return, but by coral being found on the highest hills we ascended, particularly on the summit of Bald Head, which is sufficiently above the level of the sea to be seen at 12 or 14 leagues distance. Here the coral was entirely in its original state, particularly in one small spot, comprehending about 8 acres, which produced not the least herbage on the white sand that occupied this space, through which the branches of coral protruded and were found standing exactly like those seen in the beds of coral beneath the surface of the sea, with ramifications of different sizes, some not half an inch, others 4 or 5 inches in circumference. In these fields of coral, if the term field be allowable, of which there were several, fen shells were in great abundance, some nearly in a perfect state still adhering to the coral, others in different stages of decay. The coral was friable in various degrees. The extremities of the branches, some of which were nearly 4 feet above the ground, were easily reduced to powder, while those close to or under the surface required some small force to break them from the rocky foundation, from whence they appeared to spring. I have seen coral in many places at a considerable distance from the sea, but in no other instance have I seen it so elevated and in such a state of perfection. In the lower lands, we frequently met with extensive tracts, occupied by a kind of ochreish, swampy peat, or moorish soil of a very dark brown color, forming, as it were, a crust which shook and trembled when walked upon, with water oozing through or running over the surface in all directions. Through this soil, most of the streams take their course, and it is to their impregnation in the passage that the general high color of the water is to be attributed. These swamps were not always confined to low and level spots, but were found on the acclivity of the higher lands, and where these did not occupy the sides of the hills. The soil was deep and appeared infinitely more productive than the surface of the plains, especially that through which the rivulet in Oyster Harbour has been mentioned to flow. In that plain, we found, at irregular intervals, just beneath the surface, a substratum of an apparently imperfect shale, or a rich white marl, seemingly formed of the same decayed shells with which the course of the river abounded. These strata, about 8 or 10 yards broad, run perpendicularly to the rivulet. Their depth we had not leisure to examine, although there seemed little doubt of finding this substance in sufficient abundance for the purposes of manure, should the cultivation of this country ever be in contemplation. The general structure of it seems very favorable to such an attempt, as the mountains are neither steep nor numerous, nor do the low-lying grounds form such hills as to defy the plough, while they produce that sort of diversity which is grateful to the eye and not unpleasant to the traveller. This chalky earth was also found in the neighbourhood of a moorish soil, and on a more minute examination seemed much to resemble an earth described in Kronstadt's Mineralogy at the bottom of his note, Charstei, page 21. It did not show any signs of effervescence with acids, nor did it burn into lime, but, like the earth alluded to, contains a number of small transparent crystals. These were visible without a microscope, and as, on applying the blowpipe, vitrification took place, it might probably be usefully appropriated in making a sort of porcelain. The stones we found were chiefly of coral, with a few black and brown pebbles, slate, quartz, 2 or 3 sorts of granite, with some sandstones, but none seeming to possess any metallic quality. The climate, in my judgment, may be formed by such a short visit, seemed delightful, for though we contended with some boisterous weather on our approach to the coast, nothing less ought reasonably to have been expected at the season of the vernal equinox and breaking up of the winter. The gales we experienced in King George III's Sound were not of such violence as to put vessels at sea past their topsails, although while the SW wind continued, a most violent sea broke with incredible fury on the exterior shores. This, however, can easily be imagined when the extensive uninterrupted range which the wind in that direction has over the Indian Ocean is taken into consideration. During the continuance of this wind, the atmosphere was tolerably clear, though the air was keen. Flinders' thermometer, at the time of year answering to the beginning of April in the northern hemisphere, stood at 53 Garstorm, but at all other times during our stay varied between 58 and 64, and the barometer from 29.90 to 30.50. Slight colds were caught by the crew, which ought rather to be imputed to their own want of care than to the climate, as on getting to sea the parties soon recovered. Our convalescents in the flux received much benefit, though their health could not yet be considered as thoroughly rehabilitated. Their circumstances induced an opinion that the climate and soil bade fair to be capable of producing all the essentials, and many of the luxuries of life. Although on the subject of agricultural improvement, I felt myself as unqualified to determine as to enumerate scientifically the several trees, shrubs, and plants with which the country abounds. Of the two latter, there appeared a great variety, and I believe afforded to naturalists much entertainment and employment. Among the most remarkable was the gum plant, found everywhere in great abundance and answering in all its characters to the description and representation of that plant found at Port Jackson, as mentioned in Philip's Voyage. Wild celery was found in quantities sufficient for our use, and fully to supply the people by way of salted meat. This, with fish, were the principal vegetables we procured. Other plants were numerous, and affording a great variety of beautiful flowers. The shrubs also were abundant, and of many species, but whether the trees grew too closely, or the height of other harbours, where the country is very well wooded, and as the branches of the trees do not approach within several feet of the ground, an extensive view is admitted in every direction. The forest trees thence assumed different forms. The most common one resembled the holly, but these were not of the larger sort. That which I took to be the gum tree of New South Wales, by its foliage and its producing a considerable quantity of gum, seemed to be a hard, ponderous, close-grained wood. Of this description, the larger trees seemed chiefly to consist. One of these measured 9 feet 4 inches in girth and was of a proportionate height. Those from which our fuel was procured were of the myrtle tribe, not unlike the pimento of the West Indies, in shape, appearance, and aromatic flavor of the foliage, and in the hard and close texture of the wood, which makes an excellent and pleasant fire, burning cheerfully, yet consuming slow, while, from the smoke, a very spicy, agreeable fragrance is exhaled. These do not, in general, grow to large timbers, but there is another species much resembling them, with rather broader leaves, and possessing, like them, an aromatic flavor, which grow to a considerable size. These, with a species not unlike the silver tree of the Cape of Good Hope, were the trees that were found generally to compose the forest. For the benefit of those who may visit the country hereafter, some vine cuttings and watercress were planted on the island in Oyster Harbour, and at the place from whence we procured our fuel, and an assortment of garden seeds, with some almonds, orange, lemon, and pumpkin seeds were sown. The whole being the produce of Africa, I should have entertained little doubt of their success, had it not been that there was much to apprehend in their being overrun by the natural productions of the country. Of the animal kingdom, as far as relates to the tenants of the earth, little information was derived. The only quadruped seen was one dead kangaroo. The dung, however, of their or some other animals feeding on vegetables, was almost everywhere met with, and frequently so fresh as to indicate that the animal could not be far removed. Of the birds that live in or resort to the woods, the vulture may be found to be the most common, as we saw several of this species, or at least birds that were so constructed. Hawks of the falcon tribe, with several others of that genus, a bird much resembling the English crow, parrots, parakeets, and a variety of small birds, some of which sing very melodiously, were those which attracted our attention the most, but all were so excessively wild and cautious that few specimens could be procured. Of the waterfowl, the pelican seemed as numerous as any other species of aquatic birds in the neighborhood of Oyster Harbour, but they were seen in no other place. There were also black and white pelicans of a large size, seen at a distance, and though ducks were in great numbers, we were very unsuccessful in taking them. A very peculiar one was shot, of a darkish grey plumage, with a bag like that of a lizard hanging under its throat, which smelled so intolerably of musk that it scented nearly the whole ship. There were also many grey curlews and scarpies. Of the latter, we procured a few which were excellent eating. The aquatic birds before enumerated with flags, the common gull, 2 or 3 sorts of tern, and a few small penguins of a bluish colour, included the whole of the feathered tribe in the vicinity of the shores. With the productions of the fen we were not much more acquainted, which is rather to be attributed to our want of skill as fishermen than to its want of bounty. Some of the few fish we caught were very excellent, particularly of the larger sort, one much resembling the snook and another the calipe of Jamaica, both of high flavor, as was a kind of fish not unlike, nor inferior in quality to, the English red mullet. Together with the common white mullet, rockfish, mackerel, herrings, and a variety of small fish were those we procured, though not in any abundance. While on the coast, whales and seals were frequently playing about the ship. Of the latter we saw about a score at one time near Seal Island. The little trouble these animals took to avoid us indicated their not being accustomed to such visitors. The throat and belly of these seals, which were of a large fort, were nearly white. Between the head and shoulders, the neck rises in a kind of crest, which with the back was of a light brown color. Their hair was exceedingly coarse, the carcass very poor, and afforded little blubber, which, however, may be imputable to the season. Reptiles and noxious animals seemed by no means to be numerous, as only 2 or 3 yellow and bronze-colored snakes were seen, which were good eating. These, with a few lizards of the common sort, and some about 8 or 9 inches long of thick, clumsy male lurk color, and altogether excessively ugly, were what composed that race of animals. Some beautiful beetles, common flies, and mosquitoes were occasionally met with, but not in such numbers as to produce inconvenience. It would now remain to say something of the human species, the inhabitants of this country, but as we were not so fortunate to procure an interview with any one of them, all that can be advanced on this subject must be founded on conjecture, or nearly so, and consequently very liable to error. It may, however, not be unacceptable to state such circumstances as, on the whole, occurred to our observation. The natives appeared to be a wandering people, who sometimes made their excursions individually, at other times in considerable parties. This was apparent by their habitations being found single and alone, as well as composing tolerably large villages. Besides the village I visited, Mr. Broughton discovered another about 2 miles distant from it, of nearly the same magnitude, but it appeared to be of a much later date, as all the huts had been recently built and seemed to have been very lately inhabited. It was situated in a swamp, which might probably have been preferred to higher and firmer land for the convenience of water. 1 or 2 huts of a larger size were also observed. The rest were precisely of the same description as those in our neighborhood. The larger trees in the vicinity of both villages had been hollowed out by fire, sufficiently to afford the shelter these people seemed to require. Upon stones placed in the inside of these hollow trees, fire had been made, which proved that they had been used as habitations, either for the inferior of the party, which would imply a further degree of subordination among them, or for those who were too indolent to build themselves the wattled huts before described. No one species of furniture or utensil was discovered in any of the huts. The only implements seen were pieces of sticks intended as spears, rudely wrought, and the operation of manual labor upon them, but slightly discernible. The bark was stripped off, and the thickest end, after having been burnt in the fire, was scraped and reduced to a blunted point, on one of which some blood was found still adhering. Destitute, as they seemed, of the means, and totally ignorant of every mode of embarkation, it is not likely that they place much dependence on marine productions for their subsistence. Yet it was evident from the wares on the shores, and from the mouths of the brooks near the villages being stopped up, that they sometimes resort to the rivulets and to the sea for provisions. On this account, it was considered rather extraordinary that the bones of the fishes on which they had fed were nowhere to be found, and this led to a supposition that those which their endeavors enabled them to procure were very small. It appeared still more extraordinary that since they drew a certain proportion of their food from the sea, they should not have discovered so excellent a part of its produce as oysters and clams, notwithstanding that the latter show themselves on the beaches over which they must frequently walk, and that the former at low water require only wading half-leg deep on the shoals that extend from the mainland to gather in a few minutes sustenance. Neither did it appear that they had any knowledge of these, the limpets, nor any other fish still found among the rocks, or if they had, for some reason not easily to be imagined, they certainly made no use of them. Otherwise their shells, in all human probability, would have been seen near the places of their resort. Hence it may naturally be inferred that the land principally supplies their wants, or hunger would long since have conducted them to such excellent resources. This opinion is supported by the extreme shyness of the feathered creation and the wildness of the quadrupeds, whose footing and the other signs of their being at no great distance without our obtaining any sight of them, sufficiently proved that they were constantly pursued. This circumstance may furnish a probable conjecture on the cause of the very general devastation by fire, which the vegetable productions had suffered throughout the whole country we had traversed. Fire is frequently resorted to by many nations, either for the purpose of encouraging a sweeter growth of herbage in their hunting grounds, or as toils for taking the wild animals of which they are in pursuit. When the forest is set on fire for such purposes in a dry season, its ravages may become very extensive, and the inflammable quality of the gum plant, which is here in great abundance, may operate to promote that general havoc which we observed in the vegetable kingdom. The destructive operations of fire were, however, evident in places where the gum plant was not found for a considerable distance, and positively speaking, in our excursion on shore, we did not see a spot that produced any vegetables which had not visibly felt its effects. Where the country was well wooded, the loftiest timbers had the topmost of their branches burned, yet none seemed totally destroyed by it, and where the luxuriance of the soil had obliterated its baneful appearance amongst the growing limbs and plants, the ground, on examination, was found strewn over with the remains of branches and stumps that had been partially consumed by fire. Had this conflagration been occasioned, as some of us supposed, by repeated storms of violent lightning and thunder, it is unreasonable to imagine we should have seen the forest trees much torn and shattered to pieces, which in no instance was observed. As nothing further occurred worthy of any particular notice, I shall conclude my remarks on this country by stating the astronomical and nautical observations that were made for ascertaining its situation and for other purposes of navigation. The latitude of the situation of the ships in King George III Sound, deduced from 9 meridional altitudes of the sun, taken by 4 different observers and quadrants, all nearly agreeing together, gave their mean result. The longitude deduced from the mean result of 25 sets of lunar distances of the sun and stars, taken before our arrival, 8 sets taken while at anchor in the Sound, and 52 sets taken after our departure, and reduced to our station there, making in the whole 85 sets, each set containing 6 observed distances, and equal to 510 observations, gave Kendall's chronometer, allowing the Portsmouth rate, on our arrival showed, allowing the Cape rate, Arnold's chronometer on board the Chatham, allowing the Cape rate, by the daily observations made at anchor, Kendall's chronometer appeared to have altered its rate as settled at the Cape of Good Hope, and seemed to be going nearer to its original Portsmouth rate. The result of a fortnight's observations proved it to be gaining at the rate of 0 per day, and admitting the longitude to be right as ascertained by our observations. It was, at noon on the 9th of October, fail of mean time at Greenwich, 30 or 1 to 4, and as it was manifest on our arrival and during our residence at the Cape that Kendall's chronometer was gaining materially on its Portsmouth rate, I have, in reducing the observations taken prior to our arrival in King George III's Sound, adopted a mean rate, which I trust will render the result of the several observations liable to little error. The variation of the magnetic needle on board, while at anchor, by 2 compasses, differed from 3°55 to 7°11. The mean result of 12 FT5 showed 5°20' westwardly variation. The vertical inclination of the south point of the magnetic needle, marked and north, face 15°11. 65°49, marked and north face west. 63, marked and south face left, marked and south face west. Mean vertical inclination of the south point of the marine dipping needle, 64°54. Our observations with regard to the tides were rather indecisive, as their fluctuation in the funnel seemed to be greatly influenced by the force and direction of the wind. Our left visit, however, to Oyster Harbour afforded an opportunity of noticing that the rise and fall appeared on that day to be about 4 feet, and that it was high water, 3:42 after the moon, past the meridian. While on the coast, the vessels were constantly found to be further advanced than what the run of the log intimated. But whether this was occasioned by errors in this practice, or by a current continually passing eastward along the coast, we had no positive means of discovering, though from our conclusions at the time, the latter should seem to be the case, as the log was not only used with much circumspection, but the line was frequently remeasured and always found according to its due proportions. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver, Book the First, Chapter 4. Our apprehensions of approaching boisterous weather proved in the sequel to have been ill-founded, for notwithstanding the SW swell on the 15th greatly increased, a gentle gale continued to attend us, chiefly from the western quarter, with pleasant weather. With this we steered to the east, and without the occurrence of any intervening circumstance worth relating, made such progress that on Wednesday, the 31st, we had sight of Van Diemen's Land, bearing by compass ENE, 10 or 12 leagues distant. Sounding at this time could not be gained at the depth of 80 fathoms. During this passage, few oceanic birds had been seen. A continual and heavy swell had rolled between the south and west, and we experienced the same sort of influence in our reckoning as on the coast of New Holland, in finding the ship every day further advanced than we expected. A continuance of fine weather allowed several lunar observations to be taken, which were directed to the purpose of ascertaining the longitude of our last station. The breeze from the S.E. was very light, and it was not until late in the day that the land could be plainly distinguished. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we tacked and stood to the SW, the Mewstone bearing, by compass E 15, the easternmost part of the mainland in sight, N 80 circa degree, the southwest cape being the nearest land, N, E 3 or 4 leagues distant, land appearing like an island, NW, and the westernmost part of the mainland, N 5 W. This land lies from the southwest cape N 10 W, about 9 leagues distant. Between these points the coast seemed to be much broken, with some small islands lying a few miles from the shore. It was nearly calm during the night, and although within 3 or 4 leagues of the land, soundings could not be gained at the depth of 130 fathoms. In the morning of Thursday the 27th, we steered along the coast with a fine breeze from NNW and about 8, under the meridian of the southwest cape. The chronometer gave the longitude by the left needle, 140 degree and 27 by the Cape rate, 147 715 by the Portsmouth rate, 148. The former places the southwest cape 20s further east than the longitude assigned to it by Captain Cook. The chronometer placed the Swilly Rock, which we passed in the evening according to the left rate, in longitude 147 23 30, according to the Cape rate, 148 15, Portsmouth rate, 147 2. By the left rate, the chronometer was 17ths to the west of Captain Cook's longitude of this rock, and made the mean difference of the longitude of this coast, 18:15 to the eastward of Captain Cook's calculations. Hence, it would appear that either the chronometer had acquired that error since our departure from King George III Sound, or that we had placed that port a few miles too far to the eastward. The nearest land at 6 in the evening was the south cape of Van Diemen's Land, which bore by compass N, 20 W, or 7 leagues distant. Having now a fine gale at NNW, we took 2 reefs in the topsails, shaped a course for Dusky Bay in New Zealand, and by signal to the Chatham, appointed for Seal Harbour in that bay as the next place of rendezvous. The dysentery, though nearly subdued on board both vessels, had left those who had been afflicted with it in a very feeble and reduced state, and not knowing of any place so easily within our reach, where such excellent refreshments could be procured with so much facility, together with timber for planks, spars, tent poles, etc., of which we stood in great need, I was induced to make choice of Dusky Bay, notwithstanding the inconvenience it labours under from the great depth of water and want of anchorage in its entrance. A favourable wind, attended in general with tolerably fine weather, varied between the N and W, and afterwards between the W and S with fresh gales, until Wednesday the 2nd of November, when about 9 in the forenoon we were brought within sight of the coast of New Zealand, bearing by compass ENE 12 or 14 leagues distant. We stood for the land, making all sail with a fresh breeze at SW, but the weather was so exceedingly hazy that it was 1 o'clock in the forenoon before it was plainly distinguished, when Five Finger Point was seen bearing by compass N, E 7 leagues distant, and the West Cape B by NQN. The wind in the reaching veered round to the NNW, and being light, with alternate calms, the boats were hoisted out to tow, by which means, and with the additional assistance of a heavy swell rolling up Dusky Bay, we anchored about 9 that evening in 40 fathoms soft bottom in the arm leading into Facile Harbour. Five Finger Point by compass bore S 38W, the west point of Parrot Island, N 35E, and the nearest shore WNW, half a mile distant. About 11 the Chatham anchored, and though within us, was in 100 fathoms water. Although in the year 1773 I had visited Duffy Hay with Captain Cook in the Revolution, L had never been in Facile Harbour. For this reason I deemed it expedient, previous to moving the vessels, to examine and determine on a situation there, most convenient for our several employments. On this occasion I was accompanied by Mr. Broughton and Mr. Whiteley. Having made our choice, we were greatly alarmed on our return by the report of 2 guns, but as the wind had much increased since our departure from the ships, we were not long at a loss how to account for this signal, and concluded that one or both of the vessels had driven from their anchorage. We were no sooner clear of the islands than our conjectures were in part confirmed. The Chatham was stationary, but the Discovery was moving, and by the time we reached her, about 1 o'clock, she was nearly abreast of Five Finger Point. We found that, on the ship's driving, a second anchor had been resorted to, but the depth of water being upwards of 70 fathoms, it was not brought up. That anchor was again at the bows, and the other nearly up, so that we were shortly enabled to fix the sails. And having a strong gale at the NNW, though attended with heavy squalls, I was not without hopes of reaching our destination in Facile Harbour before dusk. But about 5, a very violent gust of wind carried away the strap of the fore-top-gallant sheet block. The staysail sheets and halyards gave way, and the foretopmast staysail split. The gale seemed to be increasing, and as we were in too narrow a channel to repair these damages, before we should have lost all the distance we had gained, it was exceedingly fortunate that we had Anchor Island Harbour to leeward of us, for which we immediately steered, and running in by the western entrance, anchored at the mouth of the cove in 26 fathoms, soft muddy bottom, and after veering to half a cable, our stem was in 13 fathoms water, about 40 yards from the island that lies at the bottom of the cove. The ship was stretched by hawsers, from the bows to the points of the cove, and from the quarters to the trees on each side. The gale increased during the night, and it became necessary to strike the lower yards and topgallant masts. Our apprehensions for the safety of the Chatham were not relieved until, by rowing over to the Petrel Islands the next forenoon, Friday the 4th, and by walking across the land, we had the happiness to see her ride in perfect safety. But as she was directly to windward, and the gale continued to increase, Mr. Broughton was unable to get on board. Satisfied with the security of her station, we returned to the Discovery, when the violence of the gale from the N.W. obliged us to strike the topmasts, it not being in our power to veer more cable, or allow the ship to drive without her being on the rock. After which, even with these precautions, we entertained some fears, although in a situation perfectly landlocked and the weather shores not more than 5 cables' length distant. The violence of the gale still continuing, the small bower anchor was dropped underfoot. In the evening, the wind moderated a little, which seemed to be for the sole purpose of acquiring and returning with new vigor, as by 2 on Saturday morning, the 5th, the gale increased to so violent a storm as to oblige us to lower the topmasts close down to the cap, and to get our yards and top-gallant masts fore and aft on the deck. From 5 o'clock until 8, it blew a perfect hurricane, attended with torrents of rain. We were happily in a very secure little harbour, yet the sea had with such unremitting violence against the vessel immediately aft of us that had either the anchor or cable given way, little else but inevitable destruction must have followed. Our anxiety was infinitely increased by our solicitude for the welfare of the Chatham, but as the storm with us at NNW by W was directly from off the highland under which she rode, we comforted ourselves with the hope she might not experience its fury to the degree it affected us. About 9, a most tremendous gull caused the ship to roll excessively. This was immediately followed by a flash of lightning and a heavy crash of thunder, which broke up the storm, and in the space of half an hour the weather might be considered, comparatively speaking, as fair and pleasant. Mr. Broughton immediately repaired to the Chatham, and had the incredible pleasure of finding that she had ridden out the gale in a manner far beyond all expectation. At her station, the storm had blown from the NNE directly down the arm in which she was at anchor. The sea broke entirely over her, though it had not a fetch of 3 miles, and in a channel not 3/4 of a mile wide. Yet with her yards and topmasts lowered and 2 anchors down, she rode out this severe storm in perfect security. Mr. Broughton wasted no time in getting under way and worked into Falmouth Harbour, to which I intended to have gone. But as we were now completely dismantled and finding that from these shores all our wants could be conveniently supplied, I determined to remain quiet and to set about the several repairs we required with all possible dispatch. Parties were immediately employed on the different services of cutting wood for fuel, timber for spars and planks, brewing spruce beer, repairing the hulls and rigging, caulking, etc., which necessary and essential duties engaged every person on board. A small boat with 4 men, daily employed in fishing, never returned without an abundance of excellent fish for present use, and a supply for everyone who chose to salt them for future occasions. The NW gale did not entirely abandon us. It again blew with considerable violence on Sunday the 9th, after which it moderated, and the weather became settled, serene and pleasant, particularly when the wind, which was generally the case, had its direction from the south or western quarters, by which means our several duties were executed pleasantly and with great ease. By Sunday the 13th, these necessary operations were in such a state of forwardness as to allow a large party of officers and gentlemen in 2 boats, accompanied by Mr. Broughton in the Chatham's cutter, to attend me on an excursion over this spacious bay, with the hope of becoming acquainted with some of the inhabitants, and if circumstances permitted, to explore the upper part of the northern arm, which by Captain Cook was called no one knows what, and the only part he did not thoroughly examine. On Monday the 14th we found the arm in which Captain Cook places Apparent Island, to be divided into 2 branches, leaving that land a peninsula joined to the mainland by a very high though narrow ridge of mountains. The perpendicular height and very extraordinary shape of the rocky port fronting the arm render it a most singular and majestic promontory. Mr. Broughton undertook the right land, or southern branch, which he found winding, first in a direction nearly NE by E, about 312 miles, then EC, about half a league, and there, in a northern direction, terminating in a small cove. The northern arm we found to run nearly straight about NE for 5 miles, then turning round to the northward for half a league further, and ending in a small cove with very shallow water in a northwest direction. The heads of these arms, in conformity with Captain Cook's name of their entrance, I have called no one knows what. We were exceedingly fortunate in having most delightful weather for these examinations, and returned on board in the afternoon of Tuesday the 15th, though not without some disappointment that after 3 days' excursion and landing in many places, particularly in Cascade and Indian Coves, which were formerly the resort of the natives, we nowhere found any trace of them, or any circumstance that in the least indicated the country being at present inhabited. If one or two miserable huts be excepted, which the officers of the Chatham met with in the neighbourhood of Falmouth Harbour, but which had not the appearance of having been lately occupied. Pleasant weather still continuing, on Wednesday the 16th, I took a survey of Anchor Island Harbour. It appeared to be perfectly secure, and may be found convenient, when accidents may prevent vessels getting into Falmouth Harbour. It has two entrances. That to the north of the Petrel Islands is a fair and clear channel, though of great depth, its general soundings being from 23 to 38 fathoms. In the narrowest part, it is about a cable's length wide, and believed free from any danger, as the shores are steep, without any sunken rocks or shoals, excepting within the passage close under the south side of large Petrel Island, where they are discoverable by the weeds growing upon them, and are quite out of the way of its navigation. The other passage is to the southward of the Petrel Islands, and as, in all probability, a strong northerly wind would alone induce any person to make choice of this in preference to Falmouth Harbour, the SW, point of large Petrel Island, should be kept close on board, which may be safely done, in order to weather the rock that appears above water in the middle of the harbour, and to avoid a sunken one of which there is not the least indication, and on which there is no greater depth than 12 feet at low water. Between this sunken rock and the point from which it lies about 3/4 of a cable's length, and nearly in the direction to what I have called Ernie Isuzu, are 16 fathoms. Keeping the melt in the harbour, which is always visible, in a line with what I have called non-run esra istas, will be sufficient direction to pass within the above-mentioned point and the sunken rock. This, however, with some other particulars, is better illustrated by the annexed sketch, which, with one of Falmouth Harbour taken by Mr. Brugmu, I have subjoined to a copy of Captain Cook's most excellent chart of this port, with such trifling additions as in the course of our observations we have been able to make. And on this head, I shall only further remark that Anchor Island Harbour, although a very safe and secure port, is not a very convenient one to get to sea from, owing to its narrow limits, great depth of water, and the above-mentioned rock which we discovered in its western entrance. Most of our business with the store being finished, our rigging overhauled, sails bent, and the ship ready for sea, with very fine weather and a gentle breeze from SSE, on the morning of Friday the 18th, we sailed out of the cove. The Chatham was not yet in readiness to depart. In order, however, that we might be conveniently stationed to proceed together when circumstances should admit, I intended to place the ship ahead of Falmouth Harbour, but the breeze failing, and the tide letting us towards the islands that lie from it, we were obliged to anchor sooner than I wished in 38 fathoms red bottom. Fin finger point by compass, bore S, 40W, west point of Anchor Island, S12W, and the south point of Parrot Island, N53W, a quarter of a mile distant. The day was nearly calm, but the next morning brought with it a fresh breeze from the southward. The Chatham, having completed her business, rowed out into the roadstead, which obtained the name of Turza Roan from the storm she there rode out on our arrival, but not seeing any probability of getting to sea, she returned into Falmouth Harbour. The gale increased towards noon, but in the evening the weather became delightfully pleasant. On the morning of Sunday the 20th, about 7 o'clock, a fresh breeze from the SW set in, accompanied by an unusually heavy swell, which gave us reason to apprehend some violence from the wind in that direction. We weighed, ran into Falmouth Harbour, and anchored abreast of the passage, leading out through Parrot and Pigeon Islands, in 38 fathoms of bottom. This passage, though not exceeding a cable's length in width, we found to be a very excellent one, with soundings from 9 to 5 fathoms close to the shores. The soundings are on a ridge from island to island, as the water deepened to upwards of 30 fathoms, immediately on either side. The Chatham was at anchor alongside us, and both vessels were conveniently stationed for proceeding to sea on a favorable opportunity presenting itself. The wind continued to blow, very strong from the southwest, and brought with it a surf that broke very heavily on the shores in the bay. Yet the vessels rode perfectly quiet. On Monday the 21st, the sky became entirely obscured with dark, gloomy weather, and the wind became variable with much rain. The next morning was perfectly calm, and although it did not rain, the heavy atmosphere continued. We were now employed in completing our stock of water and in procuring wood, spruce, or rather a species of cypress, and the tea plant for brewing at sea. Towards noon, a breeze springing up from the NW, both vessels sailed out of Dusky Bay. A very heavy swell rolled from the SW and westward, but having a fresh breeze, by 4 o'clock, Five Finger Point bore north by east, a league distant. Thus we quitted Dusky Bay, greatly indebted to its most excellent refreshments and the salubrity of its air. The good effects of a plentiful supply of fish and spruce beer were evident in the appearance of every individual in our little society. The health of our convalescents was perfectly re-established, and excepting one with a chronic complaint and 2 wounded by cuts in their legs, we had not a man on the surgeon's list. Though on the most trifling occasion of indisposition, no person was ever permitted to attend his duty. Some wildfowl were procured, though they were by no means found in such numbers as when the Resolution was here in the year 1773, owing, in all probability, to the difference of the season, to which possibly is to be ascribed our being unable to ascertain whether the geese then left here had propagated. Captain Cook's very excellent description of this place precludes any material additions and leaves me, as a transitory visitor, little else than the power of confirming his judicious remarks and opinions. One circumstance, however, may not be unworthy of notice. Mr. Menzies here found the true winter's bark, exactly the flame plant as that found at Tierra del Fuego, but which escaped the observation of Captain Cook and our botanical gentleman in 1773. Of this, with the Antarctic birch, flax, and 1 or 2 other plants, we took specimens on board, though the period of our reaching England seemed too distant to entertain hopes of their continuing alive. Captain Cook's recommendation of Facile Harbour to vessels bound to the southward is highly judicious, as it is in all respects a safe, commodious, and convenient station, capable of supplying every article that can be expected from this country without going out of sight of the vessel. And it is rendered still more eligible by our having found too good an outlet with northerly or W winds between Pigeon and Parrot Islands, as in consequence of the high land drawing those winds directly down the harbour, the western entrance will be found less convenient. No time should be lost on arriving in this bay to seek security in some of its harbours, which, as Captain Cook very truly observes, are numerous, safe, and convenient. For although the weather we experienced after the storm on our arrival may justly be considered as delightful summer weather, yet it cannot be denied that the northerly winds blow with incredible fury, and as they always take the direction of the arms of the bay, they cause in them, though they are very narrow, a considerable sea, which in addition to their great depth of water, render such anchoring places neither pleasant nor secure. I should not, however, suppose these storms to be very frequent, for 2 reasons. First, during our stay here, from the 20th of March until the 11th of May in the year 1773, which may be considered as comprehending part of the winter season, we had no gale of wind comparable in point of violence to that which we had lately experienced. This was my 5th visit to New Zealand and its neighbourhood, and although we certainly have seen much boisterous and tempestuous weather, I never before contended with so violent a storm. Secondly, the mountains in Anchor Island, Resolution Island, and all those of moderate height round the bay, the land of Five Finger Point alone excepted, which on our arrival were seen free from snow, were after the storm covered with it a considerable way down. Were such falls of snow to happen frequently, it is natural to conclude that vegetation would be severely checked, and that its productions would not have been found to flourish, as they certainly do in a most luxuriant manner. A few fine weather soon removed the greater part of the snow, and that which remained on the high, distant, barren mountains, which for some days past had been entirely free from clouds, was observed to be greatly diminished. I shall conclude our transactions in Dusky Bay by noticing the few astronomical and nautical observations that were made in Anchor Island Harbour. The badness of the weather on our first arrival, and the short time I purposed to remain, made me conclude that the erection of the observatory on shore would be to little purpose. The latitude of the harbour was found to be 1 minute south of Captain Cook's calculation, or 45 degrees and 36. His determination is, however, most likely to be correct, as mine was deduced from 1 day's observation only, with an artificial horizon, and, having agreed so nearly, any further investigation I deemed unnecessary. The mean results of 10 sets of altitudes taken between the 9th and 16th of November for ascertaining the longitude of the chronometer and to form some judgment as to its rate of going were as follows: VZ, by the Portsmouth rate it placed Anchor Island Harbour in longitude 163°42'23, by the Cape rate 167°55'12, by King George III sound rate 105°7'40, the true longitude as aligned to that place by Captain Cook 116°15'54, makes the Portsmouth rate east of the truth 26'29, Cape rate ditto 139'18, King George III sound ditto 11'40. Mr. Arnold's watch on board the Chatham gave the longitude of Facile Harbour, according to the Cape rate 105°48'52, deeming the true longitude of Anchor Island Harbour to be 106°15'54. The chronometer was fast of mean time at Greenwich on the 5th at noon, 26°34, whence it appeared that it had gone nearly at mean time since leaving King George III sound, and that its having differed from Captain Cook's assigned longitude of Van Diemen's Land was occasioned by its not having gained, at the rate we allowed, and of course the longitude of King George the third sound was not wrong. By the result of our observations here, it gained on an average about $3 per day, which error I shall allow until a better opportunity of ascertaining its rate may offer. The variation of the magnetic needle, observed on shore by 3 different compasses in 18 sets of azimuths, varied from 11°17 to 17°26, the mean result of which was 14°55'45, east variation. The vertical inclination of the south point of the magnetic needle on board was found to be north face bill 70°3, north face west 69°8, south face east 70°5, south face west 69°58. Mean inclination of the south point of the dipping needle 69°43. As we increased our distance from the land, the NW wind increased also. A swell at this time coming very heavily from the SW made me apprehensive the wind would shift round and blow hard in that direction. The state of the mercury in the barometer, the gloominess of the weather, and every other appearance of the evening indicated more wind from the SW than would be pleasant to be caught in on this dreary coast. We therefore steered south under as much sail as we could carry, and made the necessary signals to the Chatham for the like purpose. Our lofty canvas was, however, spread a very short time before it blew so hard a gale that we were under the necessity of close reefing the topsails, getting down the top gallant yards, and striking the masts. The night was extremely dark, which, by 10, prevented our seeing the Chatham. The wind was now at NNW, very happily not on the shore, as by 3 in the morning of Wednesday the 23rd, its increased violence obliged us to furl the topsails. At this moment, we were alarmed by finding 6 feet of water in the hold, which the ship felt excessively, laboring much by being pressed down forward with that weight of water. This very unpleasant circumstance obliged us to send directly before the wind and sea, for the purpose of freeing the ship, when, by receiving much water in the hulk, the casks of beer and water stowed upon deck broke from their securities and were stove to pieces. The cause of so much water in the hold, at first a subject of great surprise, was soon accounted for. The hand pumps had been, and were still, choked, which induced the carpenter to believe that because they discharged no water, there was none in the ship. This, in all probability, had governed his examination all the latter part of the time we had been in port, and produced an accumulation that might have been attended with the most serious consequences, had not one of the quartermasters heard in the tier the water rushing about in the hold. The hand pumps were soon in order, and to relieve the ship as soon as possible, the cross piece of the bitts was unshipped, the launch got forward, and with the chain pump, the vessel by 7 o'clock was made perfectly dry. The gale had now increased to a most furious storm, nearly equal to that we had experienced in Dusky Bay. The torrents of rain which fell, mixing with the spray raised by the violent flurries of the wind, kept us so much in darkness that we could not perceive anything at the distance of 100 yards in any direction, nor were we able to resume our southwardly course, the wind and sea obliging us to steer SSE, or right before the storm. We had not seen the Chatham since 11 o'clock the preceding evening, but concluding she would stand on, if able to pursue a southwardly course, I did not wish to bring to for her, particularly as the wind was such as would soon get us clear of the coast of New Zealand, which was doubtless a very desirable object. Towards 9 in the forenoon of Thursday the 23rd, the storm began to abate. At 10, the wind veered round to the WSW, the mist cleared, and the atmosphere became clear, but the Chatham was not to be discovered in any direction. There was, however, great probability of her being to windward, and as I was still apprehensive of a SW gale before we should be clear of this coast, I determined to lose no time in getting far enough to the southward to enable us to sail round the land and the traps with such wind. As Matavai Bay in Tahiti was the next appointed rendezvous, I concluded Mr. Broughton would do the same, and make the best of his way with the Chatham to that port. The mainsail and close-reefed topsails, all the sail the ship would bear, were now set, and keeping the wind on the beam, we steered SSE, when about 11 o'clock, to our great astonishment, land was discovered, bearing east 4 or 5 leagues distant. We knew of no land nearer than the South Cape of New Zealand, and by the courses we had steered, there was scarcely a possibility of our being within less than 18 or 20 leagues of the Cape. But being flattered with the prospect of a meridional observation for the latitude, our decision was postponed until that should be ascertained. Noon brought us nearer the land, which by compass bore from NE, by E, to E, N, E, at the distance of 3 or 4 leagues only. By a tolerably good observation in latitude H. 5. It was clearly proved that this land could not, from its situation, be any part of New Zealand, as it was nearly 3/4 of a degree to the southward of the most southern promontory of that country. Our longitude by the chronometer was at this time 166 degrees E, which situation was 18 more south and 13 more east than the log gave. The weather, though very hazy, being something clearer than before noon, we beheld, as we passed this land at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues, the sea breaking upon its parts with great violence, and discovered it to be composed of a cluster of 7 craggy islands, extending about 6 miles in a direction, N, 70 E and S, 70 W, while these islands appeared destitute of verdure, and it is more than probable they never produce any. The largest, which is the northeasternmost, I should suppose to be in extent equal to all the rest. It is about 3 leagues in circuit, sufficiently elevated to be seen in clear weather, 8 or 9 leagues off, and is situated in latitude 48, 3, longitude 106 degrees 20 wa. The latitude was ascertained by 3 sextants which nearly agreed, and the longitude reduced by the chronometer from Dusky Bay by 3 sets of altitudes in the afternoon, viz. 1 set before we passed its meridian, another under it, the 3rd after we had passed it. as these severally corresponded within a mere trifle, when reduced to the same point, I should presume that the longitude above stated is not likely to be materially incorrect. It was a matter of some surprise how these islands could have escaped the attention of Captain Cook, but on laying them down in his chart of New Zealand, I found his tracks had not at any time reached within at least 10 leagues of them. From the South Cape, they bear S, 10W, 19 leagues, and from the southernmost part of the traps, S02W, 20 leagues distant. Those islands, or rather rocks, for they appeared perpendicular, I have named on account of their situation, and the risk of weather there is great reason to expect in their vicinity, the snares, as being very likely to draw the unguarded mariner into planning difficulties. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the snares bore, by compass, N. 30W, 5 or 6 leagues distant. At daylight the next morning, Friday the 25th, we hauled to the N, E, by noon. The gale had sufficiently moderated to admit the spreading of all our canvas. At noon, the observed latitude was 18°18, longitude 169°33. The wind veered round to the north with a moderate breeze, attended by dark, gloomy weather and foul rain. On Saturday the 10th, we were surrounded by a very thick fog, which, with much rain at intervals, continued until Tuesday the 13th, when, having a fine breeze at SSW, the fog cleared away, but it still remained very cloudy. We were, however, enabled to ascertain our position for the first time since the 8th, to be in latitude 80°13', longitude 240°33, varying from that day 53 more to the north and 26 more to the east than was shown by the log. We stood to the north under all the sails we could set, but were not suffered long to pursue this course. In the latitude of 81°43', longitude 214°11, at noon on Thursday the 15th, the wind veered round and settled between the NE and NNE, obliging us to ply with a moderate breeze to the northward, in doing which so little was gained that on Saturday the 17th we had only reached the latitude of 30 furlongs, longitude 214°34. The wind now blew a fresh gale from the north. The top sails were reefed. The weather was very dark, gloomy, and exceedingly sultry, with continued lightning and thunder at some distance, until the morning, when the wind died away, and in its stead extremely vivid forked lightning with incessant peals of thunder, accompanied by torrents of rain, attended us without interruption until noon of Sunday the 18th. The thunder and lightning then ceased, but the rain still continued, and contrary to our expectation, the wind resumed its NNE direction and blew so hard as to make the striking of our topgallant yards necessary. A remarkably smooth sea, with heavy, damp, close, cloudy weather, and little alteration in the wind, attended us until Tuesday the 20th. It then moderated, and the topgallant sails were spread. Since the 17th, we had not obtained any recent observations, but by our reckoning, the latitude at noon was 30°17, longitude 215°22. Although the wind from the north and NE was attended with sudden and violent flurries, yet the sea continued smooth, which indicated that land, probably of some extent, existed not very far distant in that direction. After noon, we stood to the eastward about 4 leagues, when suddenly a very heavy swell was met from NE, which was soon followed by such an increase of wind from that quarter as reduced us to our close-reefed topsails, this gale which proved the breaking up of the northerly wind. The gale which proved the breaking up of the northerly wind was of short duration. In the evening it moderated and veered round by the east to the SSW. We made all sail to the north by west, but it was not until the wind became a very fresh breeze that we were enabled to steer that course against the northerly swell, which drove the ship alternately. This evening there were several small white tern hovering about the ship, seemingly with great inclination to alight on board. On the morning of Wednesday the 21st, the head sea had for the most part subsided, and the wind seemed to have settled in the southern quarter, and blowing a gentle breeze with very pleasant weather enabled me to obtain 6 sets of lunar distances, whose mean result reduced to noon gave the longitude to 22:45. The chronometer by the last rate showed 250 past 16:45. The latitude was 20°15, which was at this time 0 hours further north than we expected. We continued our route to the northward, which, with a gentle gale at SSE and pleasant weather, brought us by daylight on Thursday the 22nd in sight of land, bearing by compass NEE. 5N. At first, it appeared like 3 small high islands, the easternmost much resembling a vessel under sail, this land being at a considerable distance from the tracks of former navigators. I steered for it, in order to be satisfied of its extent, productions, and other circumstances worthy of observation. In the forenoon, 8 sets of lunar distances were obtained, which, as before, nearly corresponding with each other, gave, by their mean result, when reduced to noon, 250 south 40. These, with those taken the preceding day, comprehending 14 sets of distances, gave 215 nights. The latitude, by several sextants, was determined to be 27:51. Since seeing the land in the morning, we had run 11 leagues, and had approached it sufficiently near to perceive that all we had at first seen was united. It now bore, by compass, from N 29E to N 43E, about 5 leagues distant, with a small island lying off its eastern side, N 45E, assisted by a gentle S, E. Gale, with fine pleasant weather. At 3 in the afternoon, we were within about a league of the shore, yet no bot. Tom was to be gained at the depth of 1,800 fathoms. Several canoes came off to the ship, and all means were used to invite them on board. They declined our entreaties, but seemed very solicitous that we should accept their invitation to land, which they signified by waving their paddles towards the craft, and by desiring us, in the language of the great South Sea nation, to go nearer to the shore. We bore away with that intent, but soon after observing that 2 or 3 canoes were paddling in great haste towards the ship. After some persuasion, 4 men in one of the canoes came near enough to receive some presents, which seemed to please them exceedingly. And though their countrymen appeared to rebuke them for their rashness, the example was shortly followed by several others. It was not, however, without showing every demonstration of friendship, that any could be prey, valid upon to come on board, until at length, the man who had brought about this intercourse seemed determined to establish it by complying with our desires. On his entering the ship, he trembled and was much agitated. Apprehension, astonishment, and admiration equally appearing at the same instant. And though, on his being made welcome after the usual fashion, and presented with a small iron adze, his countenance became more serene and cheerful, yet he still appeared in a state of great anxiety. He soon communicated his reception and treatment to his surrounding countrymen, and we shortly had as many visitors as it was pleasant to entertain. They all seemed perfectly well acquainted with the uses to which they could apply iron and how to estimate its value among themselves, also the manner in which it was regarded by Europeans. They made no scruple, even with some force, to take articles of iron out of our hands, and in lieu of them, with great earnestness and address presented, in return, some few fish, fishing hooks, lines, and other trifles, which they seemed to wish should be accepted as presents, and not received in exchange. Looking glasses, beads, and other trinkets of little importance at first attracted their attention, and were gladly accepted. But no sooner did they discover that articles made of iron were common among use, than they refused all other presents, and wanted to barter every other gift for Iran. I could not prevail on any of them to accept a few medals. Their visit seemed prompted only by curiosity, as they were completely unarmed, and brought with them except the few fish, etc., neither articles of food nor manufacture. A few spears, and a club or two, were seen in one or two of the canoes only. 2 or 3 indifferent fishings for stones were also noticed, with which they parted without the least reluctance. We lay to until 5 o'clock in the hope of obtaining the name of this island, or of any other which might exist in its neighborhood. These people were evidently of the great South Sea nation, speaking with some little difference of dialect, the same language, and resembling the friendly islanders more than the inhabitants of any other country. On this occasion, Tawa Eru, the Sandwich Islander, was of little assistance. Having been taken at an early period from home, and having been long absent, he had so much forgotten his mother tongue as to be scarcely able to understand the language of these people better than ourselves. 2 or 3 of them remained on board nearly an hour, but so unfixed and unsteady was their attention, which wandered from object to object, that it was impossible to gain from them any information. Their answers to almost every question were in the affirmative, and our inquiries as to the name of their island, etc., were continually interrupted by incessant invitations to go on shore. At length, I had reason to believe the name of the island was Oparu, and that of their chief courier. Although I could not positively determine that these names were correctly ascertained, yet as there was a probability of their being so, I distinguished the island by the name of Oparu, until it might be found more properly entitled to another. By 6 in the evening we had nearly sailed round the island, which is of little extent, and not choosing to lose the advantage of a fine southerly wind, we proceeded to the NNW under all the sail we could spread. As it was not my intention to stop at Oparu, no delay was occasioned by examining for anchorage, which probably may be found on both sides of its NW point. To the southward of that point is a small bay with a stony beach, through which there was the appearance of a considerable stream of water falling into the sea. The shores in many parts were so perfectly smooth that landing might have been effected without the least difficulty. Round to the north of that point is another small bay, in which are a small islet and some rocks. Behind these, the shore may be approached with great ease at any time. Indeed, there was not any part of the island which appeared to have been acted upon by heavy, violent surf, as the verdure in many places reached to the water's edge. The faulty extremity of the island appeared in some points of view to form a right angle, without the least interruption in the sides. About half a mile to the southeast is a small detached islet. The shores are interspersed with sandy beaches. Its greatest extent, which is in a northwest and southeast direction, is about 6 miles and a half, and it may possibly be about 18 miles in circuit. This island is situated in the latitude of 27°31', and, by our lunar observations of the 2 preceding days reduced to its center by the chronometer, is in longitude 215°58'8". The mean of the variation was 5°10" eastward. Its principal character is a cluster of high, craggy mountains, running in several places, forming romantic precipices, with perpendicular cliffs nearly from their summits to the fen. The vacancies between the mountains would more probably be termed chasms than valleys, in which there was no great appearance of plenty, fertility, or cultivation. They were chiefly clothed with shrubs and dwarf trees. Neither the plantation nor other spontaneous vegetable productions common to the inhabited tropical islands presented themselves. The tops of 6 of the highest hills bore the appearance of fortified places, resembling redoubts, having a sort of blockhouse in the shape of an English glass house in the center of each, with rows of palisades a considerable way down the sides of the hills, nearly at equal distances. These, overhanging, seemed intended for advanced works, and apparently capable of defending the citadel by a few against a numerous host of assailants. On all of them, we noticed people as if on duty, constantly moving about. What we considered as blockhouses, from their great similarity in appearance to that sort of building, were sufficiently large to lodge a considerable number of men, and were the only habitations we saw. Yet from the number of entrances that in so short a time afforded us access, it is natural to conclude that the inhabitants are very frequently absent, and to infer from this circumstance that the shores, and not those fortified hills which appeared to be in the center of the island, would be preferred for their general residence. We saw about 30 double and single canoes, though most of them were of the double sort. The single canoes were supported by an outrigger on one side, and all built much after the fashion of the Society Islands, without having their very high sterns, though the stems of some of these were considerably elevated, and their bows were not without some little ornament. They were very neatly constructed, though the narrowest canoes I ever saw. When it is considered that the builders of them are nearly destitute of iron, and possessed of very few implements of that valuable metal, and when the miserable tools they have generally recourse to for such operations are regarded, the mind is filled with admiration at their ingenuity and persevering industry. The island did not appear to afford any large timber, the broadest planks of which the canoes were made, not exceeding 12 inches, confirmed us in this opinion, as they were probably cut out of the largest trees. Some of the stoutest double canoes accommodated from 25 to 30 men, of whom, on a moderate computation, 300 were supposed to have been seen near the ship. These were all adults, and apparently none exceeding a middle age, so that the total number of inhabitants on the island can hardly be estimated at less than 1,500. In this respect, it must be considered prolific, notwithstanding its uncultivated appearance. The natives, however, appeared to be exceedingly well fed, of middling stature, extremely well made, and in general their countenances were open, cheerful, and strongly marked with indications of hospitality. They were all, to a man, very solicitous that some of us should accompany them to the shore, and those who last quitted the ship endeavored with all their powers of persuasion and some efforts of compulsion to effect their purpose. On their departure, they took hold of the hand of everyone near them, with a view to get them into their canoe. They all had their hair cut short, and, excepting a wreath made of a broad, long-leaved green plant, worn by some about the waist, they were entirely without clothing, although the custom of tattooing prevails so generally with all the islanders of this ocean. These people were destitute of any such marks, independent of the protection their fortified retreats may afford. It did not appear that they were subject to much hostility, as scarcely any scars from wounds or other marks of violence were observed on their bodies. Their elevated mountainous places, for certainly they had every appearance of being such, led some of us to conjecture that they were frequently annoyed by troublesome neighbors from some other islands not far distant. But as the canoes we saw were not even furnished with sails, nor had any appearance of having been ever equipped for an expedition beyond their own coast, it may reasonably be inferred that they were not accustomed to voyages of any length. Yet, on the other hand, when the small extent of their island is taken into consideration, it is hard to reconcile that it is not the fear of foreign enemies, but the apprehension of domestic insurrection, that has induced the laborious construction of their fortified retreats. And as to the S.E. of this island, there is an extensive space in the ocean hitherto but little frequented. It is not improbable that some islands may exist there, the inhabitants of which may occasionally make unfriendly visits to these people. Leaving Oparu, we had pleasant weather with a gentle breeze from the S.E. At 8 in the morning of Friday the 23rd, the island was still visible from the deck, bearing by compass SSE 1E at the distance of 16 leagues. The breeze between E and SE carried us rapidly to the NNW and brought us on the evening of Sunday the 25th in the vicinity of some low islands discovered by Captain Carteret and named the Duke of Gloucester Islands. The evening was dark and gloomy, and not choosing to pass the spot assigned to them in the night, we continued to make short trips under our topsails until daylight, after which we again resumed our course. Our latitude at noon of Monday the 26th was 10°58, longitude 21°40, which was 9 further south and 23 further west than was shown by the log. At about 433 to the west of the situation of the Duke of Gloucester Islands, according to Captain Carteret, we passed their latitude without seeing any appearance of land. Having now a fresh gale at east, we entertained the pleasing hope of reaching Tahiti the next day. This flattering prospect was of short duration. Towards the evening, the wind veered to the NE, and its violence obliged us to half-reef the topsails. The gale now increased, with very heavy squalls, and a torrent of rain continued almost without intermission, until the evening of Wednesday the 29th, when it ceased, and the wind still at NE became moderate. By standing on to the NNW daylight the next morning, Thursday the 29th, presented us with a view of Stanley Harbour, or Queen Charlotte Sound, at the distance of 11 or 12 leagues, bearing by compass NE by E. Our course was immediately shaped for Otaheite, the first point of which was visible by 11 o'clock, bearing by compass S, 70 to W, 8 or 9 leagues distant. The wind coming to the north prevented our reaching Matavai Bay, and obliged us to ply to windward during the night. In the morning of Friday the 30th, with a gentle breeze from the NE, we stood for Matavai under all the sail we could spread. About 8 o'clock, a canoe came alongside with 2 pigs and some vegetables, a present from a sister of Otu, residing in that part of the island of which we were then abreast. The natives informed me that we had been expected, and that they had been looking out for us 2 days. In consequence of information, they said they had received from an English vessel, then at anchor in Matavai Bay, and their description of her being perfectly intelligible. I did not hesitate to believe it was the Chatham, of which we shortly experienced the happiness of being convinced. Mr. Broughton soon visited us, and brought with him an early and acceptable supply of the excellent productions of this fertile country. About 10, we anchored in Matavai Bay. Our mutual congratulations on meeting were extremely heightened by receiving and communicating the happy tidings that every individual composing the society of men was in a most perfect state of health. Mr. Broughton had, since his arrival, received repeated marks of friendship and attention from the good people of the island. Having deemed it expedient to establish the following regulations on board the Discovery, I delivered a copy of them to Mr. Broughton, and directed that the rules might be strictly observed and attended to on board the Chatham, after which Mr. Broughton presented me with a narrative of his proceedings during the time of our separation. Rules and orders for the guidance and conduct of all persons in or belonging to His Majesty's sloop Discovery and Chatham tender, enjoined to be most strictly observed in all intercourse with the natives of the several South Sea islands. The principal, and indeed full design, of the Discovery and Chatham calling at the islands in the Pacific Ocean, being to acquire such refreshments as those islands may be found to afford, and as these refreshments are to be purchased with articles which Europeans esteem of little value. If each individual be permitted to make such bargains as he may think proper, not only the value of these articles will soon be reduced in the estimation of the Indians, but, until a proper and good understanding be established between the natives of the different islands and ourselves, it may subject us to such disturbances as may be attended with the most fatal consequences. And as a due proportion of time will be allowed before the vessels depart from any island, circumstances admitting thereof, for the providing such articles of curiosity, etc., as any person may be inclined and able to purchase. It is first strictly enjoined that no officer, seaman, or other person in such commerce with the Indians do give such articles of value for any article of curiosity as may tend hereafter to depreciate the value of iron, beads, etc., etc. Secondly, that every fair means be used to cultivate a friendship with the different Indians, and on all occasions to treat them with every degree of kindness and humanity. Thirdly, as proper persons will be appointed by the respective commanders to trade with the natives for the necessary provisions and refreshments, it is strictly enjoined that no officer, seaman, or other person excepting him or them appointed, do on any pretense, presume to trade, or offer to trade, for any article whatever, until permission shall have been granted for so doing. Fourthly, every person employed on shore, on any duty whatsoever, is strictly to attend to the same, and if it should appear that by neglect any of the arms, working tools, boats, furniture, or other matters committed to the charge of one or more persons be lost or suffered to be stolen, the full value of the same will be charged against his or their wages, and he or they will likewise suffer such other punishment as the nature of the offence may deserve, and as the additional pay and the emoluments of the artificers serving in His Majesty's Navy is for their encouragement and the diligent performance of their duty in their respective trades or occupations, and for providing themselves with the requisite working tools. All such implements or tools belonging to the several artificers of the two vessels are by their respective owners to be carefully preserved, that they may be always able to perform the duties of their respective departments. And should anyone be hardy enough to fail in his obedience to this order, he shall be disgraced from his employment during the continuance of the voyage, and suffer such other punishment as the crime may deserve. Lastly, the same penalty will be inflicted on every person who shall be found to embezzle, or be concerned in embezzling, or offering to trade with, any part of the ship's or boat stores, furniture, etc., etc., be these of what nature soever, given on board His Majesty's sloop Discovery at sea, the 25th of December, 1791. Signed, George Vancouver. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Book the First, Chapter 5. The narrative of Lieutenant Commander William Robert Broughton from his separation from the Discovery at New Zealand to his reunion with the Discovery at Ita or Tahiti. The wood we had received in Falmouth Harbour on Tuesday the 22nd of November, with the spruce beer and water upon deck, had brought the vessel so much by the head that, together with the high sea now running, obliged us to deviate from our southwardly course and keep before the storm, which ragged with great violence. And notwithstanding every precaution, a wave struck our steam about 6 o'clock on Wednesday morning, washed away the jolly boat, and split us all afloat upon deck. Having, about 9, run by estimation to the south of the traps, to prevent our shipping so much water, I brought to under a reefed topsail and forestaysail. By noon, the gale had considerably abated, the sea subsided, and the horizon became tolerably clear. But the Discovery was not to be seen in any direction. After duly weighing all circumstances since the commencement of the gale, our separation from the Discovery appeared now complete, and the chance of our meeting again until our arrival at our next rendezvous in Tahiti seemed little in our favor. About 2 in the afternoon, land was discovered from the deck, appearing like a high island, bearing by compass S, 3 or 4 leagues distant. About an hour afterwards we had sight of more land lying to the southward, and detached from the former. Our utmost endeavors were used to weather this land, but finding it impracticable, we bore up for a passage between the high island and the detached land, which was found to be composed of a cluster of small islands and rocks, greater in extent, though, about the height of the needles. Their tops or ridges are much broken, and from the high island bore by compass N, E, and SW, forming a passage 3 miles wide. About 1/3 of the passage over, on the southern side, lies a small black rock just above water. On all these rocks and islands the sea broke with great violence. In this passage we had a confused irregular swell with the appearance of broken water. Large bunches of seaweed were observed, and the whole surface was covered with birds of a bluish color. The NE part of the island in the evening bore by compass north, the SW part W by N, the passage NW, and the rocky islets from NW by W to W by N between 2 and 3 leagues distant. In this situation, we had no bottom at the depth of 60 and 80 fathoms. Some parts of the island presented a very barren appearance, not unlike the SW side of Portland, composed of whitish rocky cliffs. The rocky islets are 5 in number, some of which wore a pyramidal form. On account of the haze in the atmosphere, the northeasternmost part of the island was seen very indistinctly, that its extent could not be ascertained. We had no reason to suppose it inhabited, and its desolate appearance made that very improbable. This island, in honor of Captain Knight of the Navy, named Knight's Island. Its south point lies in the latitude of 18° 15, longitude 166° 44, ascertained by the watch the last time the bearings were taken, allowing its error to be 30 west, as determined at Dinky Bay. Knight's Island, so far as we could see of its extent, and the rocky islets, lie in the direction of NE by E and SW by W, allowing a 1.5 variation east. They extend about 4 leagues. In the morning of Thursday the 24th, with a fine westwardly gale, we altered our course and made all sail to the NE. The wind, which varied in point of force, veered gradually round by the north. On Saturday the 26th, our latitude was 46° 43', longitude 173° 30'. The text describes the cliffs and islands in the surrounding area. The 5 rocky islets and the Knight's Island are mentioned, with the latter being named in honor of Captain Knight. The text also notes that the northeastern part of the island was seen indistinctly due to the haze in the atmosphere. The location of the islands is given in terms of their latitude and longitude. The text also mentions that the islets extend in the direction of NE by E and SW by W, and that they extend about 4 leagues. The text notes that on Thursday the 24th, the course was altered, and all sail was made to the NE. The wind varied in point of force and veered gradually round by the north. On Saturday the 26th, our latitude was 46° 43', longitude 173° 30'. In the evening, the wind shifted suddenly to the SW and blew with such violence that striking our topgallant masts and yards became necessary. A remarkably heavy following sea kept the vessel constantly under water, but the gale was attended with clear weather. At noon on Sunday the 27th, our latitude by observation was 45° 54, longitude by account 176° 3. The gale now moderated, which permitted us again to resume our NE course with a fine breeze between west and NW. Early in the morning of Monday the 29th, low land was discovered, bearing by compass from NE to E and NE, and being then in 40 fathoms of water, we brought to until daybreak. About 4 o'clock we had 38 fathoms, bottom off sand and broken shells, when the NW point of this land, which is low, bore by compass S7E, about 3 leagues distant, and which, after the man who fortunately saw it from the foreyard, named Point Anson, a remarkably rugged rocky mountain that obtained the name of Mount Patterson SOE, a sugar loaf hill SB4E, and the extreme point to the eastward, which formed an abrupt cape, N75E, 2 islands, N3E, to N5E, 2 or 3 leagues distant. The interior land was of a moderate height, rising gradually, and forming several peaked hills, which at a distance have the appearance of islands. From Point Anson to Mount Patterson, the shore is low and covered with wood. From thence to the above cape was a continued white beach, on which some sandy cliffs and black rocks were interspersed, apparently detached from the shore. To the eastward of these rocks, between them and a flat projecting point, the land seemed to form a bay, open to the westward. From this point to the above cape, a distance of about 2 miles, the cliffs are covered with wood and coarse grass. The cliffs are of moderate height, consisting of a red dish clay mixed with black rocks. Several large black rocks lie off Point Elian, and the cape, X, tending to a little distance. And as we passed within about half a mile of the shore, The depth of water was 14 fathoms, broken shells and sandy bottom. This cape forms a conspicuous headland and is the northernmost part of the island. I called it Cape Young. It lies in latitude 43°48', longitude 183°2'. The above two islands lie very near each other. To the eastward of them lies a small rock, apparently connected, though at no great distance, by a reef. Another rock, somewhat larger, is situated between them. They are of no great height, flat top with perpendicular sides, composed entirely of rocks, and much frequented by birds of different kinds. The two islands, which from their resemblance to each other I called the Two Sisters, are in latitude 43°11', longitude 182°49', and bear, by compass, from Cape Young N, 50°, 4 leagues distant. We steered from Cape Young EBO YN, keeping between 2 and 3 miles from the coast, with regular soundings from 25 to 22 fathoms. The shore is a continuous white sandy beach, on which the surf ran very high. Some high land, rising gradually from the beach and covered with wood, extends about 5 miles to the southeast of the cape. After passing this land, we opened the several hills over the low land we had seen in the morning, and could discern that many of them were covered like our heaths in England, but destitute of trees. The woods in some parts had the appearance of being cleared, and in several places between the hills smoke was observed. The beach is interrupted at equal distances by projecting rocky points covered with wood. Over the banks of land were seen a range of retired hills at a considerable distance, in the direction of the coast. After sailing about 10 leagues, we came abreast of a small sandy bay. Water was seen over the beach, and the country had the appearance of being very pleasant. With our glasses, we perceived some people hauling up a canoe, and several of them fishing in the bay. Fearing that a good opportunity might not occur for acquiring some knowledge of the inhabitants, I worked up into the bay, which we had passed before the natives were discovered. We came to an anchor about a mile from the shore in 20-fathom water, sandy and rocky bottom. The eastern point by compass bore N, 78E, Cape Young W, 12S. The larboard point of the bay, S, E. The eastern point from our anchorage proved to be the termination of the island, to which I gave the name of Point Musgrave. Accompanied by Mr. Johnston, the master, and one of the mates, we proceeded towards the shore in the cutter. The rocks project a little at each extremity of the bay. Within them we found smooth water, and landed upon the rocks on the starboard shore, where we had first perceived the inhabitants, who were, at this time, on the opposite side. But seeing us examining their canoes, they hastily ran round the bay, on which we retired to the boat to wait their arrival. As they approached, they made much noise, and having soon joined us, we entered into a conversation by signs, gestures, and speech, without understanding what each other meant. We presented them with several articles, which they received with great eagerness, and seemed pleased with whatever was given them, but would make no exchanges. Yet as we had reason to believe they were very solicitous that we should land, Mr. Sheriff, leaving his arms in the boat, went on shore. But he seemed to excite the attention of 2 or 3 of them only, who attended him towards the canoes on the beach, whilst the rest, amounting to 40 or thereabouts, remained on the rocks, talking with us, and whenever the boat backed in, to deliver them anything, they made no scruple of attempting to take whatever came within their reach. Having repeatedly beckoned us to follow them round to where their habitations were supposed to be, as soon as Mr. Sheriff returned, we proceeded to comply with their wishes. They had been very curious in their examination of Mr. Sheriff's person, and seemed very desirous of keeping him, as they frequently pulled him towards the wood, where we imagined some of them resided. On meeting them on the other side, they seated themselves on the beach, and seemed very anxious to receive us on shore. But as all our entreaties were ineffectual in obtaining anything in return for our presence, perceiving many of them to be armed with long spears, and the situation being unfavorable to us in case they should be disposed to treat us with hostility. We did not think it prudent to venture amongst them, and finding our negotiation was not likely to be attended with success, we took our leave. But in our way off, as the natives remained quietly where we left them, although it was a good opportunity to land once more and take another view of their canoes. Having again reached the shore without any interruption, we displayed the Union flag, turned a turf, and took possession of the island, which I named Chatham Island, in honor of the Earl of Chatham, in the name of His Majesty, King George III, under the presumption of our being the first discoverers. After drinking His Majesty's health, I nailed a piece of lead to a tree near the beach, on which was inscribed His Britannic Majesty's brig Chatham, Lieutenant William Robert Broughton, Commander, the 29th November, 1791, and in a bottle secreted near the tree was deposited an inscription in Latin to the same effect. The canoes we examined were more in form of a small hand barrow without legs than any other thing to which they can be compared, decreasing in width from the after to the forepart. They were made of a light substance resembling bamboo, though not hollow, placed fore and aft on each side, and secured together by pieces of the lime wood, up and down, very neatly fastened with the fibers of some plant in the manner of lattice work. Their bottoms, flat and constructed in the same way, were 2 feet deep and 18 inches in breadth. The openings of the seams on the inside and bottoms were stuffed with long seaweed. Their sides meet not abaft nor forward. Their extreme breadth aft is 3, and forward 2 feet. Length 8 and 9 feet. In the item is a seat very neatly made of the same material, which is movable. They appeared calculated alone for fishing amongst the rocks near the shore, were capable of carrying 2 or 3 persons, and were so light that 2 men could convey them anywhere with ease, and 1 could haul them into safety on the beach. Their grapnels were stones, and the ropes to which these were made fast were formed of matting, worked up in a similar way with that which is called French finnet. The paddles were of hard wood, the blades very broad, and gradually increasing from the handle. The nets of these islanders were very ingeniously made, terminating in a cod or purse. The mouth was kept open by a rim of 6 feet in diameter, made from wood of the supple jack kind, the length from 8 to 10 feet, tapered gradually to 1. They were closely made, and from the center attached to the rim by cords was fixed a line for hauling them up. They were made of fine hemp, 2 strands twisted and knotted like a reef knot, and seemingly very strong. They had also scoop nets, made of the bark or fibers of some tree or plant, without any preparation, and netted in equal meshes. We penetrated a little into the woods, but did not find any huts or houses, though large quantities of shells and places where fires had been made were observed. The woods afforded a delightful shade, and being clear of undergrowth, were in many places formed into arbors, by bending the branches when young and closing them round with smaller trees. These appeared to have been slept in very lately. The trees of which the woods are composed grow in a most luxuriant manner, clear of small branches to a considerable height, and consist of several sorts, some of which, the leaf in particular, was like the laurel. Another sort was jointed like the vine, but we did not see one that could be dignified by the appellation of a timber tree. On our return, a twist of the natives were seen approaching us, and as they appeared peaceably disposed, we joined the first party and saluted each other by meeting noses, according to the New Zealand fashion. They were presented with some trinkets, but seemed to entertain not the least idea of barter or of obligation to make the least return, as we could not prevail upon them to part with anything excepting 1 pair of very rude workmanship. On making a bargain with him, who had parted with the spear, for his coat or covering of sea-hare skin, he was so delighted with the reflection of his face in the looking-glasses proposed in exchange that he ran away with them. Previously to this, with a view to show them the superior effect of our firearms, I gave them some birds, which I had killed, and pointed out to them the cause of their death. On firing my gun, they seemed much alarmed at its report, and all retreated as we advanced towards them, excepting one old man who maintained his ground and, presenting his spear sideways, beat time with his feet. And as he seemed to notice us in a very threatening manner, I gave my fowling piece to one of our people, went up to him, shook him by the hand, and used every method I could devise to obtain his confidence. Observing something in his hand rolled carefully up in a mat, I was desirous of looking at it, upon which he gave it to another, who walked away with it, but who did not prevent my seeing that it contained stones fashioned like the patu-patu of New Zealand. They seemed very anxious to get my gun and shot belt, and frequently exclaimed, "Toamta." Some of their spears were 10 feet, others about 6 feet in length, one or two of which were new, with carved work towards the handle. Whenever these were pointed to, they were immediately given to those behind, as if afraid of our taking them by force. Finding little was to be procured or learned here, we made signs of going to their supposed habitations and endeavored to make them understand. We needed something to eat and drink. As they continued very friendly, 3 men armed attended Mr. Johnston and myself along the waterside, the boat with 4 hands keeping close by the shore as we walked, lest we might require support or it should be necessary to retreat. Everyone had orders to be prepared, but on no account to make use of their arms, until I should give directions which, at this time, I had not the most distant idea would become necessary. When our little party first set off, several of them collected large sticks, which they swung over their heads, as if they had some intention of using them. He who had received the stones from the old man had them now fixed, one at each end, to a large stick about 2 feet in length. Not liking these appearances, we had some thoughts of embarking, but on our suddenly looking about, they retired up the beach to a fire which some of them had just made. Mr. Johnston followed them singly, but was not in time to discover the method by which it had been so quickly produced. His presence encouraged them, on which he returned, and we again proceeded along the beach, making use of our intention to accompany them on the other side of the bay. 14 only followed, the rest remained at the fire. Those who had not spears substituted the driftwood on the beach for their weapons. Yet as our party consisted of 9, all well armed, we entertained no fear for our personal safety, especially as everything had been studiously avoided that we imagined might give them offense, and the various presents they had received had apparently purchased their good opinion and friendship, until now that we had reason to believe the contrary by their providing themselves with bludgeons. Having walked about half round the bay, we arrived at the spot behind which, from the small head, inland water could be seen. As we proceeded up the beach, we found it to be a large sheet of water, which took a well-marked direction round a hill that prevented our facing its extent. At the upper end of this lake, the country appeared very pleasant and level. The water seemed of a reddish color and was brackish, which was most probably caused by the salt water oozing through the beach, which at this place is not more than 20 yards wide, or by its having some communication with the sea to the westward, which we did not perceive. We tried to explain to the natives who all attended us that the water was not fit to drink, and then returned to the first side. When abreast of the boat, they became very noisy, talked extremely loud to each other, and divided so as nearly to surround us. A young man strutted towards me in a very menacing attitude. He distorted his person, turned up his eyes, made hideous faces, and created a wonderful ferocity in his appearance by his gestures. On pointing my double-barreled gun towards him, he defied it. Their hostile intentions were now too evident to be mistaken, and therefore, to avoid the necessity of resorting to extremities, the boat was immediately ordered in to take us on board. During this interval, although we were fully on our guard, they began their attack, and before the boat could get in, to avoid being knocked down, I was reluctantly compelled to fire one barrel, which being loaded with small shot, I was in hopes might intimidate, without materially wounding them, and that we should be suffered to embark without further molestation. Unfortunately, I was disappointed in this hope. Mr. Johnson received a blow upon his musket with such force from an unwieldy club that it fell to the ground. But before his opponent could pick it up, Mr. Johnston had time to recover his position, and he was obliged to fire on the blow being again attempted. A marine and seaman near him were, under similar circumstances, forced into the water, but not before they had also, justifiably by self-preservation, fired their pieces without orders. The gentleman having charge of the boat, seeing us much pressed by the natives and obliged to retreat, fired at this instant also, on which they fled. I ordered the firing instantly to cease, and was highly gratified to see them depart, apparently unhurt. The happiness I enjoyed in this reflection was of short duration. One man was discovered to have fallen, and I am concerned to add, was found lifeless, a ball having broken his arm and passed through his heart. We immediately repaired towards the boat, but the surf not permitting her to come near enough, we were still under the necessity of walking to the place from whence we had originally intended to embark. As we retired, we perceived one of the natives return from the woods, whither all had retreated, and placing himself by the deceased, he was distinctly heard in a sort of dismal howl to utter his lamentations. As we approached our first landing place, we saw no signs of habitations, although women and children were supposed to have been looking at us from the woods while talking to the natives on our arrival. On tracing some of the footprints, nothing was discovered but great numbers of seashells and recesses formed in the same manner with a single palisade as those seen on our first landing. We distributed among the canoes the remaining part of our toys and trinkets to manifest our kind intentions towards them, and as some little atonement also for the injury which, contrary to our inclinations, they had sustained in defending ourselves against their unprovoked, unmerited hostility. In our way to the ship, we saw two natives running along the beach to the canoes, but on our arrival on board, they were not discernible with my glasses. The men were of a middling size, somewhat stoutly made, well-limbed and fleshy. Their hair, both of the head and beard, was black, and by some was worn long. The young men had it tied up in a knot on the crown of their heads, intermixed with black and white feathers. Some had their beards plucked out. Their complexion and general color is dark brown, with plain features, and in general had teeth. Their skins were destitute of any marks, and they had the appearance of being cleanly in their persons. Their dress was either a seal or bearskin tied with sinew, inside outwards, round their necks, which fell below their hips, or mats neatly made, tied in the same manner which covered their backs and shoulders. Some were naked, excepting a well-woven mat of fine texture, which, being fastened at each end by a string round their waist, made a sort of decent garment. We did not observe that their ears were bored, or that they wore any ornaments about their persons, excepting a few who had a sort of necklace made of mother-of-pearl shells. Several of them had their fishing lines, made of the same sort of hemp with their nets, fastened round them, but we did not see any of their hooks. We noticed 2 or 3 old men, but they did not appear to have any power or authority over the others. They seemed a cheerful race, our conversation frequently exciting violent bursts of laughter amongst them. On our first landing, their surprise and exclamation can hardly be imagined. They pointed to the sun, and then to us, as if to ask whether we had come from thence. The not finding a single habitation led us to consider this part of the island as a temporary residence of the inhabitants, possibly for the purpose of procuring a supply of shell and other fish. The former, of different kinds, were here to be had in great abundance. Claws of grey fish were found in their canoes. And as the birds about the shore were in great numbers, and flew about the natives as if never molested, it gave us reason to believe that the birds constituted the principal means of their sustenance. Fish, like a penguin with red bills, black and white spotted, curls with yellow legs, large webbed feet like those at Dusky Bay, a variety of ducks, fin-footed birds, and limb-yappers were very numerous about the shores. These few observations conclude a brief narrative of our visit and transactions at Chatham Island, and I have to lament that the hostility of its inhabitants rendered the melancholy fate that attended one of them unavoidable, and prevented our researches extending further than the beach and the immediate entrance of the adjoining wood. On our return to the vessel, we got under way with a fresh gale at SW. About 6 in the evening, on passing Point Munnings, which is the E extremity of the island, it was found to be a low peninsula, over which, from the masthead, was discovered more land to the southward, but the weather became very hazy, that it was impossible to discern how far it extended in that direction. From the bay, which I called Smewson Bay, to Point Munnings, the shore is low, rocky, and clothed with wood. Some rocks lie a little way off the point. The extent of the island in an east and west direction, which is nearly the line of the coast, was now considered to be about 12 leagues, allowing for east variation. The latitude of our anchoring place in Skirmish Bay was 43°19, and its longitude 183°25. At 8 o'clock, the extremities of the land bore from SW by S to W by S, 5 or 6 leagues distant. At daybreak in the morning of Wednesday the 30th, we made all sail as usual and pursued our way to the E. In the course of this day, we passed many patches of seaweed and saw some Port Egmont hens and several oceanic birds, with pleasant weather and a fine gale between the SE and SW quarters. We proceeded without anything occurring worthy of notice until Saturday the 3rd of December, when, in the afternoon, our latitude was 38°52. The mean result of 8 sets of lunar observations taken the 2 preceding days and reduced by the watch gave the longitude this day 119°43'33. The watch, by its rate and error, as found at Dusky Bay, showed 192°45'37. The mean variation, by azimuths and amplitude, was 11°56 eastwardly. The watch and observations having agreed so well, little error is to be apprehended in the longitude assigned to Chatham Island. Our pleasant weather was of no long continuance. On Tuesday the 6th, in the latitude of 35°13, longitude 197°20, towards evening it fell calm. A breeze next morning, Wednesday the 7th, sprang up at NE, with which we steered to the SE, between which and the NNW. The wind continued with hazy, rainy, foggy, and very unpleasant weather until Sunday the 11th, in latitude 36°53 lands, longitude 206, having been visited by few oceanic birds. The wind now veered round by the west to the southward and brought us tolerably pleasant weather, with which, until Thursday the 15th, we continued to steer north by east, when, in latitude 30°17, longitude 203°40, the wind again resumed its northern direction, varying a point or two on either side of north. The atmosphere became dark, heavy, sultry, and gloomy. The clouds poured down torrents of rain, accompanied with much lightning, thunder, and violent squalls, which obliged the crew to be constantly exposed until Tuesday the 20th, when the wind changed to the south, blew a moderate breeze, and we again had fine settled weather. Although every advantage had been taken which the winds afforded during the last 4 days, we had not been able to shorten the distance from our defined port, more than 6 leagues, our latitude this day being 29°82, longitude 211°55. Shortly after noon, some observations were procured for the longitude. The mean of 4 sets of distances gave 214 Tardig, 30°, 18, the watch, 212 de Groen, 13 tan, 15 fer. Although the watch was considerably to the westward of the lunar observations, yet in the last of 5 days it made 1st de Groen 19 more easting than the log showed. The wind continued between south and ESE with pleasant weather. On Thursday the 22nd we were again enabled to obtain more observations for the longitude, when the mean of 2 sets gave 257, the watch 223, the mean of these and those taken on Tuesday, reduced by the watch to this day, gave the mean result of the 6 sets 210, Herdigan 51, 30, which was 10 east of the watch. Our latitude at this time was 25°26. At 8 the next morning, land was seen from the masthead bearing, by compass, WS. An hour afterwards, it was visible from the deck, bearing WSW to W at the distance of about 10 leagues. It proved to be a small high island. Its western part formed an elevated hammock, from the fall of which the land continued level, and then gradually decreased to the other extreme point. The watch, with its error, gave the longitude, at the time the above bearings were taken, 206 A's, the watch being 213 east, our latitude by estimation at this time 23°34. The sun being within a few minutes of the zenith at noon, our observation was indifferent and could by no means be depended upon. I did not think it proper, on the present occasion, to give any name to this island. I had some reason to doubt the accuracy of our longitude. On our return to Tahiti, I should be enabled to determine whether this island might not be Tohoi seen by Captain Cook, or the land supposed to have been taken to the southeastward, while the Resolution was on that island. The wind, principally between E and SE, blew very fresh, attended with squalls, a gloomy atmosphere, and an almost incessant rain. Until 7 in the morning of Monday the 20th, when the weather clearing gave us a view of Metka or Offenburg Island, bearing by compass ESE distant only about 6 or 8 leagues. We immediately steered for Tahiti, which was seen about 8, bearing WN. The wind was now easterly, accompanied by showers of rain. At noon the land over Point Venus bore well, distant 7 or 8 leagues. The latitude now observed, being the first time since the 23rd, varying only 5 from the dead reckoning, was 17°29, longitude 21 Wallopton 45 by the watch 210 to 313. In the afternoon, the wind became southerly, with dark, gloomy weather. Having reached by 5 o'clock, within 4 or 5 miles of the shore, a little to the eastward of Point Venus, some canoes came off and brought some coconuts and 2 small hogs, which were instantly purchased. Towards sunset, the breeze died away, and it continued calm until midnight, when it again freshened from the eastward, with which, under an easy sail, we plied until the morning, when all our canvas was spread for Matavai Bay. About 8 o'clock we rounded the Dolphin Bank in 2% fathoms water and worked up into the bay. About 9 we anchored in 8 fathom black muddy bottom, Point Venus bearing by compass N. 15E, the Dolphin Bank N 70W, and One Tree Hill S 31W. This being the place of rendezvous appointed by Captain Vancouver, we experienced no small degree of disappointment on not finding the Discovery in port. And our solicitude for her welfare was greatly increased when we adverted to her superiority in sailing, which had given us reason to believe her arrival would have preceded ours, at least a week. We scarcely anchored when the natives flocked around us in the most civil and friendly manner, bringing with them an ample supply of the different refreshments their country afforded. Some trifling thefts being committed by some of our numerous visitors, we were under the necessity of obliging them to retire to their canoes and huts, with which they complied in the greatest good humor. The whole of the afternoon was a continued rain, as heavy as anyone on board ever beheld, accompanied with a very severe tempest. On our first arrival, the whole of the shore was one uninterrupted beach, but towards evening, the The torrents of rain which had fallen caused an inundation of the river, which broke its bank about halfway, between Point Venus and One Tree Hill, and through the breach an immense quantity of water was discharged, which brought with it a great number of large trees that were scattered in various directions over the bay. A great concourse of the inhabitants had assembled and beheld the bank give way, upon which they all shouted, seemingly with acclamations of great joy. For had not this event taken place, their houses and plantations would probably have been much incommoded by the overflowing of the river. Our cutter was moored alongside. In the course of the night, one of the trees drifted athwart her, broke the iron chain with which she was secured, stove in her broadside and stem, and on her filling the furniture was washed away. This circumstance, little to the credit of the gentleman who had the watch on deck, was not discovered until the morning of Wednesday the 28th, when, after some hours' search in the launch, the party returned without finding the lost materials. From young Oran, I received this morning a present of 2 hogs and some fruit. Olu the elder, now styled Pomare, we understood, was at Aimeo, whither the messengers requested we would send to acquaint him with our arrival, on which he would instantly repair to Matavai. His absence, however, had produced not the least inconvenience, for notwithstanding we had not been visited by any chief, yet the behavior of the people was perfectly civil and friendly. They supplied us with as much provision as we could possibly use on very reasonable terms. The greater part of this day, and all the succeeding night, the tempest continued with unabated torrents of rain. On Thursday morning the 29th, I received from Oparu a very bountiful present, consisting of hogs and fruit, from young Olav, with a message to signify that he might be expected next day at Mataavi. In the evening, the weather being a little more temperate, though the surf continued to run too high to admit of our approaching the beach in the bay, we landed at the back of Point Venus, and were received by the natives with great cheerfulness and cordiality. They treated us with the utmost hospitality and vied with each other to be foremost in friendly attentions. The wind having shifted to the eastward, the weather became serene and pleasant, and being informed the next morning, Friday the 30th, by some of the natives that a ship was in sight, I repaired instantly on shore, and had the unspeakable pleasure of perceiving it to be the Discovery to the eastward, steering for the bay. About 10 o'clock, as she hauled in between the reef and the dolphin bank, I went on board to congratulate Captain Vancouver and to inform him of our welcome and proceedings since our separation. It may not be improper to observe that the separation of the 2 vessels was occasioned, as was first conjectured, by circumstances unavoidable, which occurred during a very heavy and violent storm. As some recompense, however, for the anxiety attendant on losing the company of our little consort, we had to reflect that, eventually, the gale had been the fortunate means of our making some additions to geography. The islands first discovered by the Chatham and named Knight's Island by Mr. Broughton were the Snares, which we had passed in the Discovery a few hours before. As Mr. Broughton considered our means for ascertaining their true position superior to what he possessed, their positive situation as placed by us may be received as correct, but as the Chatham passed through them, the relative situation to each other, according to Mr. Broughton's observations, is to be preferred. The Discovery passed about 20 leagues to the north of Chatham Island, as did Captain Cook in March 1777, who also passed about the same distance to the south of it in June 1773. On all these occasions, it was not observed, nor did we, in the Discovery, see the islands discovered by the Chatham on the 23rd of December, lying more to the eastward than Toboe, and in latitude 23°43, longitude 212° 19. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Book the First, Chapter 6. By the time we had anchored, the ship was surrounded with canoes laden with the different productions of the country. The natives, with every assurance of friendship, and with expressions of the greatest joy at our arrival, were crowding on board. One or two among them, although not principal chiefs, evidently assumed some little authority, and were exceedingly careful that we should not suffer the multitude to come on board, as that would be the best means to prevent thefts, and ensure that amity and good fellowship which they appeared very solicitous to establish and support. We complied with their advice, and found no difficulty in carrying it into execution. We had only to desire they would return to their canoes, and they immediately complied. I had the mortification of finding on inquiry that many of the friends I had left here in the year 1777, both male and female, were dead. Ono, with his father, brothers, and filters, Polamu and his family, were the only chiefs of my old acquaintance that were now living. Ono was not here, nor did it appear that Otacyte was now the place of his residence, having retired to his newly acquired possession Imco, or as the natives more commonly call that island Mana, leaving his oldest son the supreme authority over this and all the neighboring islands. The young king had taken the name of Ono, and my old friend that of Pomone, having given up his name with his sovereign jurisdiction, though he still seemed to retain his authority as regent. Mr. Broughton had received some presents from Ono, who, being now arrived from Oparu, had sent, desiring that gentlemen would visit him there at Matavai. I had received no invitation, but, as some of the natives gave me to understand that my accompanying Mr. Broughton would be deemed a civility, I did not hesitate to comply, especially as Mr. Broughton had prepared a present in such a manner that I considered it a sufficient compliment to the young king from us both. As soon as the ship was secured, Mr. Whidbey and myself attended Mr. Broughton, with intention to fix on an eligible spot for our tents, and for transacting our necessary business on shore, and afterwards to pay our respects to his Otaheitkan Majesty. The surf obliged us to row round the point near the mouth of the river, where we landed and were received by the natives with every demonstration of regard. A messenger was instantly dispatched to inform the king of our arrival and intended visit. The location of our tents on my former visit to this country was not suitable, on the present occasion, to answer our purposes. The beach was considerably washed away, and the sand being removed from the coral rocks rendered the landing very unsafe. The surf had also broken into the river, and made it very fast. These circumstances induced me to fix on a situation about a quarter of a mile further along the beach, to the southward. The messenger that had been dispatched to inform Olav of our landing and proposed visit returned with a pig and a plantain leaf as a peace offering to me, accompanied by a speech of congratulation on our arrival and offers of whatever refreshments the country afforded. This short ceremony being finished, we proceeded along the beach in expectation of meeting the young sovereign, until we arrived near to the place where the river had broken its banks. There we were directed to halt, under the shade of a palm tree, to which we readily consented, the weather being nearly calm and exceedingly sultry. After waiting a short time, we were acquainted that the king, having some objection to cross the river for the purpose of meeting strangers, requested we would go to him. A canoe was in waiting to take us over, and having walked about 100 yards on the other side, the interview took place. We found Olav to be a boy of about 9 or 10 years of age. He was carried on the shoulders of a man and was clothed in a piece of English red cloth, with ornaments of pigeons' feathers hanging over his shoulders. When we had approached within about 8 paces, we were desired to stop. The present we had brought was exhibited, and although its magnitude and the value of the articles it contained excited the admiration of the bystanders in the highest degree, it was regarded by this young monarch with an apparent calm and cool indifference. It was not immediately to be presented. A certain previous ceremony was necessary. Not considering myself sufficiently master of the language, I applied for assistance to an inferior chief named Moira, who had been useful to Mr. Broughton, to be my prompter. At first he used some pains, but not finding me so apt a scholar as he expected, he soon took the whole office upon himself. He answered for our peaceable and friendly intentions, and requested supplies of provisions, and a pledge of good faith towards us, with as much confidence as if he had been intimately acquainted with our wishes and designs. Our fluctuation on this occasion was similar to that of His Otaheilin Majesty, who condescended to say but a few words, a person by his side sparing him that trouble by going through all the formal ceremonies, a ratification of peace and mutual friendship being acknowledged on both sides, and these ceremonies concluded, which took up 15 or 20 minutes. The different European articles comprising the present were, with some little form, presented to Aloha, and on his shaking hands with us, which he did very heartily, his countenance became immediately altered, and he received us with the greatest cheerfulness and cordiality. He informed me that his father, my former acquaintance and friend, was at Moorea, and requested that I would send thither a boat for him, for as the islanders were much accustomed to raise false reports, Pamuri would not believe that I was arrived without seeing some of us, by whom he would be convinced. He also added that if we should sail without seeing his father, he would not only be very much concerned, but very angry. This language being in the mouths of everyone around us, and feeling a great desire to see an old friend who had ever conducted himself with propriety and appeared firmly attached to our interest, I promised to comply with the young king's request. The fulfillment of joy and a readiness to oblige were evident in the countenances of all whom we met. Their instant compliance with all our requests, and their eagerness to be foremost in performing any little friendly office, could not be observed without the most grateful emotions. Each of us was presented with a quantity of cloth, a large hog, and some vegetables, after which we returned on board extremely well pleased with our visit and reception. My original intention in calling here was for the sole purpose of recruiting our water and obtaining a temporary supply of fresh provisions. But on further consideration, I was convinced that we should not find any place this winter where the necessary duties we had to perform for we could proceed to the coast of America, would be so well done, or executed with so much ease and convenience, as in our present situation. A small boat for the Chatham was to be built, and a great repair was necessary to her large cutter. The timber cut in Dulce Bay wanted to be sawn into planks for many other confidential purposes. These matters required immediate attention, and would not be properly executed on board. Besides which, the known accuracy with which the situation of this island is settled made me anxious to land our chronometers for the purpose of ascertaining their error and rate of going, which had lately become somewhat equivocal. These reasons induced me to determine on giving the vessels every equipment they required, which would have the further convenience of shortening our visit this season at the Sandwich Islands. Directions were therefore given that the sail should be unbent, the topmasts, etc. struck, and that a thorough examination of the rigging and sails should take place. The Discoverer's carpenters were ordered to assist those of the Chatham in building and repairing her boats and sawing out the planks, and all other necessary services that circumstances rendered practicable were, by the several artificers, put in a train of execution. Agreeably to the promise made to O2, Mr. Madge, accompanied by Mr. Menzies, was on Saturday the 31st dispatched to the island of Moatea for Pomare Matuaro, who we were informed was Under Om, sovereign of Huahin, and who was now here on an Arroyo party, undertook to be their pilot. As soon as the boat put off, the crowd about the ship becoming acquainted with her errand, the news was speedily carried with acclamation to the shore, and they received with great demonstrations of gladness. During the night, the swell in the bay had greatly increased, and conceiving we were nearer the Dolphin Bank than was imagined on our arrival, we warped nearer inshore and moored in 13 fathoms black sand and muddy bottom, One Tree Hill bearing by compass S 26W, and Point Venus N 14E. The surf breaking with great violence had hitherto prevented our landing the camp party, but as I had been accustomed to see this place perfectly smooth, I entertained no doubt that the bay would, in a day or two, resume its usual tranquility. Sunday morning ushered in the new year. The surf had in some measure subsided, though it still broke with great violence on the shore, which induced me to make New Year's Day a holiday. Everyone had as much fresh pork and plum pudding as he could make use of, and lost in the voluptuous gratifications of Tahiti, we might forget our friends in Old England. All hands were served a double allowance of grog to drink the healths of their sweethearts and friends at home. It is somewhat singular that the gunner of the Discovery was the only married man of the whole party. The weather becoming placid on the morning of Monday the 2nd, the tents, observatory, etc., were sent on shore. These were constantly protected by a guard of marines and our field pieces, which were very properly constructed for our occasions and answered every expected purpose. Mr. Puget was charged with the encampment, and Mr. Whidbey was particularly to attend the observatory. My attention and residence was divided between the ship and the shore. On pitching our tents, a great concourse of the natives, in the most friendly and orderly manner, attended. Their numbers, in some measure, proved inconvenient by interrupting our labors, but, on a line being drawn on the ground, denoting the space we intended to occupy, not one attempted to trespass, and those who were permitted to help in the debarkation of our stores conducted themselves with the utmost decorum and seemed amply repaid with a few heads for their assistance. Towards noon, Mr. Mudge returned with my old friend Pomnini, who was fainted, previously to his coming on board, with 4 guns from each vessel, which gratified him extremely. With him came Matanara Ilamu, commonly called Malmto, the reigning prince under Omo of Morea. There was, however, little probability of his long enjoying this honorable station, as he appeared to be in the last stage of a deep and rapid decline. His person was reduced to a mere skeleton, which he was not able to raise without great assistance. He was hoisted on board in a chair and supported by 6 people down to the cabin where, unable to sit up or to stand, a bed was prepared for him on the lockers. The reasons that could induce a man in his deplorable condition to undertake such a visit must, without doubt, be not less curious than extraordinary. Ponroni had a vivid recollection of me, and every expression and action indicated the sincerity of the happiness he professed on our arrival. He frequently observed I had grown very much and looked very old since we had parted. In the afternoon, his 2 wives and youngest sister arrived. The former were the sisters, and the latter the wife of Mixmuido. His 2 brothers also accompanied the ladies, with many chicks and attendants, each presenting me on their coming on board with cloth, hogs, fowls, and vegetables in such abundance that we had now more than we could well dispense with. This profuse, however, and the manner in which it will be believed, was very grateful to our feelings, as it plainly evinced the kind-hearted disposition of the inhabitants, and that we could not experience any want were our stay to be protracted beyond the period of my present intention. It now became necessary that a handsome return should be made to the whole group, agreeably to the rank and situation of each individual. In selecting the presents, I was fortunate enough to succeed, far beyond their most sanguine expectations. As Pomeroy and Mallow, with their wives, were to sleep on board, their donations were not to be exhibited to public view until the crowd was dispersed, and I was instructed, in the event of inquiries being made concerning the presents I proposed to make to these illustrious personages, to enumerate but few of the articles. Amongst those intended for Pomeroy were 2 axes. These he desired no one should know of, and to prevent even suspicion, hid them under my bureau, where they remained some days, until he lent his elder wife Pomare Ivahin for them. This degree of secrecy seemed inexplicable. Amongst the several chiefs who visited us was Pomar, chief of Matavai, who brought with him a portrait of Captain Cook, drawn by Mr. Webber in the year 1777. This picture is always deposited in the house of the chief of Matavai and has become the public registry. On the back of it was written that the Pandora had quitted this island the 8th of May, 1791. It is natural to suppose we should be very solicitous to become acquainted with the circumstances that had attended the vessel and the unfortunate persons belonging to the Bounty. Captain Edwards, who in the Pandora was dispatched from England in quest of them some months prior to our sailing, had, we understood, arrived here and taken on board those of the crew who were left at Tahiti, amounting to the number of 13. At the time, Mr. Christian with the rest of his party sailed from the island, which was some time before the arrival of the Pandora, since which period I was not able to procure any intelligence of Mr. Christian or his companions. Whatever particulars could be collected from the natives respecting this no less criminal than melancholy event, I thought it an incumbent duty to procure and transmit to England, lest any accident should befall the Pandora. But as a legal investigation has since taken place, I trust I shall neither incur the displeasure of the humane nor the reproach of the curious by declining any further discretion on this sad subject. The former will readily find an apology for me in their own bosoms, and the latter may resort to the publications of the day for any other particulars with which they may be desirous of becoming acquainted. A large party of royalty and chiefs honored us with their company at dinner, which failed to be a pleasant circumstance in consequence of the weather being extremely hot and the cabin excessively crowded. On this occasion, the wives of Pommery and the wife of Mommy were permitted to sit with us at table and partake of the repast. This indulgence, however, is by no means common, and I believe granted to no other women on the island. Our attention was particularly attracted by the great desire which the generality of them, both male and female, exhibited in their endeavors to adopt our manners and customs, and the avidity with which they sought spirituous liquors. Pommery, in the course of dinner and afterwards, drank a bottle of brandy without diluting it. This threw him into such violent convulsions that 4 strong men were required to hold him down, and to perform the office of rooms rama, which is done by squeezing the flesh of the limbs and body of the intoxicated person with their hands. On these convulsions subsiding, he slept for about an hour, and then arose to all appearance as much refreshed with his nap as if he had retired perfectly sober. I expostulated with a desire to convince him that inebriety was highly pernicious to health, but in vain. His only reply was nimr, a term used for everything that delights or pleases, such as music, etc. He accused me of being a stingy fellow, and that I was not tia io, a phrase lately adopted to signify a jolly companion. This determined me that he should have his own way, and orders were given that he should have brandy or rum, as he chose to call for, concluding that in a few days he would be convinced of its ill effects. In this I was not mistaken. Before the week expired, he ceased calling for spirits, and a few glasses of wine, at and after dinner, completely satisfied him, frequently saying that all I had told him of the Eva Brelan was perfectly true. Spirits and wine are, however, in great request with all the chiefs, as is sugar, and there can be no doubt that these articles might be rendered amongst them considerable branches of traffic. We were busily employed on Tuesday the 3rd about our rigging, sails, and other matters on board, and in landing the chronometers, instruments, and other necessary articles and implements for the execution of our business on shore, from whence the boats returned with some water, and we began salting pork. The weather continued to be very sultry, the thermometer generally standing between 83 and 94. My royal guests, with a crowd of attendants, still remained on board, and their company became no less unpleasant than inconvenient. And I was given to understand they intended to make the ship their place of residence until they should return to Murka. This arrangement was very inconvenient, and to which it was impossible to object. I was therefore under the necessity of resorting to some little address, which fortunately was attended with the desired success. Ellie took an opportunity of acquainting Pumuruk that my attendance at the observatory would now be constantly required, which would oblige me to dine on shore, but that I had ordered a dinner on board and plenty of brandy for him and his friends. A consultation shortly took place, and as I was about to leave the ship, he said, if I would call for him after dinner, the whole party would disembark, desiring at the same time that he might be saluted on his landing from the encampment, which in the evening was done accordingly. Our royal friends took up their abode in a wretched house brought for the express purpose to Point Venus, where our tents on former visits had been pitched. Pumuruk was not in a condition to favor us with his presence that evening, but in the morning of Wednesday the 4th, we had the honor of his company at the encampment. He regarded with inquisitive attention and great admiration the several works in which our people were engaged. A large piece of timber which was sawing into plank greatly attracted his notice and drew me into a scrape. He said it was impossible we could be in immediate want of so great a quantity, and did not doubt that ere long we should be in a country where we could again be supplied, having understood that this stick had been cut at New Zealand. These considerations led him to request that I would order a chest of the plank to be made for him, 6 feet long, 4 feet broad, and 3 feet deep. I excused myself by replying that I could not, with any convenience, part with so much plank, nor could the carpenters be well spared from the business on which they were employed, but that, before we sailed, I would endeavor to have a small chest made for him. Poverty, however, was of opinion that a large chest would take little more time to finish than a small one, and offered to find plank for the top and bottom if I would supply the sides and ends, and allow a carpenter to make it. In short, he was so pressing and earnest that much against my inclination, having great demands for the plank and constant employ for the artisans, I was under the necessity of complying with his wishes. Midship, though extremely feeble, paid us a visit on shore. Being unable to walk, he was carried about in a kind of litter. Many other chiefs were now constantly attendant upon us, with a numerous party of the natives, who all conducted themselves with the strictest propriety, and seemed highly delighted with the new mode of spending their time, in observing and animadverting on our different employments. The wind since our arrival had been catwardly, blowing a moderate breeze. It had now veered to the north with squalls and showers of rain, attended by a very heavy rolling swell in the bay. The Discovery's yawl, wanting repair, was hauled up for that purpose. In the evening, we had much rain, with frequent gusts of wind, which so much increased the surf that all communication with the shore must have ceased. Had not the good offices of our kind friends on the island enabled us to keep up a correspondence, they successfully contended with the boisterous elements by swimming to and from the ship, and to manifest their attachment, supplied us by this means with breadfruit, coconuts, and other refreshments. On the morning of Thursday the 5th, the NW wind, which is the most boisterous and unpleasant known in this country, brought with it a sea which broke with such great violence on the shore as to insulate the spot on which our royal friends had taken up their abode. The wind could not be considered as a strong gale, yet so violent was the sea that accompanied it, that it broke with uninterrupted force in every part of the bay, excepting where the vessels rode. And, even there, we did not entirely escape its fury. 2 seas broke on board the Discovery, although in 8 fathoms water, which nearly filled the waist. Towards 8 o'clock, the clouds in the NW bearing a very threatening appearance, the sheet anchor was dropped underfoot. This disagreeable weather continued all day, and the surf ranged so high on the shore as to make it necessary to remove the observatory further back several paces, notwithstanding which, the kindly offices of the friendly natives, regardless of danger, were uninterruptedly continued. It became calm, and the weather appeared more settled on the morning of Friday the 6th. The sheet anchor was weighed and replaced, and all hands were busily employed in their respective departments. After breakfast, I went on shore, and understood that Oran had, in the course of the last 2 days, been carried, as when we first met him, about the encampment. On his approach, I invited him into the marquee and requested he would visit the ships. Both these invitations he declined, and I was immediately given to understand that should he enter the tents or ships, neither his father, mother, or any inhabitant of these islands could again be admitted. That everything is and must be destroyed out of which he should eat or drink, although vessels or utensils belonging to us. As the young monarch was about the encampment most part of the day, whilst at dinner, I demanded of his father if I might send him a glass of wine. He replied, if I chose to have the glass broken, I was at liberty to do so, and inquired if I had an abundance of such articles to spare. Some wine was therefore sent in the hell of a coconut, which being emptied by the young king, was instantly broken and thrown in the sea. Pomer had early and frequently liked if we had not fireworks on board, and being informed that we had, Saturday evening was fixed for an exhibition, after which the royal party, with their dying chief Maihama, were to return to Matavai, and having landed him, Pomare and his wives were to return and remain here until we should depart. The intended display of fireworks was made known to all around us, and messengers with the intelligence were dispatched to various parts of the island. Pomere's father, who was formerly known by the name of Hapai, now called Tutu, had arrived from Moorea on Saturday the 7th, and was on board the Discovery, where he desired to see me, on which Pomare with Uripaya and Hitihiti, his 2 next brothers, accompanied me to pay our respects to their old sire, who had just arrived in a large canoe, laden with the productions of the country as a present. This interview was exceedingly affecting. It was with great satisfaction that I beheld the affectionate regard with which the 3 sons embraced their aged and venerable father, who, in acknowledging his grateful sense of their dutiful congratulations, exhibited feelings which drew tears from the whole party. When these filial effusions, which would have done credit to the sensibility of the most polished nations, had subsided, I presented Tutu with a suitable return, and, on including some articles for his wife, who was still living at Moorea, he was highly delighted, and the value of the present in his estimation seemed thereby infinitely increased. Some of the royal females had now joined our party, and as Pomare had not yet paid Mr. Broughton a visit, we all went on board the Chatham. Presents were necessary on this occasion, and although I considered that Mr. Broughton had been very liberal, our royal guests seemed of a very different opinion. But on explaining that there was not the same abundance of valuable things on board the small vessel that there was in the large ship, and having some retrospect to the number and value of those obtained from the Discovery, we left the Chatham and went ashore tolerably well satisfied. Soon after our arrival at the encampment, I witnessed a scene very different from that which had been exhibited on board on the meeting of 3 sons with their venerable parent. It was shortly announced that Om was appointed. On this occasion, it became necessary that the grandfather should pay homage to his grandson. A pig and a plantain leaf were instantly procured, the good old man stripped to the waist, and when Om appeared in the front of the marquee, the aged parent, whose limbs were tottering with the decline of life, met his grandson, and on his knees acknowledged his own inferiority by presenting this token of submission, which, so far as could be discovered, seemed offered with a mixture of profound respect and parental regard. The ceremony seemed to have little effect on the young monarch, who appeared to notice the humiliating situation of his grandfather with the most perfect indifference and unconcern. This mode of behavior is, however, rather to be attributed to the force of education than to a want of the proper sentiments of affection, as I perfectly recollected that, when I was here with Captain Cook, Pomar treated his brothers with the most cool indifference, although, On the present occasion, there are few examples of three brothers living in greater harmony or regarding each other with more fraternal affection. It should therefore seem that this sort of distant deportment is a necessary appendage to the high office of sovereign. Another royal son and daughter honored us with their company. These, with a daughter remaining at Moorea, are all the children of Pomare now living. His family originally consisted of 5, but one of his daughters was deceased. All these children were by his elder wife, known by the name of Pamare Whalebone, or the female Pamare. This lady I shall hereafter distinguish by the appellation of Queen Mother. By his youngest wife he has had no children. She is called Fia Re Re. Our new visitors were, each like their brother Otoa, carried on men's shoulders, and for the same reasons which interdicted him, they could not enter our habitations. The youth seemed to be about 3 or 4 years younger than Otu, and had taken the name of Wiriadawa in consequence of his being the acknowledged sovereign of Tiarabu under his brother Otu. The daughter appeared to be about 2 or 3 years of age, to whom, or to the young lady remaining at Moorea, I did not understand that any particular titles or consequence were at present annexed. Yet this child seemed treated with much respect and attention. We had a very large party of the royal family and of the different chiefs to dinner at the marquee, after which it was proposed that the Havaru no Brimbu, that is, the English entertainments, should commence. Pomare requested that some guns from the ships should be fired as a prelude, that the Marines on shore should go through their exercises and fire, and that the efforts of the field pieces should be exhibited. From the latter were fired both round and canister shot, which the surrounding multitude beheld with surprise, admiration, and terror, manifested by their expressions, particularly on observing the distance to which the small 3-pounders threw the round shot, and the execution that evidently could be done by the canister, which was fired at a rock in the sea, lying at a convenient distance. On firing with some dispatch 3 rounds from the field pieces, the fear of Pomare completely overcame his curiosity, and he exclaimed, "Allura," signifying he was perfectly satisfied. In the evening, we were very fortunate in our display of fireworks. They had been well prepared and preserved, and were, without exception, of their various kinds, equal to any I ever saw discharged in Europe. A numerous crowd assembled on the occasion expressed as much astonishment and admiration as if these had been the first exhibited in the island. I endeavored to prevail on Pomare to assist in the performance. He once took the port fire in his hand, but his heart failed, and calling his youngest wife, Fa'areriare, desired I would instruct her. She was by no means so alarmed as her husband, and with a little of my assistance, she fired several rockets, a Catherine wheel, some flower pots, and balloons. Having displayed an assortment of these, together with some water rockets, etc., the exhibition was closed, and the natives retired in the most perfect good order to their respective habitations, exceedingly well pleased with their entertainment, although it was evident that the major part had been as much affected by terror as admiration. Pomare, with his 2 wives and sister, came to breakfast the next morning, Sunday the 8th, and expressed great satisfaction and many thanks for the pleasure which the last evening had afforded them. The young king, with his brother and philter, honored the encampment also with their presence. Understanding that our royal party were about to leave us for some days, presents were made them on the occasion, with which, highly delighted with their excursion and their reception by us, they departed. The chronometers and other instruments had now been landed nearly a week, but owing to the very unsettled state of the weather, until this day, we had not been able to get corresponding altitudes. The like cause had operated also in retarding the general transactions at the encampment, where whilst was busily employed at the observatory, Pualntu arrived, having sent before him a magnificent present of hogs, vegetables, cloth, mats, and cookses. I'd been very intimate with this chief on my last visit to this country, We perfectly recollected each other, and the sincerity of my friend, and his wife also, did not spare me the mortification of being informed a second time that I was grown exceedingly old. He much regretted that he had not arrived in time to partake of the entertainments of the preceding day and evening, as he had never been so fortunate as to be present at such an exhibition. This induced me to promise that, on the return of Pomuriki from Moorea, a similar display should take place. Poalalau, who was now called Hidim, with his wife and filter, accompanied me on board. Amongst the valuables with which I presented my old acquaintance and friend was an axe, of which his sister became so enamored, claiming to herself a part of the present she had received, that Hydia was under the necessity of using some force to prevent her wrenching it out of his hand. But on my making a small addition to the articles she had received, the lady became reconciled. Our business in the several departments was now in great forwardness, yet we were likely to experience an inconvenience in procuring firewood, as we had few trees in our neighborhood, but such as bore fruit. On mentioning this circumstance to Uripiali, he undertook, with Wilitua, Poena, and Moflori, an inferior chief, to supply more than the ships would contain, provided they were furnished with 2 axes each, as, on such an occasion, they could not afford to wear out their own, which on my part was readily acceded to. The Fez had broken some into the river as to render it brackish and unfit for use near our encampment. This obliged us to have our casks filled near a mile off, opposite Uripialfa habitation, who ordered them to be emptied and filled, for the purpose of seasoning, as often as we desired, and giving them in charge to his trusty domestics, they remained in his custody several days in the most perfect safety. This conduct was not singular, for it is but justice to acknowledge that every one of the inhabitants behaved with uniform propriety, as deserving of our thanks, as of our commendations. In every transaction, they were emulous to afford us assistance to the utmost of their power, and seemed amply and satisfactorily rewarded for their exertions in our service, by the humble return of a few beads or small nails. The departure of Pomini's family was daily put off, Mallow being very desirous that we should convey him home in one of our boats. But as these, as well as our men, were too much employed to be spared for this purpose, we were daily honored at our meals with most of this good company, and it must be acknowledged that their deportment at the table was now so much improved that the major part conducted themselves with great confidence, excepting the daughter of Olum, who reigned over Bolabola and its 2 neighboring isles. We had now the pretense of all the sovereigns of this group of islands. Opme had formerly conquered and annexed the islands of Uliatea and Otaha to the government of Bolabola, but on his death, the sovereignty of these islands had, in right of natural or original succession, fallen to a chief whose name was Maori. He was a shrewd, sensible fellow, affected to be well acquainted with the English language, and certainly had acquired some words which he pronounced so as to be understood. He was a brother of Pomari's mother, was on a visit to the royal family here, and was by them treated with much respect and attention. Hitherto I had received a few trifling presents of provisions only from Pomare, who had lately expressed some regret that he had not made me a return for the many useful matters I had bestowed upon him, and had fixed this day to make an acknowledgment. Towards noon, Pomare came to the marquee, attended by a considerable train. He was preceded by 3 men, each bearing a pari or mourning dress, esteemed the most valuable present the country can afford. Many of the rest were laden with cloth, fowls, and vegetables. These, with some very large hogs, which brought up the rear, made altogether a very superb and grateful compensation. Pomare and his wives dined with us, after which they took leave of the encampment to embark for Oppenray, there to join Miro, who had departed early in the morning for Moorea, for which island the whole of the royal party were to sail the next day. There they proposed to land Mahau, and, in the course of 4 or 5 days, return. Having given them to understand we should, about that time, be on the eve of our departure. They were saluted from our station on shore, on their way on board the Discovery, where a canoe was waiting to receive them, and in which were 2 large hogs that Pomare had desired might be sent me from Oparu. Considering myself on this occasion his debtor, I endeavored myself to discover what would be most acceptable in return. He had promised to solicit a file for a man in his canoe, and he could not be prevailed upon to accept any other article. After a short stay on board, they bade us farewell and were saluted with 8 guns from the vessels. Most of the chiefs left us in order to procure such articles as they considered might be acceptable to us previously to our departure. Mr. Broughton, Mr. Menzies, and several officers of the Discovery and Chatham made an excursion on Friday the 13th to the westward, towards Oparu and the country in its vicinity, which, together with the absence of the chiefs and their attendants, so much reduced our society that the encampment had the appearance of being almost deserted. At daybreak the next morning, Saturday the 14th, I received a message from Pomare, acquainting me with the death of Maiwu, in consequence of which their voyage to Moorea was at an end. Little concern could possibly be felt on this occasion. Maiwu's relief from the wretched condition in which he existed was directed by humanity to be esteemed a most happy event, particularly when the very singular treatment is considered which this poor being endured whilst in our neighborhood. Almost every evening, and sometimes twice in the night, he was brought in the litter from the royal habitation near the point and placed in some one of our tents for a short time, and then carried back again. In the daytime, he was either visiting the encampment, or in the heat of the sun, or in the midst of rain, was rowed round the ships, and insisted one evening on sleeping on board the Chatham. He was very fond of tea, and extremely discerning that whatever nourishment he took should be dressed in the English fashion. The conduct observed towards this dying man seemed calculated, if not intended, to hasten his dissolution. This, however, was not to be reconciled with the general deportment of the whole royal party, and especially with that of Pomare, who appeared to regard him with great tenderness and affection. I was particularly inquisitive why he was so harassed about, and they all agreed it was in consequence of his own desire, which, so far as could be learned, seemed dictated by superstitious notions. I desired the messenger to inform Pomare that I would attend the funeral solemnities of the deceased the next day. On the morning of Sunday the 15th, he again returned with a request from Pomare that I would not visit Oparu until Tuesday, when the religious interdiction under which that district had been laid would be at an end, no communication at present being permitted between the inhabitants of Oparu and those of the other parts of the island. This was made generally known by the display of flags in the several pathways. Not a canoe was suffered to move along the shores, nor was a fire allowed to be made, which produced a degree of solemnity that was very expressive of the concern felt for the death of this chief and of his consequence and respectability. Numerous fires had been observed the preceding day all over the district of Oparu. These, we were given to understand, were ceremonies of a religious nature consequent on the demise of Muri, and it is reasonable to suppose that the mourners took advantage of this ordinance to cook sufficient provisions for the time of the interdiction. Our provisions having been supplied in the greatest abundance, permission was now granted for the purchase of curiosities, agreeably to my promise contained in the restrictive orders of the 25th of December last. And as nothing worthy of attention had occurred in our neighborhood during the absence of Mr. Broughton and his party, I shall insert such observations made during their execution as were communicated to me on their return. Our gentlemen embarked in a canoe belonging to Maur, the sovereign of Uliatea, who together with W. Gear Iron and his wife accompanied them towards Oparu. On their way, they landed for the purpose of seeing the Morai of Tapeo Pautatea. Maurer, who attended them on approaching the sacred spot, desired the party would stop until he should address the Enru. For this purpose he seated himself on the ground and began praying, before I waited, or printed with a piece of wood indifferently called on, which was placed, for the present occasion, a bundle of cloth and some red feathers. During this ejaculation, which took up a considerable time, the names of the party were twice mentioned. He likewise repeated the names of the several commanders who had visited the island, together with those of Kemr, NRGC, that is King George, and Bri Anam, which were frequently expressed. When these introductory ceremonies were finished, Mauvoir attended them to every part of the Morai and explained every particular. He appeared to be well versed in all the ceremonials and rites appertaining to their religion, which made the party greatly lament their want of a competent knowledge of the language, as they were unable to comprehend his meaning, except in a few common instances. Having left the Marai and proceeded towards about a mile, they arrived at a house surrounded by a plantation of yams belonging to Uliatea, who was then at dinner with a numerous company of our Matavai friends. And while our gentlemen were taking some refreshment, a messenger arrived from Matavai, whose guests they were to be, and who had gone before them from the Marae, requesting their attendance at his habitation, which they found situated on the verge of the fen shore. In the front of it was an oil plantation, interspersed with sugar-cane and bananas. Near the house was a small shrubbery of native ornamental plants, the whole surrounded by a well-constructed fence of bamboo, neatly interlaced with clean paths that led in different directions, produced an effect that was extremely pleasing and redounded much to the credit and ingenuity of the proprietor. Uliatea had taken very effectual means to provide for their entertainment, for a large hog had been committed to the oven and was nearly ready for the table, with an abundance of other refreshments. The mansion was large and airy. By lines stretched across, they had quiet possession of one half of the building, and this partition prevented the idle curiosity of the assembled natives from interrupting the comfort of their repast. In the afternoon, they were visited by Uliatea and some of his attendants. He observed that, in the absence of his royal brothers and other principal chiefs, it was not improbable that some of the natives might take advantage of this circumstance and discontinue their present orderly behavior in the neighborhood of the vessels and the encampment. He, therefore, requested Mr. Broughton would, in his name, write to me, recommending the 5 following chiefs to be admitted into our society on board and on shore, whose presence would be the means of effectually restraining the populace. Their names were Paino, Maliupo, and More, of Matavai, and Tulsa, and Are Ara-Emar, of Harpi. No, in the protection and good offices of whom we may place the fullest confidence. Maliapo being present, he was charged by Mr. Broughton with this emboli. From our earliest acquaintance with this royal and worthy chief, his mind had appeared to be wholly engrossed in devising the means for our comfort, and for preserving a friendly and good understanding between us and his countrymen. And even here, though retired to his cottage, he was found equally zealous in the same laudable pursuit. They were also complimented by the young King Oloa with a visit. His approach was announced by the usual ceremony of all the natives present uncovering their shoulders, and as he could not with propriety enter William's fence, they paid him their respects on the beach, whence, after receiving some trinkets, he hastened with his royal sister, each carried as before, to meet Ponmore, who was about to land at the Morai. Towards the evening, a scene was presented that gave a very different turn to the feelings of the party. On paying their respects to the royal family, who had landed near them, the sorrow and dejection which appeared in the countenance of Ponmore induced an inquiry into the cause of his melancholy. He replied in a low tone of voice that Mulumara Malo was dead. Unripial, on hearing the news, burst into a flood of tears, and a sorrowful, gloomy sadness soon overshadowed the whole assembly. On advancing a little further, We observed the Queen Mother and Fizrele in tears near the canoe from which they had landed, clutching a bundle containing some shark's teeth with which the women of this country torture themselves to manifest their grief on such occasions. After each had made a choice of an instrument for this purpose, they retired in silent affliction to a neighboring plantation. The next morning, Monday the 16th, they were again honored by a visit from Oloa and several of the chiefs on their way to the Morai. Soon after, a canoe covered with an awning was seen coming from the westward, paddling in a slow and solemn manner towards the Morai, in which was the corpse of the deceased chief. On their expressing great anxiety to see Pamuru for the purpose of obtaining permission to attend the burial ceremony, they were informed that he was gone to the Morai, but would have no objection to their being present. They proceeded, and near the rivulet that flows by Euripia's house, they saw the Queen Mother, Firi Firi, and the widow of the deceased Malama, sitting all in tears, and in the paroxysms of their affliction, wounding their heads with the shark's teeth they had prepared the preceding evening. The widow had a small spot bruised on the crown of her head, which was bloody and bore other evident marks of having frequently undergone the cruel custom of her despair. Being apprehensive that the presence of strangers might be unwelcome, they took leave and repaired to the Morai, where the priests had already begun their funeral solemnities. Patya Regi, Euripia, and others silently assenting, they moved quietly through the assembly and were seated with as little interruption to the duties as on entering a church in England after the service is commenced. 5 priests were seated before Pamuru, chanting a prayer with their faces towards Oloa, who sat on a man's lap. About 10 yards from him was held a bundle of cloth, which contained emblematically the Elom, a general name for their deities. The body of Mahawa, wrapped in English red cloth, was deposited under an awning in a canoe, whose bow was drawn up a little way on the beach near the Morai, and was attended by one man only at her stern up to his middle in water, to prevent her drifting from the spot. The priests continued chanting their prayers, frequently exalting their voices, until they ended in a very shrill tone. He who, on this occasion, performed the office of chief priest was discovered to be our friend Rr, whose prayer was equally fervent and continued nearly half an hour longer than the rest, during which he was occasionally joined by another priest in a very shrill tone of voice. This prayer of Maurice seemed at intervals like an expostulation with the divinity, by adverting to the different productions of the island remaining and still flourishing in the greatest plenty, and yet Matawam Manru was suffered to die. The address being ended, they all rose up and proceeded westward along the shore, followed by the canoe in which was the corpse, to the mouth of the rivulet, where the 3 royal ladies still continued to indulge their excessive grief, and who, on perceiving the canoe, burst forth into a loud yell of lamentation, which was accompanied by an accelerated application of the sharp teeth until the blood, very freely following, mingled with their tears. The canoe entered the brook and proceeded towards another moai at the foot of the mountains, where the ceremonies to be performed on the body of the deceased required such secrecy that on no account could our gentlemen be permitted to attend, although it was most earnestly requested. As some alleviation to this disappointment, Pomare promised they should see the manner in which the remains would be deposited the next day, and earnestly influenced they would desist from following the procession any further on the present occasion. As it was generally believed that the body was now to undergo the process of embalming, the parties much lamented Pomar's interdiction, as it deprived them of the only opportunity that possibly might ever occur of becoming acquainted with the nature of this operation, whence might he derive not only curious, but useful anatomical information. This prompted Mr. Menzies to renew his solicitations to Pomer to be admitted alone, but as these were attended with no better success, they determined to abandon these melancholy solemnities and extend their excursion a few miles westward to Pomare's residence, which they found pleasantly situated near the shore, consisting of 2 large houses lately erected. Here they were entertained with a hiava performed by a number of very young girls, in the wanton manner of the country. At a particular part of the dance, a fellow slipped in among the performers, and in a very obscene, though ludicrous manner, entertained the native audience. But, on our gentlemen expressing their abhorrence of such indecorous behavior, the girls, in finishing their parts, did not expose their persons below the waist. After distributing some presents to the young actresses, they retired, and directing their route back through the plantations, soon arrived at the house of a chief, where, having provided an excellent repast, they were sumptuously regaled. In the evening, as they returned to our friend's house, they observed many fires were burning at Oparu, as if a grand entertainment was preparing. They, however, fared as usual, and after supper, on requesting their worthy host would join in a glass of grog to the health of friends in Britain, he, though extremely fond of the liquor, very politely declined the invitation, saying there was but little for themselves, and he would therefore drink Britain in a bowl of Tahitian which was immediately prepared. Before the break of day, Maori acquainted them that as religious restrictions were laid on all the canoes in that part of the island, his could not be launched. He was informed this would not be any inconvenience, as it was the intention of the party to return by land, and requested that Maulua would prepare them an early breakfast. This Maori hoped they would excuse, as fires were intensified, and cooking could not be suffered at his house, but that he would endeavor to provide them with some refreshment on their journey when out of the district of Oparu. Accompanied by their worthy host and hostess, they now set forth on their return, highly impressed with the attentive kindness and hospitality they had received. On reaching the rivulet, they requested to be shown the morai to which the remains of Maori had been carried the preceding day. The road was pointed out, but having advanced a little way, a message was delivered, requesting they would return. On explaining the promise made by Pomar, much hesitation ensued, after which Maulua directed one of the natives only to accompany them, giving him at the same time very particular injunctions. Mr. Broughton and Mr. Menzies followed this man, who appeared exceedingly cautious and apprehensive of every step he took. They had not proceeded far when a general solitary gloom prevailed. All the houses were deserted, and not a living creature, excepting 2 or 3 dogs, were to be seen until they arrived near the morai, where, in a small house, 3 men were observed, who, most probably, were the sentinels of the sacred place. Teli questioned the guide in a very particular manner, and then acquainted him that the body Ra had been removed to the morai, where it had flopped the day before, and that Pomurg was there also. They now took a cursory view of the holy spot, which afforded little worthy of notice. It was terminated by high perpendicular rocks, whence issued several streams of water, whose continued murmurs, assisted by the wild and gloomy situation of the morai, gave an awful solemnity to the place, and fitted it to the mournful sacred purpose for which it is designed. On the return of these 2 gentlemen to join the rest of the party, they pulled the residence of the young King Om. It consisted of a middling-sized house, enclosed by a railing of wood, situated on the confines of the districts of Matavai and Oparu, beyond which the religious interdictions did not seem to extend any great distance, as they soon afterwards partook of an excellent breakfast that W7 Messer had taken care to provide. They then returned to the encampment, extremely well pleased with their excursion, on which they had been constantly attended by several of the natives, who were always striving to be foremost in acts of friendly attention, such as carrying the party over the rivulets, taking charge of their superfluous apparel and other bundles, which, although comprised of many articles highly valuable to them, yet, in justice to their honesty, it must be recorded that the most trivial article was not missed. I shall take leave of this excursion by adding a few ideas which, though principally founded on conjecture, may not be unimportant, as they reflect these peculiar religious ceremonies. The opinion that the operation of embalming commenced at the Morai near the mountains was most probably correct. One of the principal parts of this ceremony, I have been given to understand, is always performed in great secrecy and with much religious superstition. This is the disemboweling of the body. The bowels are, by the people, considered as the immediate organs of sensation, where the first impressions are received, and by which all the operations of the mind are carried on. It is therefore natural to conclude that they may esteem and venerate the intestines as bearing the greatest affinity to the immortal part. I have frequently held conversations on this subject, with a view to convince them that all intellectual operations were carried on in the head, at which they would generally smile and intimate that they had frequently seen men recover whose skulls had been fractured and whose heads had otherwise been much injured, but that, in all cases in which the intestines had been wounded, the persons, on a certainty, died. Other arguments they would also advance in favor of their belief, such as the effects of fear and other passions, which caused great agitation and uneasiness, and would sometimes produce faintness at the stomach, which they attributed entirely to the action of the bowels. If therefore this reasoning be admitted, it would appear probable that the intestines of man below were deposited at the moral under the mountains, and as it is natural to imagine they would consider the soul most attached to those mortal parts which bore to it the greatest affinity, so wherever those parts were deposited, there they may probably suppose the soul occasionally resorts. And hence it may be inferred that it is in the places made sacred by the deposit of these relics that the ceremony of chief mourner, habited in the par is performed, whose business it is to keep off the inquisitive and to maintain as thin as possible a profound silence over a certain space in which he parades, having a hind of mace, armed with shark's teeth, borne before him by a man almost naked, whose duty is to assail anyone with this formidable weapon who may have the temerity to venture within his reach. This may account for Taos' reluctance to permit our gentlemen to visit the Morai, the apparently deserted houses, and the apprehensions of the guide, who started at the least interruption of the profound and solemn silence which prevailed in that neighborhood. Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Book the First, Chapter 7. In the morning of Tuesday the 16th, we were visited by the young king, his uncles, and several other chiefs from Oparu. 2 men had been detected in stealing a hat from on board the Discovery, and as several other petty thefts had been committed at the encampment, I desired the delinquents to be sent ashore, that they might be punished in the presence of their chiefs and countrymen, which was done by shaving their heads and bestowing on each a slight manual correction. A message was received from Punawia, requesting my attendance at Oparu, to te mata, that is, to mourn for the death of Malama. It was understood that we should be provided to fire some volleys, and that I should present on this occasion a piece of red cloth as an offering to the deceased. I was informed also that most of the neighboring chiefs were to pay their last tribute of respect to the remains of Malama, and that the ceremony would consequently be attended with many formalities. But on our arrival at Oparu, there did not appear the least foundation for any such report. Mr. Broughton and Mr. Whidbey accompanied me. On our landing, we were conducted to a temporary habitation of Pomar, where we found him, his wives, and sisters in readiness to receive us. Some little concern was certainly apparent for the loss of their friend and relation, though very unequal to the affliction I expected to have witnessed, from the great care and tender regard manifested to him by the whole party when alive. The grief of these people is of 2 descriptions, natural and artificial. It is excessive on the first impulse, but soon moderates and wears away. The corpse was laid on the tapapau, which seemed to have been created for the express purpose about a quarter of a mile to the eastward of the Grand Morai, or as it is called, Tapu Tapuatea, and appeared to be then undergoing the latter part of the embalming process, in the same manner as described by Captain Cook in the instance of tea. The body was exposed to the sun, and on our approach the covering was taken off, which exhibited the corpse in a very advanced state of putrefaction. The skin shone very bright with the coconut oil with which it had been anointed, and which we understood was highly impregnated with ahai, or sweet-scented oil. One of the arms and a leg being moved, the joints appeared perfectly flexible. The extremely offensive exhalations that were emitted rendered it natural to conclude that the whole mass would soon be completely decomposed. But, if credit may be given to their assertions, which were indubitably confirmed by the remains of tea, and to which I could myself bear testimony, this will not be the case. Pomurri informed us the corpse was to remain a month in this place. Then a month was to be employed in its visiting some of the western districts, after which it was to be removed to Tiarabu for another month, whence it was to be carried to Moorea, and there finally deposited with his forefathers in the Morai of the family. In the course of a few months after its arrival there, it would gradually begin to moulder away, but by such very slow degrees that several months would elapse before the body would be entirely consumed. This method of embalming, or rather of preserving human bodies, is certainly an object of great curiosity, particularly when it is considered that it is performed under the influence of a vertical fire, sometimes in the rainy season, and that the operators are totally ignorant of the properties of spices, filters, etc., as antiseptics. Whether their preparations be simple or compounded, or what may be the peculiarities observed in the process, remains, I believe, entirely unknown to Europeans, and it is much to be regretted that their religious interdictions precluded our attending the whole of these mysterious obsequies, as many vessels may visit this country without meeting so favorable an opportunity, with persons on board qualified and inclined to direct such inquiries into effect. The boat's crew were ranged before the paling that encompassed the tapapau. The piece of red cloth was given to the widow, who spread it over the dead body. Some volleys were then fired, and I was directed to pronounce, "Terra no om blalwen," that is, "For you I mourn." On some mats falling, the body was taken under cover and carefully wrapped up. We had but a few yards to retire to Panmuri's habitation, where himself and family had taken up a temporary abode for this occasion. But the exceedingly offensive smell of the corpse obliged us to proceed to an excellent new house of IV Qtoms, a little to the westward of Pomurg's former habitation, which had been destroyed during the late wars and had not been rebuilt. Nor did it appear that he had any other house at present in this part of the district. Here we dined, and returned to Matavai with 2 large hogs, presented on this mournful occasion by the widow of Malo. Our friends with their axes made so little progress that on the morning of Wednesday the 18th, I requested Oripia would point out such trees as we might cut down ourselves. This, with Wicklow's assistance, he shortly did, and we procured of the apple and bread fruit sufficient numbers to supply our wants. Parties for this service were sent on shore, and the axes sent to the chiefs for this express purpose were directed to be forthwith returned, with which Url Zeala, Witawa, and Poeno immediately complied. The mourning for Marau being now at an end, the royal females paid us a visit, and returned after dinner to Opar. Pomurri, his father, wives, brothers, and sisters, with our several friends, were again about us the next morning, perfectly cheerful and in high spirits. As Sunday was now determined upon for our departure, the preceding evening was fixed for a further display of fireworks, in which all our friends seemed to anticipate much pleasure. Pomurri returned in the evening to Opare for the purpose of procuring us such supplies as he thought would be acceptable previously to our sailing. A great number of presents were received on board on the morning of Friday the 20th, consisting of hogs, fowls, goats, roots, and vegetables from our several friends. who had uniformly conducted themselves with the greatest propriety, and who all appeared to regret that the period of our departure was now so near at hand. In the midst of this happy intercourse and desirable harmony, a circumstance unfortunately occurred, which occasioned much concern. A bag, containing a large quantity of linen belonging to Mr. Broughton, had been artfully taken out of the marquee. Moam, who had offered to be a cutter of wood, had neither sent any down since the first or second day, nor had he returned the axes with which he had been furnished. This led me to suspect he intended something unfair, of which, as well as of the theft, I acquainted Letpole fully, who immediately replied he would go in search of both the axes and the linen. He seemed by no means to be ignorant of the theft, and requested I would apply to Ivla Augeret, who, having in a more particular manner attached himself to Mr. Broughton, was the most proper person to exert himself on this occasion, especially as he had reason to believe the linen had been taken to a part of the country where IVJ, Irma's influence was very insignificant. Several shirts also had been, the preceding evening, reported missing from the people's tents, but as circumstances induced me to believe the inhabitants were little concerned in their removal, no measures were pursued for their recovery. Mr. Broughton's linen was, however, too serious a loss, and was a robbery too audacious to be passed over in silence, particularly as it became evident the chiefs knew of the linen having been stolen before we discovered the theft, which was strongly suspected to have been projected by themselves. Origin had prepared a fete close to the lines of the encampment for our amusement. But, to show my disapproval, I deemed it expedient to forbid the performance, and told Uripia that, while his people conducted themselves so treacherously, the less connection there flourished between us, the more agreeable it would be, and that, unless the articles purloined were immediately returned, I should be under the disagreeable necessity, though greatly against my inclination, of enforcing the restoration of them by the adoption of very serious measures. On this, he immediately departed, and about noon returned with one of the axes, and found that he had dispatched people in search of the linen, which he hoped would soon be found, but that Mare would not give up the other axe, alleging as an excuse for withholding it that he had left an as with me to be altered, which when done and sent to him, he would send back the other axe. But this was a kind of bargaining with which I did not think proper to comply. The Queen Mother, who was our guest, informed me that Pamuri would be at the tents the next morning, and for that reason I deferred any further proceedings until his arrival. A favorable opportunity occurred in the evening to send on board the observatory chronometers, instruments, together with a large quantity of lumber from the encampment, and apprehending that the natives might attempt to commit other depredations on our movable property, additional sentinels were posted, and, as a summary and immediate punishment when caught in the act, seemed most likely to prevent in future a repetition of crime, orders were issued to shoot any person who might be found in the act of stealing. But, on no pretense, to fire without the presence of an officer who had the strictest injunctions to be extremely circumspect, on going on board the next morning, Saturday the 21st. I had the additional mortification of learning that a much more material circumstance than the loss of the linen had occurred to interrupt the harmony which had so long subsisted. Totem Ra, the Sandwich Islander, had, in the course of the preceding night, found means to elope from the ship. Of this his intention we had not for some time been free of suspicion, but I did not like to impose absolute confinement upon him without some proof. He had formed an attachment with the daughter of Puna, the Chietzuut Mutnavzi, on whom, by ementiction, we now found he had lavishly bestowed nearly all he had possessed. This was of no small value, for independent of his abundant outfit in England, many presents had been made him, to which his want of principle had added, by making too free with some valuable articles belonging to the gunner, with whom he had met previously to his departure. Tomra was a boy of weak intellect, of a sullen disposition, and excessively obstinate, and though his condition was so very subordinate at the Sandwich Islands, that there was little probability of his services being important to us or to our countrymen hereafter, yet his example was a matter of such consequence as to render it highly expedient that his return should be insisted upon, lest the crew might suppose I had not sufficient influence with the chief to procure it, and some of them be tempted to abscond from the vessels. On my return on here, Pamurgi and his wives were at the encampment, and seemed not at all ignorant of what had happened. Therefore little explanation was necessary. A servant of Luerer, being sent for by Pamurg, delivered the same message Uripiels had brought respecting the wood axe, and with which Pamurga requested I would comply. I showed him the adze, but insisted on the reflection of the axe before it should be returned. A short conference now took place, on which he said he would himself go for the wood axe, and gave directions that proper persons should be sent in quest of Tower Crow, who he most solemnly promised should be given up, and added that he would immediately take measures for the recovery of the linen, but requesting, as Lerifund, I had before done, that I would resort to Ivy Ailua for this especial purpose, as it lay in his particular department. About noon, Pamurakov returned with the wood axe, and the adze was accordingly restored to its owner. In the presence of Nau, his father, his two brothers, Pumro, and several other chiefs, Pamuraf inquired if, agreeably to my promise, I intended a display of fireworks that evening, to which I replied in the negative, and explained that when that promise was made, there was no reason to expect the treatment we had since experienced from those whose duty it was to have observed a very different conduct with respect to the theft of the linen and the elopement of Tawarau, in both of which unpardonable transactions many of the principal chiefs were materially concerned. Pumani instantly replied that Tawarau should be brought back the next day, either to the tents or to the Discovery, and on interrogating him respecting the linen, a very warm argument took place between the three brothers, in which Pumani in particular accused Maiglam of a want of exertion and friendship on the occasion. In the course of this debate, the name of Hernjalal was frequently mentioned, and so far as I could understand, Pomorak seemed convinced that he was very principally concerned. This man was an inferior chief in Hapino, one of the districts belonging to Witoka, who, as well as Uripils, had recommended himself to our notice, in consequence of which he had lately been a constant attendant on the encampment. A man who had also been recommended by some of the chiefs to assist in cooking had been observed with Hernjualal to have slept near the marquee on the night the robbery was committed. On this circumstance being made known to Pomorak, he replied that one, if not both, were certainly guilty. The dinner being now served ended the debate, after which the three brothers filled out in quest of the stolen linen, and soon returned with the servant who had absconded. On his being examined, he accused R. Ella 4 as the thief, but being conscious of the robbery, he had fled, lest he should be suspected and punished. This man's evidence, although tending to acquit himself as the principal, clearly proved him an accomplice, and not being without my suspicions that he was in reality the thief, I ordered a halter to be put about his neck in earnest, and sent him on board the ship, there to be confined in irons, with the assurance that if the linen was not restored, he should certainly be hanged. A short debate, nearly to the same purport, again took place between the three brothers, in which Lel, Ido, Yu, listened much affected by Pomnoy's rebuke. As the thief was now known, I embraced this occasion to inform the royal party that very considerable presents were intended to have been made to them and the several chiefs, but not one single article would be presented unless Tot, Hervru, and Mr. Brompton's linen were forthcoming. On this, they again departed, saying everything should be restored. The surf being tolerably smooth in the afternoon, the large working tent, with various other articles, were sent off, leaving the marquee, the guard's tent, and cannon, only to be embarked. While thus employed, the chiefs had all, imperceptibly, withdrawn themselves. Toward sunset, most of the canoes that had been on the banks of the river were observed to be moving off, and the houses on the opposite side, which had been fully inhabited, were entirely shipped and deserted. We were soon given to understand that the Eres and people were Mayer FD, that is, mutinied, because I was angry, which intelligence a man named Bobn was extremely urgent to communicate. He had, on the evening the linen was stolen, come over the river under a flimsy pretense, with which at the time I was by no means satisfied, and since then he had not been seen. Suspecting him to be an accessory, I gave directions that he should be secured, and that the remaining canoe, which chanced to contain many of their most valuable articles, should be detained, that we might have something in our power in case the chiefs should have deferidus, which I began to apprehend, as a general massacre seemed to have taken place. Mr. Bruton, who had been with the natives on the other side of the river, informed me that the principal cause of the tumult was the confinement of Baum, and that they conceived I had also confined the Queen Mother. This good lady had been our constant companion, even in the absence of her husband, and was on all occasions very solicitous to imitate our manners, having carried her politeness rather too far in taking a few glasses more at dinner than was quite agreeable. She had been sleeping in the marquee most of the afternoon. On this information, I requested she would instantly repair to Pomare, who, with several chiefs and a large concourse of the inhabitants, were assembled on the opposite shore of the river. She complied, though greatly against her inclination, saying she well knew that I was the friend of her Pomare and all the chiefs, and it was his and their business to come to me. This conversation took place at the riverside, while Pomar and the natives were accusing me of detaining his wife, who, with all imaginable spirit, contradicted the assertion. The crowd replied he was instructed by me to say so, asserting that I well understood their language. Matters thus situated, I insisted she should cross the river, with which at length she complied, and was received on the opposite side with great demonstrations of joy. On her assuring Pomuri that I was still his friend, and that I earnestly wished to confer with him on the unpleasant circumstances that had occurred, he attempted to come over the river, but was prevented by the crowd. On his assuring them his intentions were to cross, but to be sufficiently near to understand me perfectly, he was allowed to advance a few paces, when he again questioned my pacific intentions and whether I would confine him if he crossed the river. After receiving the most unequivocal assurances of a continuance of my friendship and his own personal liberty, he disengaged himself from those who forcibly attempted to stop him, and came over to us much against the general voice and opinion of the multitude, who murmured excessively on the occasion. But this shortly subsiding, his wives soon followed his example. Acquainted Pomuri with the detention of the canoe and the man I had confined, the instant he saw it was Balm, he assured me he was innocent and requested he might be released, and as he had been arrested on suspicion only, I did not hesitate to comply with the request of Pomuri, who had gratified me exceedingly by the confidence he had so recently reposed in my integrity. Our royal guests became perfectly reconciled, spent the evening with us, and slept in the marquee. Early on the morning of Sunday the 22nd, they departed. Pomuri informed me he was then going to Oparu in quest of tower crew, who, it was reported, had secreted himself in the mountains of that district, that in the course of the day he would be taken, and that with him he would return to Matavai. He further added that Marianne was going in search of the linen, which would likewise be restored. It was an exceedingly mortifying reflection, now that we were in every respect ready for sea, after having lived 3 weeks on terms of the strictest amity with these good people, that just on the eve of our departure, they should so conduct themselves as materially to incur our disapprobation and censure, and prevent our bidding them farewell with that cordiality and goodwill to which they were so highly entitled by their former good behavior. Having nothing further to transact on shore, everything was sent on board excepting the marquee, at which, with a guard, Mr. Puget remained for the more easy communication with the chiefs, should they be inclined to renew their visits. As no one person of any distinction had appeared since the departure of Porpoise in the morning, Mr. Broughton, having strolled over the river, found Y2 in soft dalliance with his wife at home, instead of being in search of the linen. Mr. Broughton invited them to the marquee, but Y2 replied he was unarmed. After some persuasion he complied, and having come opposite the encampment, he requested some assurance of friendship on my part, which being complied with, he consented, and having gained about the middle of the river, he was compelled by the natives to return. Another conversation now took place, and on Mr. Broughton proposing to remain with them during my absence, he came over, and being soon reconciled after his arrival to his situation, he sent a servant to desire Mr. Broughton would cross the river. On this occasion, Y2's wife accompanied him, and we afterwards went all on board to dinner. On my inquiring, he said Pomorgi and Uriulu were at Oparu, but would return the instant Tawawu was taken. With respect to the linen, I could gain no satisfactory account, and, as I wished to encourage him in the confidence he had manifested, I did not think it right to push this inquiry further, wishing to detain him and his wife in case their imprisonment hereafter should be deemed necessary to effect our purpose, but desisted from any further measures until I should see or hear something of the other royal brothers. The canoe and goods we had arrested the preceding evening now appearing to belong to a chief of Ulietea, who could not have had any concern in the late improper transactions, justice dictated its restoration to the proper owner, and directions to that effect were accordingly given. Neither Pomorgi nor Uriulu having arrived on the morning of Monday the 23rd, Mr. Broughton proposed that Williams and his wife, who were still with us, should accompany him to Oparu in order to procure an interview with Pomorgi and learn how our affairs stood in that district. To this Iua readily agreed, and whilst the boat was preparing for their conveyance, the royal females paid us a visit. They said Pomoni was still at Oparu, but would return to the ship the instant that Tawawu could be found. The ladies were immediately informed of Mr. Broughton's errand, and told that until his return, they were to remain on board. With this arrangement, they seemed perfectly satisfied, and from their mirth and joking with each other as to their being carried to sea, their reception in England, etc., I began to conjecture that Tawawu was in reality taken, though it was their pleasure to keep me in suspense. We did not long remain in this state. About noon, the boat returned with the three royal brothers and Tawararaya. Mr. Broughton met them on their way towards the ships, attended by a fleet of canoes, laden with every species of provisions as presents from the royal family and our several other friends, who all flocked on board with such a profusion of their various valuable commodities that, unable to dispose of their bounty, several laden canoes returned to the shore. Pomurgi and Uripinler observed, on the delivery of Tavusrerao, that they had now restored everything in which they considered I was particularly interested, and that it was Privilua's business to recover the linen for Mr. Broughton. Privlun protested that if we could remain until the morning, it should certainly be brought on board, but as we had been repeatedly instructed to place little reliance on assurances of this nature, had the wind been favorable, we should not have waited to put his integrity to the test. Pomurgi, with many other chiefs of the distant districts, were made extremely happy by the presents which each of them received, and finding we were to sail with the first favorable wind, took their leave in the evening, with much apparent regret for our departure, which was evidently increased by them being disappointed of a second display of fireworks. From the inordinate love of pleasure which these people possess, I do not believe it were possible to have caused, by any other means, so general and so great a degree of mortification. Many chiefs and numbers of the inhabitants had come from the most distant parts of the island, and from Morea likewise, for no other purpose than to gratify their curiosity and to be present at the expected exhibition. These in particular complained much of their disappointment, to which I replied their concern was by no means unpleasant to me, as it gave me reason to hope it would operate to prevent the cause of it in the future, and that, if thefts and other breaches of confidence had not been committed and sanctioned, as I was confident they had been by the chiefs themselves, I should not have been under the painful necessity of denying them the promised entertainment, and we should have parted much better friends. On the 5th of another ship, I trusted from this disappointment they would all be taught to conduct themselves with more fidelity. Porpoise and his wives remained on board all night. The next morning, Tuesday the 24th, brought no tidings of the linen. On reflecting that, without using rigorous measures, which in all probability would still more on the innocent who were in our power than on the guilty who were at a distance, there did not appear the most remote prospect of regaining this property. And as we had now a favorable breeze from the eastward, and could ill afford a longer detention, about 10 in the forenoon we sailed out of the bay. Porpoise and his wives were our guests until we were beyond the reefs. They were now presented with an assortment of valuables which attracted them the highest satisfaction, and Porpoise requesting as a particular favor that they might be saluted on leaving the ship. They took a very friendly and affectionate leave, and were complimented agreeably to his wishes. Wigram had also accompanied Mr. Broughton in the Chatham, who, after we were out, brought him on board the Discovery, with an assortment of such articles as he conceived Wigram to be entitled to, for his hospitable attention, and the large quantity of provisions, etc., etc., which he had supplied, without having as yet received the least return. But as I had repeatedly declared, Wigram should receive no present, unless the linen was restored, my ultimate decision was now requested. On considering that possibly it might not have been in his power to recover the linen, and that equity demanded he should be paid for the supplies which he had furnished, I consented to his receiving in return such articles as were deemed fairly equal in point of value, but he was not presented with anything from me, although I had promised him several valuable implements. The corrected text with the spelling errors fixed is as follows. These were again enumerated, the reason of their being withheld, fully explained, and shown to have arisen from his not having acted towards Mr. Broughton with that propriety which had been observed in the conduct of his royal brother towards me. I am well aware that our visit to this country will fill the inquisitive mind with the expectation of acquiring much additional information relative to a people whose situation and condition have been long the subjects of curious investigation. But the shortness of our stay and various concurring circumstances afforded little opportunity to gratify such desires. The veneration these people entertain for the names of their foreigners has been already very justly related by Mr. Anderson, but no example, I believe, had then appeared to that judicious observer of the extent to which this respect is carried. On Oloa's accession to the Maro, a very considerable alteration took place in their language, particularly in the proper names of all the chiefs, to which, however, it was not solely confined, but extended to no less than 40 or 50 of the most common words, which occur in conversation, and bearing not the slightest affinity whatever to the former expressions. This new language every inhabitant is under the necessity of adopting, as any negligence or contempt of it is punished with the greatest severity. Their former expressions were, however, retained in their recollection, and for our better communication were, I believe, permitted to be used in conversation with us, without incurring displeasure. Pomare, however, would frequently correct me on my accidentally using the former mode of expression, saying, I knew it was wrong, and ought not to practice it. Were such a pernicious innovation to take place generally at the arbitrary will of the sovereigns throughout the South Sea Islands, it would be attended with insurmountable difficulties to strangers. But it appears to be a new regulation, and, as yet, confined to the islands, or it would be impossible to reconcile the affinity which has been hitherto found to exist in the language of different parts of the great South Sea nation. The newly fashioned words produce a very material difference in those tables of comparative affinity which have been constructed with so much attention and labor, and may, possibly, when the reasons for the alteration are known and developed, be a matter of interesting political iniquity. This, however, required more leisure and a more intimate knowledge of the language than I possessed. Circumstances of greater importance to the expediting the various services here, which the grand object of our voyage demanded, and on which my mind was every hour anxiously engaged, augmented by the difficulties we had to encounter in the new modification of so many terms, rendered most of my inquiries ineffectual. These perplexities and disadvantages were also materially increased by the difficulty of obtaining the truth from a race who have a constant desire to avoid, in the slightest degree, giving offense. Consequently, because, on the least appearance of displeasure, even in conversation, to disengage themselves from any such inconvenience, they would often, by that extensive and specious comprehension, which their language admits of, seemingly so qualify what they before had asserted, as to contradict, according to our acceptance, a positive matter of fact, or, what amounted to nearly the same thing, a completely different construction was by us very frequently put on a second conversation from that which we had conceived from, or had attributed to, the first. Had we been more competent linguists, we might, in all probability, have found both their modes of expression tending to the same point, and differing only in the figurative relation of the circumstances to which their people are much accustomed. This deception I have more than once experienced, and have on reflection thus reconciled the apparent incongruity. Such and various other important circumstances must ever occur to render the acquisition of knowledge in the language, manners, and customs of newly discovered countries, beyond a certain superficial extent, a business of much labor and study, although aided by a series of minute observations. Under such evident disadvantages, how far my abilities might or might not have empowered me to direct such inquiries to effect, had time and other objects permitted, must still remain to be proved. I shall therefore resign the palm to those gentlemen who have preceded me, and to whom the world is indebted for many pertinent and judicious observations contained in their general description of this country. Notwithstanding, I must concur with Mr. Anderson in opinion that much information remains to be acquired which would be extremely acceptable to the contemplative mind, yet it remains with me to record faithfully those circumstances only which mole in our translations and intercourse with these people. The changes which have taken place in their government, as far as I have been able to understand from the chiefs, with such other matters worthy of attention as have fallen under my own immediate observation, I shall proceed to relate, as the preceding narration would be incomplete without such an explanation. The text bounded by the quotation marks contains some spelling errors that need to be fixed without changing the content. The corrected text is, "We have become acquainted by frequent visits that shortly after the last departure of Captain Cook from these islands, considerable disputes had arisen between Mahaini, the usurping chief of Moorea, and Pomare, then Otaheite, in some of which Mahain was joined by Toha and other chiefs of the western districts of Otaheite, by which means, for a considerable space of time, Pomare was materially thwarted and his own districts laid entirely waste. Thus His Majesty's benevolent intentions of adding to the comforts of these people have been nearly frustrated. Most of the animals, plants, and herbs which had caused Captain Cook so much anxiety and trouble to deposit here have fallen a sacrifice to the ravages of war. The black cattle were carried to Moorea, where they still remain, and having bred, are now 5 in number, 4 cows and a bull. The latter has very unfortunately received a hurt in his loins, which renders him an entire cripple. Consequently, their further propagation will be at an end unless some additional assistance is afforded. In the midst of these hostile engagements, Pomar married the Queen Mother, a near relation of his most inveterate enemy, Mahain. This lady, having taken a very material part in the advantageous change of Pomara's government, I shall intrude a few lines as a sketch of her character, and also that of her sister and conjugal partner in the royal affection. The Queen Mother, although destitute of any pretensions to beauty, and having in her person a very masculine appearance, has yet, in her general deportment, something exceedingly pleasing and engaging. Free from any austerity or pride, she is endowed with a comparative elegance of manners, which plainly bespeaks her descent and the high situation in which she is placed. Although her figure exhibited no external charms of feminine softness, yet great complacency and gentleness were always conspicuous, indicating, in the most unequivocal manner, a mind possessing and alone actuated by those amiable qualities which most adorn the human race. All her actions seemed directed to those around her, with an unalterable evenness of temper, and to be guided by a pure disinterested benevolence. Self, which on most occasions is the governing principle in the conduct of these islanders, with her, was totally disregarded. And indeed, such was her very amiable disposition, that it counterbalanced any disadvantages she might labor under in a deficiency of personal attractions. The portrait of Pierre on canvas would most probably be generally thought entitled to a preference. Yet she appeared by no means to possess either mental endowments or other excellent qualities in the same degree as the Queen Mother. If she had them, they were latent, and required some particular exertion to bring them into action. Her softness and femininity afforded her some advantage over her sister, yet there was a stiffness, want of confidence, and manner in her general demeanor that evinced her motives to be less disinterested. We were, however, led to believe that she was not destitute of the amiable qualities, though to us they did not appear so conspicuous as in the character of the Queen Mother. Of the two ladies, Fier Rere was now the favorite of Pomurri. At least we had every reason to think so by the general tenor of his conduct. Notwithstanding this preference, he was observed in several instances to abide implicitly by the advice and opinion of the Queen Mother, and to treat her with great affection and regard, who in return never appeared jealous or dissatisfied at the marked attention or evident partiality with which her sister Fier was treated by Pomurri. In consequence of the very superior rank and condition of these two ladies, they possessed privileges, which I had never before seen conferred on any of the women of the great South Sea nation, as they were not only permitted to eat of all the good things of the country, but allowed to partake of them in the company of men, as well the chiefs of the island as ourselves, and of the identical dishes at any repast of which men had eaten, without incurring displeasure or disgrace. These were honors to which we had reason to believe no other females of the island could aspire. These two ladies, with the deceased Matawara Mahau, were the children of a sister of Malzin and his only near relations. Malzoin I considered to be the same person mentioned by Captain Cook under the name of Tiarmabaunoa, as, on our first arrival, he was introduced to me by the name of Antaboa, which appellation was almost immediately dropped, and he was afterwards called Malo, occasioned most likely by the recent alteration in their language, which has before been stated to have taken place on the accession of the young King Otu. As Malawan was an Erioi, whose advanced age precluded the expectation of his having children, little doubt was entertained that his consequence and power would soon descend to his family, which had become more firmly attached to the Tahitian authority by the intermarriage of the late Matawara Mahau with Pomare's youngest sister. This connection appears to have been an important political measure to ensure a permanent establishment of peace and tranquility between the two islands, on the conquest or death of Malzin. The event was, however, long looked for before it arrived, for we understood it did not happen until about 15 months previous to our arrival, at which time Malzin was killed in a battle fought at Athura by him and some of the western chiefs, against the partisans of Pomar, who, I believe, then for the first time came off victorious. Malouine having fallen in this conflict, and Taula being dead, little was necessary to complete the conquest, which was finally accomplished by the excursion of the Bounty's people in a vessel they had constructed from the timber of the breadfruit tree. And as good or bad fortune is generally attended with corroborating events, other circumstances intervened to foster and indulge the ambition of Pomare. At this time, Mahayao, the king of Tiambao, died, leaving only a very distant relation to assume his name and government, who was by Pomare and his adherents obliged to relinquish all pretensions to such honors, and with the people of Tiambu to acknowledge Pomare's youngest son as their chief, under the supreme authority of his elder son Om, which on their assenting to, the youth assumed the name of Wairadua as a necessary appendage to the government. By this acquisition, it should appear, they have more effectively established a firm and lasting peace amongst themselves than has been enjoyed for a long series of years. And to ensure this inestimable blessing to their dominions, the royal brothers have so disposed themselves as completely to watch over and protect the two young princes during their minority. Uripioi, the next brother to Pomare, having acquired the reputation of a great warrior, has taken up his residence on the borders of Tiambo to watch the conduct of those people in their allegiance to his nephew Vaiadua, and on the least appearance of dissension or revolt, to be at hand for pursuing such measures as may be required to bring them back to their obedience. Utiata, the next brother, resides for the like reason at Opare, near the young monarch, and Pomare with his wives has retired to Murea, where the inhabitants are, in all respects, perfectly reconciled, firmly attached to his interest, and ready to afford him and his children every support and assistance they may require. From the relative situation of this island with Otaheite, there is but little probability that Pomare could long remain ignorant of any dissensions that might take place, or that he would be prevented from affording such succor as the nature of the occasion might demand. There is yet a fourth brother whose insignificance has hitherto precluded his name, which is Tapalu, from appearing in any of our transactions with these worthy people. Although in the possession of a very considerable property, Tapalu seems little regarded by his family and is esteemed by his people. This want of respect is greatly and possibly wholly to be attributed to a natural imbecility of mind, as to all appearance he is a young man of an exceedingly weak and trifling character. On the late decease of Malo, his daughter by Pomare's sister succeeded to the sovereignty of Mora, under the supreme authority of her cousin, Oto. To this young Princess Pomare became regent, and in consequence, the inhabitants of Morea were entirely at his command. In consequence of Pomare's connection with Malo's family, his son, Otu, in right of his mother, was acknowledged as the supreme sovereign of Huahini, and Maluaro, the king of that island, had consented to the superiority of Otu over him, as Ame Maro Eora, but that Maluaro was Are de Hoy. Omai having died without children, the house which Captain Cook had built for him, the lands that were purchased, and the horse which was still alive, together with such European commodities as remained at his death, all descended to Tlutuara as king of the island, and when his majesty is at home, Omai's house is his constant residence. From Maluara we learned that Omai was much respected, and that he frequently afforded great entertainment to him and the other chiefs, with the accounts of his travels and describing the various countries, objects, etc., that had fallen under his observation, and that he died universally regretted and lamented. His death, as well as that of the two New Zealand boys left with him by Captain Cook, was caused by a disorder that is attended by a large swelling in the throat, of which very few recover, but die a slow, lingering death. During the latter part of our stay, several persons were pointed out who seemed much afflicted with this fatal malady, particularly those belonging to Tiairahu, who said the disease had been imported by a Spanish vessel which had anchored near the south part of Tahiti. Omai, in right of his grandmother by his father's side, on the death of Maori, will claim the sovereignty of Ulietea and Tahaa. Mauhi, who is brother to Pomare's mother, is an Irioi of an advanced age. He seemed extremely fond of Otu and proud of his succeeding him in the government of those islands, saying that, at present, there were two sovereigns, that Ilamuitata, but when he should die, then there would be but one, meaning Otu. This expression, in its literal signification, means two kings. But the idea, however, which in this sense it is intended to convey, is to point out those whose rank and authority entitle them to preside at human sacrifices, a power which at present is possessed only by Mori and Otu. In consequence of the extensive dominion that has devolved upon this young monarch, he is not now distinguished by the title of Are de High, but by one which is considerably more eminent and comprehensive, since they say there may be many Are de Haut, but there can be but one Are Mara Eons, which means the chief of the red-feathered Mara, and under which title Oro's authority is acknowledged in Uthetea, Morea, Matea, Tetero, Tupea Nianu, and Huahene. But the people of Uliatea and Otaha seem much averse to this submission, and it does not appear that even Oro himself has much influence in those islands, notwithstanding that he is their acknowledged sovereign. Since the death of Apuni, the government of the islands under his late authority appears to have been ill-administered, the inhabitants having been very turbulent and much disposed to anarchy. And in consequence of the disinclination which the people of these islands have manifested to subscribe to the supreme authority of Oro, an expedition was in contemplation from Uteetea to enforce the power of the Are Mara Ewans over them, and little doubt was entertained of its success. Another favorite object was the annexing to Oro's present dominions by conquest, for no right was set up. The islands of Bolabolu, Moroa, and Tupi, which since the death of Oporia had been governed by his daughter, and were said in a great measure to have lost their former high reputation as a martial and warlike nation. Pritchard and his brothers having procured from the vessels which had lately visited Utheetea several muskets and pistols, they considered themselves invincible, and the acquiring of new possessions for Oro now seemed to occupy the whole of their study and attention. They were extremely felicitous that I should contribute to their success by augmenting their number of firearms and adding to their stock of ammunition. Of the latter, I gave Pamukf a small quantity, but of the former, I had none to dispose of, even if I had seen no impropriety in complying with his request. Finding there was no prospect of increasing their armory, they requested that I would have the goodness to conquer the territories on which they meditated a descent, and having done so, to deliver them up to Olno, and as an excuse for their subjugation, insisted that it was highly essential to the comfort and happiness of the people at large that over the whole group of these islands there should be only one sovereign. On satisfying them that the islands in question were quite out of my route, and that I had no leisure for such an enterprise, Pamukf, in the most earnest manner, requested that on my return to England, I would, in his name, solicit his Majesty to order a ship with proper force to be immediately sent out, with directions that if all those islands were not subjected to his power before her arrival, she was to conquer them for Olno, who, he observed, I well knew would ever be a steady friend to King George and the English. This request was frequently repeated, and he did not fail to urge it in the most pressing manner at our parting. I cannot take leave of my friend, for to such an epithet from me Pamukf is justly entitled, without adverting to the alteration which seemed to have taken place in his character since my former visits to this country. At that time he was not only considered as a timid, but a very weak prince. On this occasion, however, he did not appear deficient either in discernment or intrepidity, although it must be acknowledged his fears were exceedingly awakened at the display of our fireworks, and that he always appeared to regard firearms with a considerable degree of terror, which possibly might arise from his knowledge of their destructive powers, whilst at the same time he remained ignorant of the exact extent of their capabilities for doing execution. But with this description of weapons out of the question, we had reason to believe his courage was equal to that of his neighbors, of which he certainly gave an undeniable proof, by joining our party alone and unarmed at the encampment. in direct opposition to the counsel and apprehensions of his surrounding countrymen. On former occasions, I had also considered his general character to be haughty, austere, and combined with much low cunning. When he condescended to speak or converse, which was not frequent, little or no information could be derived, while the questions he asked in return did not tend to the acquisition of useful knowledge. His conduct and deportment on the present occasion were extremely different, and when compared with that of his associates, were marked with an evident superiority, expressive of the exalted situation he filled, and indicated that he possessed a just knowledge of himself and an open, generous, and feeling heart. In conversation, there were few from whom better information could be acquired, nor was he now deficient in directing his observations and inquiries to useful and important objects. For this purpose only, he would remain whole days in our working tents, observing with the strictest attention the different transactions going forward, and frequently interrupting the mechanics to require explanations of several operations. The whole tenor of his behavior towards us was so uniformly correct and meritorious that, on his taking leave, I could not resist making him and his wife such acknowledgments in useful articles as he conceived they could have no possible claim to, and respecting I was about to make some addition, he caught my arm, expressed how highly repaid and gratified they were with what they had received, and observed, as I was going to visit many other countries where such things would be equally valuable, I ought to be careful and economical. How far these differentiated sentiments had actuated the conduct of the royal party in all their former transactions is not easy to ascertain, but certain it is they took great pains to keep up the value of our commodities, and, by their own example, established the price of 3 large hogs, weighing from 100 to 150 and 200 pounds each, at an axe, under which they desired we would not part with our axes, and would frequently admonish us when they considered we were about to pay extravagantly for our purchases. In our traffic, axes were the most valuable. Next to these, red cloth and all kinds of European linen, files, knives, and fishing hooks were in great request, as were scissors and looking glasses by the ladies. Nails were of little value, and such things as were only of an ornamental nature were accepted with indifference, red feathers excepted, which I believe would still find a ready market. So important are the various European implements and other commodities now become to the happiness and comfort of these islanders that I cannot avoid reflecting with Captain Cook on the very deplorable condition to which these good people must be reduced, should their communication with Europeans be ever at an end. The knowledge they have now acquired of the superiority and the supply with which they have been furnished of the more useful implements have rendered these and other European commodities not only essentially necessary to their common comforts, but have made them regardless of their former tools and manufactures, which are now growing out of use, and, I may add, equally out of remembrance. Of this we had convincing proof in the few of their bone or stone tools or utensils that were seen among them. Those offered for sale were of rude workmanship and of an inferior kind, solely intended for our market, to be purchased by way of curiosity. I am likewise well convinced that by a very small addition to their present stock of European cloth, the culture of their cloth plant, which now seems much neglected, will be entirely disregarded, and they will rely upon the precarious supply which may be obtained from casual visitors for this and many others of the most important requisites of social life. Under these painful considerations, it manifestly appears that Europeans are bound by all the laws of humanity regularly to furnish those wants which they alone have created, and to afford the inhabitants, from time to time, supplies of such important necessaries as have been already introduced, and which, having excluded their own native manufactures, are, in most respects, become indispensably necessary to their whole economy of life, in return for which a valuable consideration would be received in provisions and refreshments highly beneficial to the traders who may visit the Pacific Ocean. The various manufactures in iron and in cloth have become so essentially requisite to their common concerns that instead of these commodities being reduced in their value by the frequent visits of Europeans, or their supplies of food and refreshments being less plentiful in return, we were served with every article in the greatest profusion. 6 hogsheads of very fine pork were cured, and had we been better provided with salt, we might have secured 10 times that quantity, and filled with a large supply for present use, which comprehended as many live hogs and vegetables as we could find room to dispose of. The whole procured at least 200% cheaper than on any of Captain Cook's visits, notwithstanding the recent departure of the Pandora. Great alteration has taken place in the military operations of these people. On our first discovery of these islands, their wars were principally of a maritime nature, but at present it should seem they were conducted in a very different manner. For although some of our gentlemen extended their excursions to a considerable distance, not a single war canoe was seen belonging to Rapa Ita. I had much conversation with Rapa Ita on this subject, from whom I learned that in their late contests they had found them so unmanageable, particularly when the wind blew at all strong, that they had entirely given them up, and now carried on their enterprises by land, using the larger sort of their common canoes, when their wars were offensive, to convey them to the place of their destination, which was generally effected under cover of the night or in dark rainy weather. The youth of Otu authorizes us to say little more than that he bore every appearance of becoming a very promising man. Some circumstances attendant on this young monarch were so peculiar and extraordinary as to make a few observations indispensable. Amongst the first was the curious restriction which prohibited his entering any of our habitations. His father, when alive and king of the island, was under no such interdiction, but, as frequently as his inclination prompted, visited our ships and tents without attaching the inconveniences which would now have fallen upon the people had the young king done the same. Nor was the Gamalfa Lenatum then treated with that degree of obedience and respect which is at present paid to him on all occasions. The origin of the above mysterious restraint, or the reasoning on which it has been founded, I could not satisfactorily learn. The result, however, of my inquiries on this head induces me to believe that a ceremony very similar to the Nan Yu of the Friendly Islands described by Captain Cook, on Pauhaimes being permitted to eat in company with his father, will be performed here. This ceremony will occupy a considerable space of time, after which he will no longer be carried on men's shoulders, but be at liberty like others to walk about. But when this was to take place in respect of him, I could not discover. For as often as the question was put, so often the period when the event was to take place varied. It was likewise very remarkable that we never saw any person of consequence or respectability about the young monarch. His nearest relations, though they paid all respect to his high office, did not appear to regard or converse with him, and those whose duty it was to attend him on his journeys between Oparu and our encampment were persons from the lowest order of the people. Amongst them was a man named Prolrarali, who apparently was a very shrewd, sensible fellow, on whose shoulders the young king never rode, but who, on all occasions, acted as a messenger, and bore no higher office than that of a butler or upper servant. I had originally taken this man for a priest and sort of preceptor, but, on repeated inquiries, they always pointed to my steward as bearing the same office with that of Peleran. Much encomium, and with great justice, has been bestowed on the beauty of the female inhabitants of this country. I cannot avoid acknowledging how great was the disappointment I experienced in consequence of the early impression I had received of their superior personal endowments. The natives themselves freely admit the alteration, which in a few years has taken place, and seem to attribute much of the beauty to the lamentable diseases introduced by European visitors, to which many of their fine women, at an early period of life, have fallen sacrifices. Beauty in this country, especially amongst the women, is a flower that quickly blossoms and as quickly fades. Like the personal accomplishments of the Creoles of America, theirs soon arrive at maturity, remain but a short time stationary, and as rapidly decay. The extreme deficiency of female beauty on the islands makes it singularly remarkable that so large a proportion of the crew belonging to the Bounty should have become infatuated as to sacrifice their country, their honor, and their lives to any female attachments at all. The objects of their particular regard, by whom they have children, we frequently saw. Whatever superiority they may be entitled to from their mental accomplishments, we had no opportunity of ascertaining. But with respect to their personal attractions, they were certainly not such as we should have imagined could possibly have tempted Englishmen to so unpardonable a breach of their duty, nor were any of the women they selected persons of the least power or consequence in the island. The European animals and plants deposited here by Captain Cook and other navigators, with the hope of their future increase, I have already had occasion to regret, had been almost entirely destroyed in the late conflicts of the contending parties. My concern at this circumstance was greatly augmented, not only by my having little in my power with which I could replace them, but in the confidence of their now succeeding. Could I have furnished a supply? As the recent alteration which has taken place in the government afforded reasonable grounds to believe that whatever I might have bestowed on the present occasion would have been carefully protected. To the race of animals, I could add but 2 Cape geese and a gander. We planted some vine cuttings that had flourished extremely well on board, with some orange and lemon trees, and an assortment of garden seeds. But as nature has been so very bountiful in the variety of vegetables she has bestowed on this country, the natives seem to possess little desire for any addition. And, if a judgment is to be formed by the deplorable state in which we found the several spots where foreign plants and seeds had been deposited, we had little reason to be sanguine in the success of our undertaking, nor do I believe such attempt will ever succeed until some Europeans shall remain on the island, and, by the force of their example, excite in the inhabitants a desire of cultivating the soil by their manual labor, to which at present they are unwilling strangers. The yam and the cloth plant, in a small proportion, are the only vegetables which the Tahitians take the least trouble to cultivate. Some few indifferent phlox, a little tolerably good maize, a few pods of the capuchin, and some very coarse radishes were the only productions I saw from the various and numerous vegetable exotics that from time to time have been introduced into this island. The milk of goats not having been appropriated to any use, and the animal not being suitable for the taste of the people, they have fallen into disrepute and become scarce. I collected, however, a sufficient number to establish a breed of those animals on the Sandwich Islands, in case I should find them acceptable to the inhabitants. The few astronomical and nautical observations here made, tending only to our own and necessarily purposes, will conclude our transactions at Ota site, and are as under, viz. 18 fits of meridian observations of the zenith distances of the sun and flats gave the latitude of the observatory by their mean result, 17°30'20", its longitude by the chronometer, allowing the Duilty Bay rate to the 19th of January at noon, 209.58, its longitude to the same time, allowing the Portsmouth rate, 211.18, its longitude by 18 sets of distances, by my sextants, of Altlalfi, east other, 210, 31, 53. Its true longitude, as determined by Captain Cook, 210, 24, 15. By our observations made at the observatory the first day, viz. the 7th of January, on allowing the Dudley Bay rate, the chronometer gave the longitude 209.55 to 15, from which day to the 19th instant inclusive, being 12 days, observations of equal altitudes it was found gaining at the rate of I2 as per day, and fast of mean time at Greenwich, on the 20th at noon, 31s, 12, 46. Allowing the chronometer this error, and the above rate of going, Mach, we discovered the island of Oparu, the difference of the longitude between it and Point Venus. Will by such means be 5°14' at 15 west, and consequently its longitude, by that mode of calculating, would be 215°39. My observations, however, place it at 215°55'20, the mean between the two, 215°18'10, I would suppose can be liable to little, if any, error, and as such I shall adopt it for the true longitude of that island. This is further authorized on finding that by nearly the same number of observations, made with the same instruments at Point Venus, and the same on the same side the moon, as when the observations were taken off Oparu, I place that point 7/324 to the eastward of the truth. Mr. Arnold's chronometer on board the Chatham, when taken to the observatory, was found to be full of mean time at Greenwich on the 14th of January, at noon to 10:25 east, and to be gaining at the rate of 1955 sets of 34 per day. The variation of the magnetic needle, with all our cards and compasses in 15 sets of azimuths, varied from 7°30 to 5°30 east variation, giving their mean result 6 port or 12, and the vertical inclination as under, marked end, north face east, 30°15, dim ditto west, 31°13, ditto south, face east, 30°43, ditto west, 30°47. The mean vertical inclination of the south point of the dipping needle, 30°52'. End of Book the First of Voyage to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World by Captain George Vancouver. Thank you for listening.